Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 31, A Journey Towards Love and Confront Ion. Bambietta Basterbine slowly began to open her eyes, the Quincy finding herself restless and unable to sleep. It was vexing to her, Bambietta feeling that she deserved her beauty rest. It had been only a day since the battle with Jose Porla had happened and, while she was healed of her injuries, the stress of the conflict with Phantom Lord had left everyone exhausted. She was no exception. Simply lying on her bed, Bambietta stared up at the ceiling. The faint moonlight cast through the window panes illuminated the room, leaving her almost able to see the pattern engraved into the ceiling. Bambietta yawned, the Quincy beginning to roll over onto her side. She hoped that a change of position might help her fall back asleep. That, however, was clearly not going to be possible. As the side of Bambietta's face sunk into the pillow beneath her, she caught sight of something near the edge of her bed. No, it was more than that. It was a someone. Lucy. The celestial spirit mage was standing not even 3 feet away, an unzipped blue skirt falling down her legs and landing on the floor. Bambietta blinked, her eyes having followed the discarded garment. She slowly turned her gaze back up the length of Lucy's legs, only catch sight of a white shirt adorned by a blue cross drop down. Lucy was standing there before Bambietta in nothing more than her purely white undergarments and hair ribbon. The Quincy immediately felt guilty for what she had inadvertently seen, preparing to shut her eyes and roll over onto her other side. Yet before she could do that, Lucy looked over her shoulder at Bambietta. "You like what you see?" Under circumstances more traditional to her, Bambietta would have responded with a resounding and utterly loud yes, but this situation was far from traditional. She spoke up then, her voice perhaps too quiet for its own good. Good. Lucy turned around in full then, taking the few steps necessary to come directly before Bambietta's bed. She leaned forward then, slowly crawling atop the foot of the mattress. She moved atop Bambietta, the Quincy rolling over to look up into Lucy's face. Now then. Closing her eyes, Lucy began to lean down then, her lips coming closer and closer to Bambietta's own. The Quincy did not know what to say or do, leaving her with no other option than to submit to Lucy's desires. They were, after all, shared with her own. Twin sets of lips were merely a hair's width apart, Bambietta closing her eyes. Then. There was nothing. No moment of contact or joy. Bambietta's eyes fluttered open and she found herself looking up at the ceiling, finding herself alone in bed. Damn it. Bambietta hated the notion of a dream teasing her, yet it had happened. Then she quickly regretted her choice of words, worried that she had disturbed the Sky Dragon Slayer's slumber with the curse. I mean, Don Yabbit. Don't hold back your language on my account. I've heard it all before. The voice sounded familiar, yes, but it was not one Bambietta had expected to hear. Rolling over onto her side, Bambietta found her entire world altering right before her eyes. She was still in bed, yes, but it was not the one she presently used to. No, she found herself both in her childhood bed and room, catching sight of an older man wrapped in darkness sitting in a rocking chair. Why whack? Bambietta pulled herself up then, rubbing her eyes a little. Great. First a wet dream and now I'm dreaming that I'm in my inner world. This is no product of wild fantasy, Bambietta Basterbine, why whack contest. You are truly here. Bambietta simply remained confused. But dash. I did not expect to see you again, let alone so soon, why whack interrupted, the man standing up to his full height. Perhaps that Bakoto has indefinitely lessened the divide between yourself and your inner soul, allowing you to come here in your more restful moments. Or perhaps now that you have become aware of all of this, you have come here of your own subconscious accords. Bambietta looked around then, taking note of the visual representation of her inner world. It was different than before, faint colors having creeped back into her surroundings. That made her smile. It was after all a start. So. Why do you not tell Lucy Hartfilia how you feel? Bambietta blinked, having not expected that question from her soul's reflection of Wywak, let alone to hear him ask it so forwardly. Wait, what? Why do you not tell Lucy Hartfilia how you feel? Wywak repeated. Hey, I tried, Bambietta replied. Lord knows I tried. But then that bundle of bullshit Jose Porla had to go and shoot a hole straight through me. And where is Jose Porla to stop you now? Whack asked, not letting his query rest. He has been defeated, while you and all the others have been healed. So then, why do you not follow through with your love now? Bambietta stumbled on her words, not knowing entirely what to say or how to express her doubts. I was riding high on emotion at the time, okay? But things are calmer now and dash. The truth, Whack interrupted. Bambietta scowled, her cheeks puffing out slightly. If you're part of my soul, then you should know, so dash. Bambietta paused then, the Quincy lowering her face down and growing both calmer and quieter. Because of Giselle? You speak of foolish things, Whack said as he drew close to Bambietta. He reached out and brought 2 fingers beneath her chin, gently pushing her face up so that she could look into his eyes. Has Fairy Tale not proven that they are honest in their convictions of friendship? Do you really believe that Lucy Hartfilia would betray you as she did? What Giselle did is complicated, Bambietta replied. Everything with her is. But that's not it. Not at all. I know that Fairy Tale's telling the truth about what they're selling. I'm not scared of what Lucy could do to me. Why would I be? It's because of what I could do to Lucy. I mean, what Giselle could do to her or any of them to get to me. And yet you've seen Fairy Tale persevere against overwhelming odds time and time again, Whack retorted. Did the Phantom Lord conflict teach you nothing of what they are capable of? Also, I believe you are missing something that should bring peace to your soul. Bambietta raised an eyebrow. What? Did Giselle not save Wendy Marvel from Phantom Lord? Bambietta simply blinked. Yes, but dash. Perhaps she is trying to make amends, Whack offered. Would you not find that dash? Fuck Giselle. Bambietta shouted. She would never have spoken like this to the true Whack, but all bets were off when it came to this reflection of her Quincy heritage. I'll never forgive that fucking little cu dash. I do not ask you to forgive or forget, Whack interjected, his voice remaining calm in the face of Bambietta's anger. I simply wish for you to not worry as much as you are. You've spent too much of your life doing just that. Your mother's health. The future of the Vandenreich. The true nature of Fairy Tale. Now this. You cannot go on like this. No one can see the future. Bambietta's expression softened, the Quincy taking a moment to simply laugh under her breath. This, from you. Awaken, Bambietta Basterbine, Whack said. Your future in this world is unwritten. I suggest you do what you will. The world around Bambietta became nothing but darkness, leaving her to slowly open her eyes. She found herself back in her bed once more, the faint glow of magic clouding vision. I'm sorry if I woke you up, Wendy said as she stood up over Bambietta, the glow issuing forth from the hands she held up over Bambietta's face. It's just. Poor Wendy's spell wore off, Carla the cat said rather dismissively, the cat standing at the foot of Bambietta's bed, front paws on her hips. Goodness knows the neighbors were beginning to come by and complain. How you managed to sleep through that, let alone your own snoring, is dash. Carla. Wendy said, the dragon slayer all but surprised. That's mean. It's. Bambietta's face reddened. It's not that bad, right? Carla was honest, even if she knew it would upset Wendy. Yes, it is. Carla. Wendy exclaimed once more. She looked back at Bambietta, her tones laced with loving lies. We both love your snoring. It's all kinds of horrible, Bambietta said rather grumpily, the Quincy knowing full well what Wendy was truly speaking. It scared the Baywack out of everyone in my old guild all the time. Especially as not. Poor guy. I'm sorry, Wendy whispered, almost ashamed. I didn't mean to make you upset or anything. I don't need to use my spell to dash. Wendy stopped talking, feeling Bambietta take hold one of her hands. I'd rather you do fix it. At least for as long as it works. I don't want to screw up sleeping for you and Lucy after all. You also mean to include me in that, yes? Carla asked, the cat looking at Bambietta with some amount of annoyance. You're a pet, Bambietta offered. You can sleep through anything. Carla's eyes sharpened, claws slipping out from her paws. She quickly relented though, the cat crossing her arms across her chest and turning away from Bambietta. She hopped off the bed and continued to walk away. Such an uncouth young lady. Wendy, I advise you to never take after her. Carla. Wendy said under her breath, the Sky Dragon Slayer not liking being caught between a rock and a hard place such as this. She's right, Bambietta interrupted with a whisper. You shouldn't ever be like me. You're too pure and too kind. But I guess that's what makes you you. Wendy smiled faintly, the wizard putting the finishing touches on her spell. There. All done. Now you can sleep easy. Bambietta began to pull herself up then, taking note of something she could now notice without the light of Wendy's spell in her eyes. Wait, it's... Bambietta looked around, noting how broad daylight was pouring through the windows. She looked away from the window and to the left, taking note of the lacrima-powered alarm clock on the bedpost. It's after 10 in the morning? How long did I sleep? Well, you were tired after coming back to the guild hall yesterday, Wendy said. It's any wonder you only slept this much considering what that guild master did to you. Yeah, that was. Bambietta remembered well the injury Jose had inflicted, the one that interrupted her attempt at telling Lucy how she felt. Waka's words suddenly rang in her ears, the ones that he just spoken to her within her inner world. Hey, Lucy? Can we talk? Bambietta looked across the room, all but expecting a response, but she was granted with nothing but silence in a perfectly made bed that no one was in. Glancing about, her grogginess of having just awoken truly fading, Bambietta could see that Lucy was nowhere to be found. She left a little while ago, Wendy offered up. She said she needed to head over to the guild hall to get a job request started. Something about rent being due so and Phantom Lord messing things up. Then, Bambietta said beneath her breath, she's probably already out of town. Bambietta's eyes lost their color for a moment, the Quincy's face lowering. Her legs pulled up and inwards, dragging the sheets along with them until her knees were beneath her chin. She wrapped her arms around her legs then. Oh, so she didn't want to go on the job request with us. No, Wendy said, waving her hands before herself frantically after having taken note of Bambietta's sudden depression and trying to counter it. It's not that. She felt after everything that happened you could use some good sleep and she just wanted me make sure you were okay. That's all. Yeah, that makes sense, Bambietta said, trying her best to smile. Letting her legs shift back down, Bambietta turned and let them fall over the edge of the bed. She stood up then, planting a hand softly atop Wendy's head and ruffling her hair a little. How about you and me go see if we can get to the guild and go on the job with her? Wendy nodded her head in approval, her hands balling into fists as she smiled. Okay. Lucy Hartfilia was in no way happy without herself. She had straight out lied to Wendy Marvel, an act she could never be proud of. She had been fully intent on leaving Magnolia, but it was not to partake in a job request to make some quick jewel to pay off the monthly rent. No, she had a destination in mind that did not require a scrap of paper from the request board in the guild hall. That was why Lucy Hartfilia was presently in Ashbana, particularly at its train station. She had already taken one train from Magnolia and was now waiting patiently for the one that would conclude her journey in a town to the west that she had never intended to return to. However, the incident with Phantom Lord had forced her hand. So Lucy waited, her heart beating faster than she would have liked. Lying to Wendy, thus in turn lying to Bambietta, had been difficult and terrible, but it was better than getting either of them dragged into the mess she was about to step into. Come on. As if the hiss of Lucy's words through grit teeth had power, several trains rolled into the station. One in particular caught Lucy's eye, as it was the one she had been waiting for. It slowed down and opened its doors. Passengers began to exit out of it, the voice of the conductor playing out across the intercom of the station. The train heading to Crocus and the stations will be leaving in 10 minutes. Clutching her ticket tightly, Lucy began to walk towards the train, stopping only when she saw something out of the corner of her eye. Existing off another train was a lithe young woman. She was dressed all in white save for her black stockings, hair as dark as night flowing down her shoulders. She was very clearly struggling to drag her large case of luggage off the train, as if the weight was hindering both herself and the wheels at the bottom. It vexed Lucy to see no one helping her that, despite time being of the essence, she quickly moved through the crowd toward her. "Hey there, let me help with that," Lucy said as she put a hand on the luggage handle. "Oh." The woman with dark hair said, having not expected any assistance. "I'm all right, so don't dash." "No, you're totally not right at all," Lucy exclaimed as she tried to pull the luggage, finding it far too heavy for her to drag away with one hand. "Geez, what kind of dead weight do you have in this thing?" "Huh?" the young woman said, staring at Lucy blankly for a moment. "But it's only half full." "You're kidding, right?" Lucy nearly shouted as she pulled the luggage out with both hands. She managed to get it off the train then, allowing the large luggage case to stand up. It was then that Lucy could see just how big it was, nearly as tall as herself. "Ah, forget that. Who am I kidding? I know a lady who lugs around even heavier clothing than you. Sorry if I offended you." "Oh, you didn't offend me," the young woman said. "So nothing to worry about. Honest." There was an awkward pause then, leaving Lucy to wonder if the woman before her was simply waiting for her to speak up and continue the conversation. "So Dash. What's your name?" the young woman interrupted, her head tilting to the side slightly as she stared at Lucy curiously. "I mean, I just want to know who I should be thanking, you know." "Oh," Lucy said, almost regretting not introducing herself on her own. "I'm Lucy Hartfilia." "Oh, from Fairy Tale?" The young woman became quite excitable then, catching Lucy by surprise. What was more surprising, however, was the next action she took. The woman quickly leapt at Lucy, embracing her in a hug. "You have no idea how much I love Fairy Tale. Really now." Lucy was used to Fairy Tale being praised, having read so much of the guild before joining it, but being on the other side of it was still a new experience for her. True, it was the guild and not her, but it was still something she was trying her best to get used to. "Why's that?" "Oh, it's nothing," the woman said as she pulled away. "It's just, well, I had a friend who was in real bad shape after she got into a fight with a big meanie. Seriously, he was an animal. I tried to help her, and I think I—" The woman glanced about a bit, her words paused as she looked up at the ceiling of the train station for a moment. "Yeah, I really helped her." Looking back down at Lucy, she continued. "I really did try my best, but then Fairy Tale came along and made things all better." "I'm glad to hear," Lucy said with a smile. "So your friend bounced back, huh?" "Oh, you know it," the woman said excitably. She paused then, looking to the floor. "Well, I haven't had a chance to see her in a while." Acting in a suddenly timid manner, the woman moved over to Lucy, bringing a hand up over her mouth so she could whisper. It was a mystery to Lucy as to why she was doing that, but she played along. "I think she's a little mad at me because I wasn't able to help her as good as Fairy Tale did." "Oh. Well." Lucy turned to look down at the woman, putting a hand on her shoulder. "I'm sure if you do your best to show how much you care about her, she'll come around." The woman's eyes very nearly sparkled then. "You really think so?" "You know it," Lucy said, winking as she gave the woman a thumbs up. "Ah, you're the best," the woman said as she gave Lucy another hug. "Well, I wouldn't go that far," Lucy said, having been once more caught by surprise thanks to a hug. "Now I'd love to stay and chat, but I do have a train to catch, Miss Dash." "Guel," the woman said as she pulled away from Lucy once more. "Giselle Guel. But people who adore me call me Gigi." "That's a pretty name," Lucy said. "Well, I'm glad we got to meet." "Same here." Giselle turned away from Lucy then, taking hold of her suitcase. Gritting her teeth, she began to pull on it with all her might. Then, without warning, she fell back. The woman went into a tumble, going head over heels, crashing into one of the rails. Ow! Thankful that she had a few minutes left, Lucy moved towards the fallen Giselle and began to help you up. "You okay?" "Oh, I'm fine," Giselle said as she sat up. "No, you're not," Lucy said as she knelt down beside Giselle, putting a hand against her back to keep her steady. She looked at the woman's face, noting what was with her face. Her eyes remained focused on one of the woman's cheeks, particularly the scrape on one of them. "You're bleeding." Reaching for the satchel she kept her celestial keys, Lucy removed a handkerchief from it. "Here," Lucy said as she brought her hand up. "Let me help with that." It was not long before the Quincy, the Sky Dragon Slayer and the cat were standing outside the damaged Fairy Tale Guild Hall. The wind had picked up slightly, causing a stir upon Bambietta's cape and Wendy's twin ponytails. Both were eager to step inside, but one of them was hesitating. "Bambi, is something wrong?" Wendy asked, all the while watching as Bambietta's hand held paused before the door's handle. She had been reaching out to it just a moment earlier, but her hand had all but froze before it. Bambietta knew there was anxiety clouding her desires, but she was unwilling to let Wendy know that. "I'm totally fine. Never better." "She's lying," Carla added, as if trying to antagonize Bambietta. "Shut up, kitty," Bambietta whispered between grit teeth, neither Wendy or Carla able to hear her irritation. "You can tell me what's wrong," Wendy said, her hands clasped behind her back. "I mean, if you want to, that is." Bambietta sighed, her hand dropping away from the door and down by her side. "I'm just anxious is all." "But everything's fine," Wendy said. "I mean, Phantom Lord's not bothering us now, nobody's hurt anymore, you won't be snoring for a little while dash." Wendy suddenly stopped, clasping both hands over her mouth and talking through them. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," Bambietta chuckled. "Yes, please do be sorry for putting a stop to that," Carla added. Normally Bambietta would have shot the cat a dirty look, but she relented and spoke to the one by her side instead. "Hey, Wendy." The Sky Dragon Slayer perked up then, looking up at Bambietta quizzically. "Yeah." Bambietta sighed. Looking for guidance from someone who had not lived nearly as long as her seemed like a pointless exercise, but it was one she was willing to pursue now, even if she was going to be subtle about it. "You were full of anxiety when Master Rubal had you come to Fairy Tale, right?" "Well, yeah," Wendy answered. "But going with you and Lilt Otto made it a lot easier. You and Lucy, Natsu, and Urza, you've all made this so much fun for me, so I don't regret trying something new." "Not at all." Bambietta turned to look at Wendy then, kneeling down, and quickly pulling her in for a hug. "Thank you, Wendy." Wendy stuttered in embarrassment, "For what?" Bambietta pulled away from her then and stood, patting Wendy on the head slightly. "For being that little push that always gets me farther than I'd go on my own." Bambietta reached out once more, putting her hand against the door. She began to push it open then, mentally preparing herself to see Lucy, as well as to lay her soul bare before her. Yet so lost in that concern had Bambietta all but forgotten what she was about to walk into. Chaos. As she peered into the disheveled guild hall, repairs still waiting to be completed, Bambietta was greeted with sheer madness. No, it was not madness. This was Fairy Tale, and she loved every little bit of it. The guild's spirit was just as lively as ever, that much was clear. It was as if Phantom Lord and Jose Porla's attempts to destroy Fairy Tale were but a distant memory. Wizards conversed with one and another, some finding joy in their company, others looking to pick friendly fights, others still simply looking for work. Others still were apparently on a quest to become as drunk as possible, another flirting with anyone he could, then another simply tucked away in a corner and reading a book. Bambietta had been looking for Lucy, yes, but despite her desires did hesitation tear at her. "Hey, Wendy. Look. Levy." "Okay." Wendy could have sworn she had heard Bambietta utter what she had in the loudest and most awkward voice imaginable, but she could not fathom why she would talk that way. Still, she scooped up Carla and followed Bambietta as the Quincy moved towards her friend. "So," Bambietta said as she leaned forward and planted her elbow against the table, her face propped up by her hands, "you enjoying that book, Levy?" "Oh, Bambi!" the wizard exclaimed, having been caught unawares. "Of course. Again, I should really dash." Bambietta said softly. "You've thanked me more than enough. And it's the least I could do. And today." Bambietta's head tilted slight, her face brightening as she smiled. Today's going to be that day, Levy, the Quincy said, her desires once more reignited her confidence. You know. That day. Levy stared over her reading glasses at Bambietta. You're going to tell Lucy that you're into her. Wendy gasped. Bambi likes Lucy. No. Bambietta stammered, having not expected Levy to be so forthcoming as she had. Her index fingers came together as she began to whisper. I just love Lucy is all. Bambietta's whole world seemed to stop in that instant, as if it had all but dropped out from beneath her feet. She had said it. She had really and truly said it. It was just that she had not said it to the one who she wanted to hear it the most. Still, the Quincy knew this was another step forward towards a destination she was unsure if would end as she hoped it would. Oh, my. Wendy blushed a bit, as if she had heard something she was not meant to, but that feeling was quickly replaced by one of realization. So that's why you're so anxious. I'm going to see if Lucy's here picking a job requested, Bambietta said, nearly tripping over both her words and her feet as she tried to escape the awkward situation talking with Levy had caused. Be back in a jiffy, all right. Tell her the truth, Levy said with a smile. You can do it, Bambi. Wendy shouted, both her hands cupped around the sides of her mouth as she did so. I believe in you. Oh, my God. Bambietta appreciated the support, yes, but this was not exactly what she had been expecting or hoping for. The Quincy's cheeks were going bright red, more so than any part of the color that adorned her outfit. Her heart was racing a bit more than she would have liked, leaving her to feel like a schoolgirl with a crush. Trying to put the last few moments out of her mind, Bambietta tried to focus on her priorities. She moved towards the job request board, her eyes looking about for Lucy. Much to her heart's discontent, she did not see her. That made it obvious then that Bambietta had been too late. No doubt had Lucy already gotten a job request and left town thanks to her head start. Well, at least it wasn't the lava demon, Bambietta said, spying a familiar but untaken job request paper. Someday. Someday. Putting her confession back at the forefront of her thoughts and trying to ignore the desire to fight a monster that she could only hope was born from hellfire and brimstone, Bambietta walked over to the counter where both Makarov Driar and Myra Jane Strauss were, several steps of Hiron Kyaku bringing her there in an instant. Oh hey, Bambi. Myra Jane said quite cheerfully, as if the sudden arrival of the Quincy was no big deal. How are you? Fine, fine, Bambietta said, perhaps being too curt with the wizard. She was normally used to conversing with those who were far too nice for their own good, interactions with meninas having long since gotten her used going along with personalities she had deemed sickeningly sweet, but right now she just really wanted to speak with Lucy. I was just wondering if you might be able to tell me what job request Lucy took earlier today. Myra Jane brought an index finger up to her chin as she glanced upwards a bit. She took a job request today. Bambietta was not sure how to respond to that. Her shoulders sunk slightly as she looked at Myra Jane, her eyes unblinking, her mouth hanging open slightly. Yup, she is the Meninas of magic. I don't believe Lucy has come by today at all, Makarov offered up, the old guild master sitting upon a stool that almost brought him to eye level with Bambietta. Why do you ask? It's really important that Bambi finds Lucy, Master Makarov. Startled, Bambietta turned, and caught sight of Wendy having appeared by her side, the Sky Dragon Slayer clinging to her cape. Wendy, it's not Dash. Lucy left the apartment earlier, Wendy began to say to Makarov, cutting Bambietta off, and she said she was going to find a good job request she could handle herself so she could get this month's rent money taken care of. All job requests would have to be approved by me, Makarov said, his tone suddenly growing sharp as he looked at Bambietta. Unless someone were to take an S-class job without my permission or knowledge. Bambietta gulped deeply, the Quincy knowing that past mistakes were not so quickly forgotten. Oh, that wasn't so Dash. Her words were cut short, the sound of Natsu Dragneel sneezing coming out from nowhere. Bambi, Wendy said, the Sky Dragon Slayer approaching, all the while looking up at the Quincy with eyes that had widened with excitement. You completed an S-class mission? That's so awesome. Bambietta glanced from Wendy's gleeful expression to Makarov's stern one, the Quincy cracking a fake smile back at the Sky Dragon Slayer. Well, I don't think the big boss man here agrees, but... Bambietta's voice trailed off then, the Quincy becoming lost in thought. She grew slightly unsteady on her feet then, the small of her back coming into contact with the counter as she tried to hold herself up. It was more than enough to make Wendy concerned. Bambi. Is there something the matter? Myra Jane asked, the wizard reaching out and putting a hand on the Quincy's shoulder. It was meant in good faith, a simple gesture from a kind soul, but Bambietta was so lost in composing herself that she did not even register the action. No, Bambietta's mind was elsewhere. Lucy had told Wendy that she had been intent on going to the guild hall to get a job request, yet she was not here. She had never been here. That in of itself would not have been too worrisome. Lucy had a life after all. Perhaps she had simply changed her mind on the way to the guild hall. Maybe she having lunch somewhere. Maybe she was shopping. Perhaps she was simply at the library. There was so much she could be doing, but there was one thing that was tearing at Bambietta's attention. Something that Wendy had said to her the day before. She wanted me to pass along a message. I think it was. Gigi says hi. That was enough to make Bambietta's skin grow cold at the time, but it was even worse now. Giselle was here in Fiore, yet Bambietta did not know where. She was close, thanks to her minuscule but clear involvement in the Phantom Lord crisis, but Bambietta had no idea how close now. The moment Wendy had spoke those words had Bambietta reached out with her spiritual senses, yet had not found a single trace of Giselle anywhere nearby. That, however, was not all that was gnawing at Bambietta's thoughts. Giselle had helped Wendy, that much was clear, but Bambietta of all people knew how unpredictable Giselle could be. Just because she protected someone she cared for, there did not mean she would refrain from harming another. You're just being paranoid, Bambietta said, the Quincy bringing a hand up and covering her face, her eyes peering out from between the fingers. Just being paranoid. Bambietta saw it then within her mind's eye, her imagination overwhelming her. Lucy with crimson flesh, Giselle's hugging her playfully. That was all it took. Bambietta's eyes grew cold then, her resolve not faltering in the face of the horrifying thought. No, it was strengthened. Wendy, to her credit, could tell something was wrong. Bambi. Hey, kid, Bambietta said as she knelt down on one knee and put her hands atop Wendy's shoulders. I'm going to find Lucy, okay? So I want you to stay here with everyone where it's nice and safe. Is something the matter? Wendy asked, noting the strange way Bambietta was acting. Silly. Bambietta ruffled Wendy's hair before standing up. Everything will be all right, Wendy. I promise you that much. Then Bambietta was gone, Hiran Kyaku taking her straight out the guild hall's doorway. You made that promise once before, Wendy whispered. So please, Bambi, keep that promise again. Using platform after invisible platform, Bambietta was quick to ascend to the heights above Magnolia. Standing atop the last of her makeshift creations, she looked out across the horizon, closing her eyes. They would not suit her now, not now. What she needed was for her Quincy bloodline abilities to grant her sight beyond sight. Bambietta's soul reached out then, the Quincy tapping into all the magic around her. She was trying with all her might to claw into the fabric of this world's energy, to focus on the source of magic that she wished to see more than any other. Come on. Come on. Come on. There was nothing. Bambietta grit her teeth in frustration, then simply stopped. Idiot. Bambietta knew full well she had to be calm to perform this technique right. Simply screaming at the world to do what she wanted would never get her anywhere. Hers was a great power, the strength of the Quincy, but sometimes it simply required a gentle touch. So Bambietta did not make demands, she simply surrounded herself to the magic around her. Paranoia and rage gave way to tranquility, leaving all sources of magic to come alive before Bambietta. She could feel the magic swelling around her, the Quincy looking through those that were familiar and seeking the one she wished to see feel most of all. There she is. It was faint, and it was barely within the realm of Bambietta's senses. Clarity of mind had allowed her to peer out to the north and find Lucy on the very edge of her senses. Ashobana Station. Leaping down from the sky, Bambietta hit the ground hard. Blood Vene activated, she took the landing with grace and simply ran forward. Hiran Kyaku took her further and further through the streets of Magnolia. She flew out into a grassy plain, continuing to run. No doubt Lucy had taken a train to go to Ashobana, but Bambietta did not have the time, patience, or sense to do so. Not now. She needed to move, and that was all. Time passed in a manner unknown to Bambietta, leaving Quincy both unable and unwilling to even try and clock her speed. She had no idea how long it was taking her, all because she did not care in the slightest. First it was the town of Onibus she moved through, then Kunuji. Ashobana station was closer and closer, though that was when Bambietta noticed something peculiar. The spark of Lucy's power that Bambietta felt was still moving, and it was not in Ashobana. No, it was moving west now, leaving Bambietta to twist her body about. As Hiran Kyaku took her forward, the Quincy's shot her left foot forward, digging her heel into the ground. Old habits died hard, Bambietta always having found herself able to move faster if she led with her left. Her boot dug into the grass and dirt, tearing it asunder as she shifted directions. To the west Bambietta went. Hiran Kyaku bringing her down a dirt path. There were train tracks not a few miles from her, but she did not even consider them. She would follow Lucy's path no matter what it took. Her vision was blinded, leaving Bambietta tunneling towards nothing but her future. So much was she caught up in the moment that she did not take notice of the person ahead of her leaning against a tree by the side of the road and enjoying the shade it gave her. By the woman's side was a large case of luggage, the object also up against that very same tree. Then, without warning, did Bambietta lose all focus. She stopped in her tracks on a dime and stood upon the dirt path. The wind picked up then, whistling through her ears. Bambietta simply stared forward then at the person by the tree. I'm a Bambi fangirl in a Bambi world. That person did not seem to notice her at first, the woman simply singing to herself under her breath. Her arms folded across her chest, her fingers were tapping against the upper portion of each arm just above the elbows. Life that's bombastic, it's fantastic. The woman suddenly stopped singing to herself, her head tilting up so as to stop looking at the ground itself. She turned her gaze then, catching sight of the Quincy who had found her. The woman's eyes lit up, a smile of unabashed joy on her face. Bambi. Bambietta, meanwhile, stopped staring at the woman in shock. Her eyes narrowed, the color draining away almost completely. Her mouth began to open so as to allow her to speak then, contempt dripping from her teeth with enough quiet rage to drown the entire world. Giselle. Chapter 32, Fateful Reunions. Wendy Marvel knew what Bambietta had said, to not worry, but that was simply not something the Sky Dragon Slayer could do. Bambietta had put on a brave face for her benefit, yes, but Wendy had seen the cracks on its edge. So she continued to pace back and forth by the guild hall's doorway, fretting all the while. Carla, meanwhile, was trying her best to help Wendy calm down, even if it was in her own unique fashion. Goodness, child, if you don't stop you're going to wear a hole in the floor. I don't imagine Master Makarov would want more damage done to the guild hall by a dragon slayer. You're right, Wendy said softly as she stopped in place. I just want. Unable to finish that sentence, Wendy began to fidget in place. She simply could not help herself. She was worried and, despite what Bambietta had told her, she knew what she felt needed to be done. Wendy's right hand reached out to push the guild hall's door open. It was enough to make Carla tense up, a sense of foreboding overwhelming the talkative cat, and she was about to call out to Wendy and make a scene. She need not have considered it however, another intervening. Wendy, what's wrong? Before the Dragon Slayer had been able to step outside into Magnolia, a hand gently made contact with her shoulder. Wendy turned to look back and found Levi McGarden by her side. Hers was an expression of genuine concern, yet one that possessed a calming warmth as well. It's Bambi, isn't it? Levi asked. Look, I'm sure everything's going to work out between her and Lucy one way or another. So don't worry your cute little head about it. It's not that, Wendy replied, her head tilting down a bit. Bambi was acting strange before she left and dash. It's all right, Levi interjected. I'm sure she's just got some butterflies in her stomach, that's all. It's not every day someone confesses how they feel about another. We just need to dash. No. This time it was Wendy's turn to interrupt someone talking, though it was not out of irritation. She was beginning to succumb to a slowly building panic, one she could not entirely explain. Her eyes wavering, Wendy was quick to retract what she had just done. "I'm sorry. It's just. Bambi seems like she was going to freak out before she left. Right after she was told Lucy never came here. She told me everything was going to be okay but that I had to stay here where it was safe." Levy flinched slightly, having not expected to hear that. Clearly this situation was more than she had thought it was. Still, if Bambietta could put on a brave face, then so would she. "I'm sure everything's fine. But if you want to go find Bambi, then I'll go with you." "I'm sure I can find Bambi if I follow my nose," Wendy said. "Dragon slayers are good at that, but I don't know if Carla can carry us both." Levy laughed, if only faintly. She was on the lithe side, and she knew that Wendy meant well, so she was incapable of taking that comment the wrong way, let alone to heart. "Don't worry. I'll be light as a feather." Bringing her right hand inwards, Levy began to run her index finger across her chest. Writing backwards, a minor talent she had worked on alongside her solid script magic, she brought into existence the word light upon herself. "So let's go help Bambi," Levy said sweetly. "And then everything will be just fine." Wendy smiled in return. "Thank you." Levy watched as Wendy turned to open the door, wings appearing from behind Carla's back as she followed the Dragon Slayer. As Levy headed out to join them, she had to hope that Bambietta was all right. She knew that simply following through with her heart's desire had to be hard, love being such a gamble, but she did want to be there for her friend as she needed it. Levy simply wanted Bambietta to be happy. One name was spoke with joyful enthusiasm, a boundless emotion that one individual could not hope to contain. So energetic was she, the speaker, that she could not help but proclaim her happiness so loud that all could hear. Bambi. The other spoken name, however, was a stark contrast to the first. It was uttered with nothing more than a meager whisper, one only the speaker could hear, and even then just barely. There was no happiness to be had in the name's syllables, only seething rage beneath the surface. Giselle. Bambietta Basterbine and Giselle Guel, former Sternritter of the Van den Rijk, two women who had fought side by side against the very concept of death itself. That, however, felt like a lifetime ago for the both of them, the war they had fought belonging to another world they might never hope to see again. Now they were in Earthland for reasons neither could explain or comprehend. More importantly, however, was the fact that the two Quincy were standing at a crossroads, one that dotted the plains of the Kingdom of Fiori. This was a reunion brought about the unexpected whims of fate, a chance encounter that one Quincy relished and another hated. For Bambietta's rage was only fueled by Giselle's unrelenting happiness. To see Giselle bound towards her with a smile on her face simply made Bambietta want to throw up. She had fought many a battle since coming to Fiori, but this was the only injury that stayed with her still, as if it refused to heal. So Bambietta was lost in the moment, wishing she was anywhere but here. Within the company of anyone else. Lucy Hartfilia, Levy McGarden, Wendy Marvel, Urza Scarlet, Lil Tata Lampard, Natsu Dragneel or even Laxistriar. Any would have done over this. For Giselle there was no need for such imagination, her mind free of any flights of fantasy. Her wants and needs were right in front of her. Her best friend was alive and well and standing before her, completely by chance no less, and she could not be happier. So she embraced Bambietta tightly, Giselle's head beginning to rest upon her shoulder. Giselle tried to fight back any tears of joy that were welling up beneath her eyes, the reunion and reconciliation that she had dreamed of for so very long now at hand. Bambi. Giselle all but squeaked as she nuzzled her head against Bambietta's shoulder. She had already known this truth before, but now that she was so very close to Bambietta she could not help herself. Alive. You're alive. You're alive. The close contact with Giselle made Bambietta's skin crawl, her revulsion increasing with each passing second. The only comfort she could find in the moment was a product of a wild imagination, the sight of Giselle Guel laying bloody and broken at her feet. That was better than the reality of the situation, yes, but Bambietta was trying desperately to hold back her desires. She had to, if only for the sake of fairy tale. She knew well what Urza had told her when they had fought back against Phantom Lord. If she had lost control and killed someone over Levi's injuries, then it would have done irreparable harm to Fairy Tail. Yet even then, when pushed too hard, had she tried to kill Hanzanakai, it had only been by sheer happenstance that the explode had no worked as it was intended. Now, however, was Bambietta being pushed to her limits. She had seen a friend hurt, other kidnapped, had her past thrown in her face, and none of it compared to the slightest of Giselle Buell hugging her. It was such a simple action, yet it meant the end of the world to Bambietta. What's wrong? Giselle pulled her head back from Bambietta, having felt her body shaking. Unable to register the rage, Giselle looked to understand. Did you get a cold, Bambi? Bambietta said nothing in response, her eyes remaining focused on Giselle but her mind elsewhere. She was looking to confirm her worst fears, to see if she was going to have to do something that would have been much more accepted within the ranks of the Vandenrijk than it would be in Fairy Tail. No, that was not it. Bambietta was not looking to confirm anything, she was hoping to prove her fears wrong. Her own power she could feel, as well as of the object of her hatred that stood before her. Then there is a faint spark within the large suitcase Giselle had left beside the tree. It left Bambietta's heart to skip a beat for the briefest of moments. She honed in on that energy and felt herself grow calm then. It was faint but unfamiliar. It was not Lucy or anyone else that Bambietta knew, and to her that was all that mattered. Lucy. Bambietta could feel her energy then, her paranoia giving way to relief as she broadened her horizons. The Quincy began to chastise her fears then for clouding her judgment. She had been sensing Lucy's magic far and away when she had stumbled across Giselle, so there was no way she was here and in danger or worse. Oh! Giselle suddenly said, her eyes lighting up as she practically burst with verbal exuberance. So I was right. That Fairy Tail girl at the train station is one of your new friends. Bambietta flinched then and there, the Quincy's calming paranoia finding itself rekindled. Giselle knew who Lucy was. Worse, she had met her face to face. First Wendy and now her. Even now, even in a new world, was Giselle managing to find her way into her life. The waves of anger crashed against Bambietta's soul once more, but she fought with all she had to keep the shoreline from faltering. Her fingers twitched slightly, the Quincy refusing to let either hand ball into a tightened fist. She did not want to let down Fairy Tail, to drag them down with her all because of her past relations. What? Bambietta began to say, pausing as she tried to steady her nerves. Do you want my best friend back? Giselle answered simply enough. Didn't saving Wendy entitle me to that at least? Bambietta remained motionless as she felt Giselle's arms around tighten slightly, Giselle once more snuggling her face against one of Bambietta's shoulders. Beneath her cloak and clothing did Bambietta's skin crawl once more, revulsion and rage coming together in the center of her mind. The notion of spilling blood was begging to be fulfilled, leaving Bambietta on the brink. Yet she persisted to oppose it, all the while forcing herself to picture the faces of those she would be condemning if a member of Fairy Tail were to commit what the Magic Council would see as an unnecessary murder. However, there was only one thing Bambietta could say in response to Giselle's statement, knowing full well that she could not deny it even if it left her soul quaking. For that I thank you. Giselle pulled away from the hug then, hands clasping together once more as she hopped in place for a brief moment. Her eyes practically sparkled, Giselle struggling to contain herself. Oh, Bambi, I know how much you care for that little dragon slayer, so how could I ever let those Phantom Lord meanies hurt her? So you've been keeping an eye on me, Bambietta said simply, the Quincy able to find much displeasure in that statement. Well, it wasn't that hard, Giselle answered. A little dab of blood on the cheek of a traveling merchant and I had the perfect little tourist to check up on you. Though I have to admit, I'm surprised you haven't vented any anger issues on the guys there. Or is Fairy Tail just being silly and saying that would be bad? You haven't changed a bit, have you? Bambietta muttered under her breath. The Quincy's statement did nothing but fuel Bambietta's paranoia, but she refused to dwell on it at the moment. And I'm Bambi, I'm. Giselle's lower lip trembled for a moment, the Quincy all but overcome by her emotions. I'm so happy you're okay. Honest. Peeking out from underneath her hat's visor, Bambietta's brown eyes remained as cold as ever. Is that a fact? Of course. Giselle squealed. Fairy tales got you good as new. Now you, me, and Lil just need to find Candy and Meanie and we can be one big happy family again. Oh, and fairy tale too. Lucy, Levy, Wendy. It happened in an instant, a spontaneous movement that left Giselle in agony. Bambietta's arm was up, a slap of her hand having torn across Giselle's face. Her cheek growing red, Giselle reached up and touched the tender skin with one hand. The physical pain was nothing to Giselle, the Quincy having become friend with such sensations long ago, but it was the agonies that Bambietta had inflicted upon her mental and emotional states that left her feeling broken. Bambi. You and me will never be friends or family again, Bambietta hissed. Giselle could only whimper, her eyes watering as she rubbed her sore cheek. But nothing. Walking past Giselle, Bambietta breathed deeply for a moment, her nerves rattled. There was so very much she wanted to say to Giselle, so much she wanted to do to her, but she knew she could not. She was no longer a stern Ritter, she was a member of Fairy Tale, and she could not let herself lose herself to the anger and insanity Giselle's presence was threatening her with. So she continued to walk on, trying to hold back the ocean of rage in her soul with what felt like nothing more than her bare hands. Yet she was winning the day, a fact that bolstered Bambietta's resolve. I'm grateful for what you did for Wendy, Bambietta said to Giselle as she continued to walk away, but we'll never be able to go back to the way things were. Giselle grew quiet for a moment then, watching Bambietta's back as she continued to walk away from her. She was leaving, just like that. Bambietta was leaving Giselle alone, out in the middle of nowhere, and it just felt wrong to her. Her eyes watering still, Giselle found the resolve to speak. I'm not a dummy, Bambi, Giselle finally said. I don't get why you are mad at me for trying my best to protect you, but I do know you are still your best. Bambietta felt her skin grow cold for a moment, the Quincy lowering her head in response. She chuckled softly then, a dark tone overtaking her. Nonetheless, she continued to keep walking away. You're fucking unbelievable. I'm going to make it up to you, Bambi. Giselle exclaimed, her voice rising in intensity as Bambietta got further away. Even if it doesn't make sense why you're so grumpy, I'm going to do everything and anything for you. That's why I saved Wendy. Why I'll save anyone in Fairy Tale. If Phantom Lord had hurt her, if they had killed her, I still would have brought her back to you anyway. Because I know you'd miss her dash. There was a flash of movement then, dirt kicking up where the heels of Bambietta's boots had been just a moment before. She was upon Giselle almost instantly, gloved knuckles burying themselves into the center of her face. First cartilage gave way, then the underlying bone as Giselle's nose broke instantly. Bambi. Giselle gasped as she felt her own hot blood run out from her nose. What's dash? Shut up. Bambietta did not relent, nor even break her stride. Her fist opened, allowing her fingers to clasp around Giselle's face as she pushed her forward with Hirankyaku. You think you can talk about my friends like that and get away with it? You think you can just go and threaten to zombify Wendy and walk away? Huh. Bambietta all but screamed as she pushed Giselle forward. It was not long then when her movement ceased, Giselle's back smashing hard into the tree she had been leaning against and singing to herself when Bambietta had arrived. Bark shattered on impact, Giselle's body plunging an inch into the wood. It was the power of blood arteria at play, Bambietta fueling it with her newfound surge of rage. Clothing was torn here and there, now jagged portions of the tree ripping into fabric and then flesh. Bam! Giselle muttered from behind the woman's palm. Bam, bye. I said shut up. Bambietta tightened her grasp around Giselle's jaw as much as she could, feeling the bones splinter and break. Letting go then, Bambietta pulled her arm back and looked at Giselle. I'm the one talking here, not you. Never you. Giselle did not listen. Her tongue slipped out of her mouth despite the pain, running across her upper lip as it brought her own blood into her mouth. It was a necessary component for her regeneration, which was precisely why she swallowed it despite the pain she was in. Her jaw began to slowly mend itself then, giving her a chance. Bam dash. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Bambietta fist smashed into Giselle's throat then, the force behind it enough to cause more damage to the tree that Giselle was all but embedded in. She coughed up blood in response, the only sound she was able to make a gagging one. "Try talking shit with a crushed throat," Bambietta said, looking at the Quincy she had once considered her best friend. "Or don't. Not that you ever had anything of value to ever say in the first place. And besides, running that dumpster of a mouth of yours is what got you into this mess. Still, I wonder how much worse it will be if I collapse a lung." Her teeth gritting together, Bambietta began to lose herself to her rage. Everything that Urza had said to her, had taught to her, was falling aside into the darkness of her mind. The Quincy of fairy tale was faltering, slowly being replaced by the stern Ritter of the Vandenrijk. Bambietta wanted to inflict more pain. It was all she could do at this point. Her memory of being an undead creature under Giselle's sway was foggy at best, only scattered shards piercing through to the forefront of her mind, but what she remembered clearly was one simple thing. She had been lying there, broken and bloodied due to her battle with the Soul Reaper. Death was clawing at her, yes, but she had been struggling to live. She would not have allowed herself to die at the hands of a Soul Reaper. Yet it had only been a few minutes after the fact that she had been begging for that. When she had felt Giselle's hand at her throat, another covering her mouth and looking to deprive her of oxygen, Bambietta had been cursing her until all had faded to black. "You." Bambietta's head lowered, leaving her eyes obscured by the visor of her hat. "Do you have any idea what you did to me?" Giselle's healing was no doubt in progress, but all she could do was faintly gurgle an indecipherable response. "What was that?" Bambietta asked, a mad cackle escaping from her. "Let me guess. You're saying you did nothing wrong at all or some crap like that, right?" The dam that held Bambietta's rage at bay finally gave, her hands curling inwards into fists. She began to strike Giselle then, knuckles smashing against her face over and over again. Blood spurted up from Giselle's mouth with very nearly each strike, her skull threatening to crack under the pressure. It was not soon before her jaw began to dislocate, further rendering any chance to speak up null and void. "Damn it!" Bambietta said, her chest rising and falling as she struggled to compose herself. She relented then, trying to bottle up or at least control how she was feeling. "Damn you, bitch." Giselle stared back at Bambietta, her mouth open and slack, though it did not last long. Her broken jaw began to shift, the blood pooling in her mouth flowing down her throat and sparking her body's healing. As if belonging to an unspeakable and unsightly monster, her jaw began to right itself, snapping back into place. "Bambi!" Giselle gasped, her throat working to repair itself next. "Punch me again if you want, but calling me that is kind of painful." "Painful?" Bambietta's face all but flinched, her teeth gritting once more. Any hope of repressing who she was deep down in this moment was lost. "You don't even know what pain is." Bambietta leaned forward, her hand clasping around Giselle's jaw once more. Tearing her arm to the right, Bambietta could feel it dislocate once again. Bambietta still did not let go, however, her face moving ever closer to Giselle's own, their eyes but a scant few inches apart. "But I will teach you its bitter taste," Bambietta said, her hot breath blowing over Giselle's face. "You taught me it and now I'm going to return the favor tenfold." Bambietta's teeth clung together tightly, her eyes burning with fury as she pulled back slowly. A fist swung out once more then, knuckles smashing directly into Giselle's right eye with blood arteria-empowered strength. It was not long then before the once pristine face began to lose its porcelain beauty, a darkened mark forming around the socket. Then, without warning, the other fist struck home. Over and over it went, Giselle gasping with each and every strike. Yet they were slowing down little by little with each successive hit. The power of the Quincy that flowed through Bambietta's veins began to fade, leaving her to strike Giselle with nothing more than her own innate strength. That too began to slow then, stopping at last as Bambietta's arms fell to her sides. Bambietta looked at Giselle's face then, taking note of the blood and bruises. It was a welcome sight to the most twisted part of her soul, the portion of it consumed by vengeance, and it left Bambietta a slight bit satisfied. However, there was something else mingling with her hatred. It caused Bambietta's expression to soften. The anger was still present, but it was merely a current running through muddying waters. "You were like a sister to me." Bambietta's face tilted up, her eyes coming into view for Giselle. They were dull and devoid of color, a sign of the barely contained anger that was consuming Bambietta's soul, but there was the faintest bit of tears around their bottom edges. "And you broke my damn heart." The anger had all but consumed Bambietta, yes, but her emotional armor was cracking in a myriad number of ways, none of which she had ever wanted to happen in front of another, especially not Giselle. "You took my trust, my friendship, everything I offered you, and you killed me." Bambietta was lost in her emotions at that moment, unable to see past what was right in front of her. That was the single solitary reason she was surprised by the sensation of Giselle's right hand gently caressing her cheek. Bambietta gasped then, the Quincy not knowing what to make of the almost comforting touch. "Don't cry, Bambi," Giselle said softly, her throat and jaw having mended themselves. "I'm enjoying our quality time together, so you should too. Do what makes you feel happy." Bambietta did not know what to make of the touch, nor Giselle's words. She did, however, know how to respond to them both. There was a flash of steel forged by magic particles then, blood spraying out into the air. Bambietta was pulled back from Giselle now, having let go of her face. Her left arm was raised up towards the heaven, her sword held tightly in a shaking palm. All was silent for a moment, Giselle simply staring at Bambietta, her eyes watering. Then was the silence cut short, the sound of something hitting the ground beside both the Quincy, Giselle's arm. Severed above the elbow, the appendage had been flung upward until at last it had succumbed to gravity. "You worthless pile of excrement," Bambietta growled. "Don't you dare fucking touch me again." Giselle simply stared at Bambietta, her body working to repair the damage done to it once more. She could do nothing more than look at Bambietta with watering eyes. The punches, they had not hurt, not truly. Having her arm removed, that had not hurt in the purest sense. She and physical trauma were old friends, even if their relationship had started off rocky. Giselle had grown used to what made it what it was, the pain no longer fazing her even in the worst of times. However, what the pain represented could still sting her deeply. Worse, words truly hurt in a way she could not cope with. "That's right," Bambietta hissed. "Cry for me, you bitch. Beg and plead for me to stop. We'll see if that works on me any better than it did on you." It wounded Giselle, yes, but it did not last for long. Her quivering, confused face faded away in moments, realization dawning on her. "Bambi, everything I've ever done has been to help you. Who's been putting some mean lies in your head?" Giselle's sweet voice began to shift, a lower pitch issuing forth. "Was it another woman? Don't tell me it was Lucy. She seems too nice for that." The sweet and charming tone returned, Giselle smiling innocently. "Well," she began to say, "I suppose I'll just have to have a nice little talk with Lucy, won't I?" There was no pause, no moment of consideration or hesitation. In a mere instant did Bambietta plunge her sword into Giselle's chest then, metal piercing flesh and tearing asunder bone. Giselle's ribcage began to crack and shatter, allowing the short sword to cut directly into a lung. It all but deflated like balloon, Giselle's eyes widening as the sword plunged in deeper and deeper still. It was as if Bambietta was determined to drive it into the tree itself. "I don't know what you've been up to in this world," Bambietta said as she drew closer to Giselle with each inch of the blade. "And I don't care. Maybe you've made new friends you're going to fuck over someday. Who knows? Who gives a fuck? The warm and pleasant life, like a midday nap filled with hope, and here." Her eyes no less than an inch away from Giselle's own, Bambietta was waiting for the moment of bliss when she might well see the light fade from them completely. All the while did Bambietta's ears perk up slightly, the uncomfortable cries escaping from Giselle's lips music to her. It was more than enough to bring a smile to Bambietta's face. "Do you know what I want more than anything from this world or the next?" Bambietta asked, her voice cracking with excitement. "I want to watch you die in slow, agonizing death. I'm going to make you suffer. If you even have one, I'm going to carve out your black heart and crush it under my heel." Her control over her emotions all but gone, Bambietta began to scream. "And you know what will come next? I'm going to spend the rest of my life forgetting we ever met. Every time we talked, every time we opened up to each other, every time we fought side by side, I'm going to forget every worthless memory you've ever plagued me with. And do you know why, you dumb fuck? Giselle simply shook her head. It's simple, Bambietta said. It's because I won't miss you, Giselle. Honest. Giselle's eyes widened, her mouth opening. Her jaw went slack not from being broken, but from sheer shock taking hold of her. Bambietta was serious. Just as before did the pain signify nothing to her, but what Bambietta had called her just now was all the Quincy could focus on. So many cruel names had been cast her way by Bambietta this day, but this was the cruelest of them all. Bambi, it's... Giselle began to say, her voice shaking. It's Gigi. Yes, Bambietta replied flatly. That's what your friends call you, Giselle. The world around Giselle grew dark then, as if her soul was threatening to collapse in on itself. It had been no slip of the tongue. It had not been a mistake. Twice now had Bambietta called her that. The sword in her chest meant nothing in comparison. It may as well not have even been there. Yet the light from Giselle's eyes began to fade, as if she had nothing left to her. She did not even blink, not even once. It was in that moment that Giselle understood what was about to happen. Bambietta Basterbine, her friend, was going to kill her. It was enough to make the Quincy's heart seize up for a moment, fear consuming her. Pain was not what she feared, it was what Bambietta thought of her. Death was not what she feared, it was not being able to be with Bambietta. So she panicked. For the first time since coming face to face with Bambietta in this world she panicked. Giselle screamed then, forcing her will on the only one left she had to count on. Save me, please. What? Bambietta cocked an eyebrow. It did not take her long to consider the circumstances, the unknown energy signature in the luggage Giselle had with her coming to mind. Then, quite suddenly, did Bambietta feel something tear into her left arm. She glanced down then, catching sight of glowing strands of blue light working their way down from her shoulder, crisscrossing from her shoulder to her wrist. Worse, it was moving upon the back of her hand. The hell is that? It's quite simple. It's my magic, the Duo Stitches spell. Bambietta could see that Giselle's fearful expression was giving way to a look of joyful salvation, something that all but disgusted Bambietta. Bambietta turned to look over her shoulder, noting that the glowing threads were extending away from her shoulder, stopping only at the index and middle fingers of a dark red hand. It all belonged an individual unknown to Bambietta, his appearance no more recognizable than the magical output Bambietta had sensed earlier. Still, his crimson skin and the open suitcase behind him gave Bambietta enough evidence to piece together what he was, if not who. A zombie. Bambietta spit out the last word, saliva hitting the grass underneath the grass that Giselle's feet helplessly dangled over. It's Gigi. Giselle frowned for a moment. Bambi, you can kill this zombie to death. But please, not me. Just, be my friend again. Kill me. The zombie said, his eyes tearing up a bit. Gigi, don't let me go. Bambietta's eyes narrowed. Excuse you. Jason Joker here's a needy little alliteratively named bloodsucker, Giselle said, quickly shifting her voice to a whisper that only Bambietta could register. And he's expendable. Bambietta said, the Quincy tensing the muscles in her right arm in an attempt to ascertain what she was dealing with when it came to Jason's form of magic. So much for you growing attached to them. Bambi, Giselle continued to whisper. I said he's all yours. I mean, Jason here was the one I found in Phantom Lord about to hurt little Wendy. So I killed him. Then took him along because he's a good peace offering, right? So do what you do to guys that make you cranky and we can be Bambi and Gigi again, okay? The sword buried in Giselle's chest vanished in a burst of magic particles, the weapon reforming in Bambietta's left hand. Yes. Giselle shouted at last. Split him wide open. Why? Bambietta asked, her sword arm pointing towards Giselle again. If I kill you, he dies as well. And I'll be so damn happy, Giselle. Giselle began to panic once more. Bambi. Don't you dare. Jason screamed, the wizard pulling his arm back, hoping to do the same to Bambietta's own with the connected Duo Stitches spell. You think some dumbass doctor is going to stop me? Bambietta shouted directly into Giselle's face, her arm struggling to move forward. I'm Bambietta Basterbine, you little shit. I kill who I want. Giselle felt the sword tear into her chest once more, Bambietta's arm having pushed forward despite Jason's best attempts. Oh, right, Giselle gasped. I forgot. Bambi's a freaking monster. Bambietta's wicked smile was all Giselle could see, a twisted light dancing in the Quincy's eyes. Then, quite suddenly, there was blood. It splattered upon Giselle, leaving her to look through a scarlet haze. She saw Bambietta's face contort then and there, a howl of pain issuing forth from her mouth. However, Giselle also noticed the twin tendrils of blue light whipping about, no longer attached to Bambietta's arm. No, they were attached, flesh and fabric still caught in them. Then did the tendrils fade away from existence, leaving Bambietta's devastated right arm to fall by her side. The sword vanished from her hand, Bambietta screaming now through teeth that clung against each other tightly. Motherfucker! Giselle, meanwhile, could only do something in response to the seeing such a traumatic injury befall the center of her world. She brought her one remaining hand up to her face, finger pressing into the skin around an eye as she partially covered it. Then she began to scream in fright, the pain Bambietta was in becoming her pain. Bambi! Jason Joker, meanwhile, simply stood his ground and admired his handiwork. This magic was entirely meant to treat the injured and wounded, but that was just some boring nonsense some old fogies concocted it for. Me? I turned it into art form. They bind torn skin, I tear it asunder after getting my stitches into a target. Smiling savagely, Jason called out to his killer-turned-master. Gigi, are you all right? What have you done? Giselle screamed at Jason, all but ignoring his concern for her. You hurt my BA-. Shut the fuck up already. Bambietta cut Giselle off, her one good fist striking Giselle in the face hard enough with blood arteria that the Quincy was pushed further into the aging wood of the tree. She took some joy in watching as Giselle's remaining hand twitched slightly, then turned to look at her attacker. So you're a phantom lord crony who threatened Wendy? And to think I'm going to be doing you a favor. Better to die on your feet than live on your knees for this bleach-worthy piss stain behind me. How dare you talk about my lovely Gigi that way? She's my reason for living. Jason stomped a foot. How in the hell do you intend to stop me with one freaking arm anyway? Please, Bambietta countered. I could kill you with a finger. But I already killed him. Bambietta scowled, the Quincy summoning up an orb with the explode. She casually tossed it behind her, infecting the tree she had embedded Giselle in. There was a burst of splinters and leaves, all of it accompanied by screaming. The blast threw Bambietta's cape about, the cloth billowing. Still she simply kept her back to the explosion as she walked towards Jason. He, however, was screaming louder than ever before. Gigi! No! The undead wizard brought both hands before him, magic forming at his fingertips. I'm going to tear you apart for that, bitch. DCM stitches. Tendrils shot forth from Jason's fingers and thumbs, the zombie throwing his hands forth. The deadly blue wires moved towards Bambietta then, but the Quincy did not care. She stepped forward with Hiran Kyaku again and again, carefully timing her movements. She was not as strong as she once was, no, but to the greatest of Quincy could this ability allow them to walk between raindrops and remain untouched. Her power would be enough to evade this paltry spell. Jason was left to watch in horror as Bambietta's image flickered from spot to spot, each glimpse of her only lasting a second at most. His stitches never making contact, the Quincy never remaining still for long. Yet she was there just long enough for Jason to see her smile each and every time. Then she was standing directly in front of him, her grin only a foot away at most. Too slow, Bambietta said, her smile dropping as she spoke with some level of disdain. Were my reflexes this bad? Jason cried out, blood spewing from his mouth as a fist smashing into his sternum hard enough to break it. His body fell back several yards, Jason landing on his back. The zombie scrambled to get back up, watching in horror as Bambietta moved towards him once more, the Quincy taking her time now. It was terrifying, but not nearly as much as the feeling of hot blood falling out of Jason's mouth. It splattered against the grass beneath him, leaving the undead wizard to desperately try and retrieve it. He all but licked the grass itself, trying to reclaim what he could. No, don't go. I need Gigi's blood. Bambietta said nothing as she took another step, the Quincy trying her best to rein herself in. Yet her face twitched slightly, the pathetic display before tearing at her memories. A fog was beginning to lift, one that left Bambietta's own blood to run cold. It left her to stop in her tracks, a small and quiet gasp escaping from her mouth. I want Gigi's. Give me it. Give me. I want. Please. I can't take it any longer. This urge. It's too much. Give me it, Gigi. Bambietta's lips curled back, her teeth gritting together. She stepped forward then with Hirenkyaku, her left foot lashing out. It struck Jason in the face as he attempted to devour what blood of Giselle's he had lost. As his body ricocheted off the ground, it struck a rock as large as himself. A resounding crack echoed across the plains, no doubt from a broken set of bones, and Jason rolled off it and fell upon the surrounding grassy knoll. If the zombie felt pain, he did not show it. Instead he scrambled once more, looking at the rock. His face had struck it hard, a portion of his skull shattering and teeth breaking free enough that he had swallowed them, but he did not care. All he wanted was the scarlet liquid that was staining the rock. He wanted the only link he had to this world. He wanted Giselle's blood. No, no, no. He cried out as he climbed over the rock, his tongue slipping out and making contact with the blood. I can't. I can't leave Gigi. Bambietta watched the scene play out, her shoulders rising slightly as she felt her body tense up. It shot pain through her bloodied arm, but she did not pay it the slightest bit of attention. She glanced over her shoulder then, taking note of Giselle laying in a pile of shredded and splintered wood. Then she turned back to Jason, watching as the man lapped up the blood. Even as he consumed the crimson bodily fluid did drool slip out from his lips, his lust for what little scrap of life he had remaining pushing him to such pitiable extremes. Don't you dare look at me like that. Jason suddenly snapped then, the zombified wizard still retaining his personality, warped further in death than it had been in life. Devotion to the only thing that kept him attached to the mortal coil clouded his true self, but it still was a part of him. I'll hack that look of pity right off your face. Ad infinitum stitches. A blue shield of light covered Jason from head to toe, magical tendrils suddenly sprung forth from it. They formed endlessly, as if the magic was determined to live up to its title. The tendrils moved quickly, the sheer number of them catching Bambietta by surprise. They quickly moved all about her, hooking into her flesh from angle after angle. Her arms, her legs, her chest, her face. Nowhere was safe. Try moving now, bitch. If I so much as see you twitch an eyebrow, I'll rip you apart with my stitches. Jason rose to his feet, unsteady as he was. The med zombie reached into his coat, removing a scalpel. How I yearn to carve something into your face to remember me by, but... no. Jason pocketed the scalpel, a hellish grin spreading across his blood-red face. I'm just going to resort to my trump card and tear you apart for my precious Gigi. Bambietta remained quiet, the Quincy unwilling to give Jason any satisfaction. Go ahead. Try your best. See what that gets you. You asked for it. Jason's eyes narrowed as he concentrated on his magic. I'll make you pay for what you've done to Gigi. Let's see some blood. Jason was ready for it, all but expecting nothing but Bambietta to become a visual cacophony of viscera, yet nothing happened. What? Ah, poor baby, Bambietta said, arcs of blue light illuminating her face, the power of blood venae flowing beneath the surface. My skin's way too strong for you to tear. Look close, you'll still see my blood. But don't feel bad. It seems like a lot of guys have performance issues around me. You want to know how that happens to them? Bambietta reached up with her good hand, grasping one of the tendrils that connected her to the barrier that clung to Jason's body. She held it tight, unwilling to let go for an instant. They'd show me theirs, but then I'd show them mine, Bambietta continued. And it always blew their minds. Bambietta could not use the explode on organic matter, no, but highly concentrated and visible magic was a different matter altogether. So she let an orb of the explode form in the palm of her hand. It quickly became one with the magic, a spark of violet light bursting out from between the Quincy's fingers. Jason saw it as it was and, while he did not know what Bambietta could do, he feared it nonetheless. You maniac! We're both connected to the magic. You'll die as well. Will I? Don't fret, I'll be fine, unlike you. After all, if you throw your life away in battle, where's the point in winning? Bambietta smiled cruelly. Besides, which one of us has blood venet active? Blood what? Jason asked quizzically. Bambietta had no time or interest in answering. The stitches lit up with the power of the explode, forcing the magic that connected the Quincy and zombie to detonate. The blast consumed them both then, obscuring them from the sight of the only one who could even hope to see it. No. Giselle had managed to pull herself up to her feet, the Quincy holding her dismembered arm against the stump beneath her shoulder. Her blood was mending the wound and binding two into one again, but now all she could do was watch as the one she treasured most was caught in the crossfire of her own attack. Bambi. Soon did the destructive force of the explode fade away, leaving behind nothing more than slowly dying patches of fire, smoke billowing up from the charred crater that had once been a peaceful knoll. Giselle could see Jason laying there, portions of his body missing in a haphazard manner. Among his wounds was the man's face, a quarter of his skull having very clearly vaporized in the blast. Yet he was still clearly alive. It would take more than that to kill one infected with the power of the zombie. It did not interest Giselle in the least. No, not in the least. The Quincy's heart had stopped beating for a moment, her eyes straining to see someone else. Bambi. Despite all that had just happened, Giselle's heart began to race with excitement. She began to smile then, Giselle taking in the sight of her friend standing triumphant in the results of her maddening attack. Her back was to Giselle, her hair and cape kicking up as the wind moved by. There was blood adorning her pristine outfit, new wounds that had been wrought by her own power, ones that had now joined what Jason had done. Still, she was alive. Giselle would not have to fight tooth and nail to keep her in this world once more. You're okay. There was simply a quiet moment then, Giselle lost in her joyous nature. Then, slowly, did she see Bambietta begin to move. She was turning to look over her shoulder, her head tilting back. The visor of her hat obscured right eye, but it allowed Giselle to see the left. Worse was the smile that Bambietta was wearing. It was a look Giselle had seen Bambietta give in countless battles in the past. The memories reminded her of what was happening in the here and now. Bambi's going to kill me? It was something Giselle had never considered in the past, and even now it felt like an absurdity. Still, she was not so foolish as to not recognize and understand her fears. Now was her only chance to escape them. So, feeling her severed arm having connected complete, Giselle struggled to stand. However, her wounds had taken a toll on her blood supply. Even as she made it up to her feet, she fell forward. Run. Giselle forced the magic to gather beneath the soles of her feet even as she fell, Hiran Kyaku at last taking her far and away. Bambietta stood there then, watching with eyes slowly growing dull. She could see Giselle vanish with a step, leaving behind the sleeve from her once severed arm, the article of clothing having fallen off. That's right, Bambietta said as she stepped away from Hiran Kyaku, go ahead and run away. The field grew nearly silent then, only the crackling embers of the dying fires to give it any life. Giselle's cut and discarded sleeve made contact with the ground then, all but laying still. The blades of grass beneath it began to bend, yet some of the emerald shards around it were touched by something else that Giselle had let fall in her panic. The Quincy's tears were rolling down the blades of grass. Giselle fell upon a dirt road, her stumble having taken her far. The palms of her hands drove into the dirt, the Quincy gasping. She looked down at the ground, watching as it became damp. I'm crying. Giselle sniffed back. Bambi, I'm your friend. Giselle knew she had to run still, if only to give Bambietta time to calm down and come to her senses. Surely then she would realize what terrible wrong she was trying to commit. Then they could simply hug each other and laugh about how silly this whole misunderstanding was. That was all Giselle wanted. She prepared herself to stand back up and take another step. However, as Giselle began to pull herself upright onto her knees, she found someone standing directly in front of her. Where the hell do you think you're going, Giselle? Bambietta asked as she glared down at her. I'm ready to give you that heart transplant I mentioned. No. Don't. Tears began to stream down Giselle's face in full force, the Quincy's nose quivering as she tried to hold it back. Don't do it, Bambi. Do what? Bambietta asked calmly. Her voice, however, quickly raised. Come on, say it. Don't kill me. Giselle's entire face began to tremble. Isn't Jason enough? He was the one that tried to hurt Wendy, and I saved her. Assuming I can even take your word for that, Bambietta began to say, her voice once more returning to an chilling tone, then all you've done is give me a chance to get rid of you both in one fell swoop. You die, he dies. I saved Wendy. Giselle suddenly screamed, her entire face soaked with tears. I saved you. Bambi, I'm your guardian angel. Bambietta's good hand grabbed Giselle's collar, Bambietta crouching down slightly as she dragged Giselle closer, her knees running across the ground. My guardian angel? You? That's laughable. Even if it was, Bambietta did no such thing. She simply stared into Giselle's pleading eyes. Lucifer was an angel, too. Right before he fell. But... Giselle gasped. But I saw you fall, Bambi. That's why. I saved you. Bambietta had nothing to say to that. She simply spit in Giselle's face. It was not long before the saliva grew lost in the tears, becoming one and the same. You keep saying that, Bambietta hissed. Stop. Don't do this, Giselle whimpered. Don't make us be apart, Bambi. Bambietta remained unflinching, the Quincy's heart beating hard enough to threaten to burst out of her chest. She could not leave Giselle alive, not if she was determined to watch over her. Not if she was going to look out for all of Fairy Tale like she had for Bambietta herself. That would simply be unacceptable. However, that was the silver lining to Bambietta's desires and she knew it. The dark cloud that was engulfing her mind wanted one simple thing. It demanded vengeance. We can be friends forever and ever, Giselle said. It's not too late. Bambietta did not even blink as. Yes it is. Bambietta's grip on Giselle's collar began to loosen, the magic particles necessary to bring into existence her sword flowing into the palm of her hand. Bambi. There was a voice then, one quite familiar to Bambietta and Giselle both. The two Quincy turned their gazes down the road, catching sight of a Wendy Marvel, Carla, and Levy McGarden. The lot of them looked confused, though Wendy the worst of all. That much Bambietta could see. Giselle, however, took notice of something else. It had been brief, yes, but Bambietta's entire body had trembled in the instant she had heard Wendy call out her name. It was then that she let go of Giselle's collar, the magic no longer flowing into her hand to assemble a weapon. It was curious to Giselle. Bambi. If Bambietta heard Giselle, she did not pay attention to it. She simply looked at those she knew in Fairy Tale, her mind reeling. What are you all doing here? The trio of Fairy Tale members could very clearly see the massive wound on Bambietta's left arm, as well as the blood that had stained her outfit all over. It was enough to leave Levy and Carla both in shock, and Wendy was no different. However, unlike the two of them, she was able to speak. Bambi, what's going on? Wendy said, the Dragon Slayer glancing at Giselle. Why are you and Gigi fighting? Bambietta's heart raced faster still then, the Quincy unsure of what to say. These were the people that she had to kill Giselle for. For them and Lucy. For Fairy Tale and for herself. This was no mere Iron Dragon Slayer who did them harm. This was no simple guild that wished them ill over greed. This was a beast that would haunt them in this life and the next, never letting them rest even in death. Was that not justification enough? Giselle, meanwhile, looked to Wendy with pleading eyes. Wendy, please, tell her what happened. Tell Bambi that I saved you. That I made everything between us better. But... Wendy looked at Giselle, noting her slowly healing wounds. However, it was the condition of Bambietta's left arm that truly horrified. But you hurt Bambi. No. Giselle cried out. That was Jason. You have to believe me. She's my best friend. I'd never hurt Bambi. Never. You took everything from me. Bambietta screamed at Giselle. Her voice was trembling then, the wizard looking towards those she called her friends. Bambietta could see it clearly, Wendy having trembled at the sound of her voice. Wendy, I'm sorry. It's just. Bambietta was at the edge of reason then, this day she had hoped would be her very best having descended into complete chaos. She looked at Levy with wavering eyes, the Quincy trying to speak with some degree of composure. Levy, I told you when we first met that my old friends betrayed me. Bambietta's lower lip began to quiver, the Quincy's emotional state falling apart at the seams. She could not keep anything bottled up anymore, no matter how much she wanted. And this one. She was the one who killed me. Strangled the life out of me and then made me a damn zombie. Urza. If it wasn't for her and poor Lyusica. If it wasn't for Fairy Tale, I still would be. Bambi. Giselle said, the young woman trying but failing to understand her anguish, we all saved you together, little by little. Levy could not believe what she was hearing. You're the one. We had a mission, and they abandoned me. That's just dash. And then when I was lying broken and battered on the ground, they came back. I needed their help and all they did was twist the knife in my back. Levy remembered well the night Bambietta spent at her apartment when she had nowhere else to turn to. Yet now she had a glimmer of the true pain behind Bambietta's words back then. How could talk about killing your friend like that? You betrayed Bambi, and dash. So you fairy tale people do tell Bambi those lies. Giselle suddenly screamed, the smallest hint of anger in her voice. I'm her friend. Why don't you get that? You killed Bambi once. Wendy asked, the Sky Dragon Slayer bringing both hands up over her mouth as she stared at Giselle with eyes wide open. How could you? The defiance quickly left Giselle then, the Quincy staring back at Wendy. No, please. Don't talk like that, Wendy. Bambietta looked down to her side, staring at Giselle. The thought crossed her erratic mind once more, to simply end this. Now, however, had it grown more complicated. Bambietta Basterbine was no longer the stern ritter of the Vandenrijk. She simply could not kill when she wanted to. Still, to do so for Fairy Tale's security was something that weighed heavily on her mind, even regardless of what Urza had told before the battle with Phantom Lord had started. If you act on your impulses, if you forget everything I've taught you these last few days, then you will bring Fairy Tale down into the darkness with you. The Magic Council will imprison you. They will disband this guild. Levy, Lucy, Wendy, and all the others? They will have no place to call their home. You, Bambietta Basterbine, will have taken that from them. Not Phantom Lord. You. Bambietta tried to convince herself otherwise. This would not be an action of a member of Fairy Tale, just of a member lost in a quest for revenge sparked by her worthless past. She would tell the Magic Council just that she was an unworthy member of Fairy Tale. She would take all the blame and leave their reputation intact. All for them, to save them from Giselle's attention. From her twisted and fragile sense of adoration. She would do for Fairy Tale what no one had done for her. To save the guild that had given her hope, she would become a killer once again. However, now had Wendy and Levy been dragged into this situation. They were simply a source of hesitation for Bambietta now. How would they judge her actions? Did it even matter, so long as they were safe, their futures secure? Bambietta was about to turn, to take Giselle away with a step of Hirenkyaku. She would say her farewells to those she cared for and finish things once and for all. Yet, as she prepared herself for just that, Bambietta saw something out of the corner of her eye. The arm that Jason had injured, it had lost its glove, no doubt torn off by his attack. The blue Fairy Tale logo was revealed, but there was a problem. The bloody gash that Jason had caused had cut straight down the middle of the guild mark. Whatever Bambietta had to say then was cut short, the Quincy simply disappearing from sight. However, it was not just her. Levy, Wendy, and Carla did the same. All that was left was Giselle. The Quincy looked about, her confusion evident. Yet soon gave way to despair. Whatever had happened, be it a freak occurrence or magic spell by one of members of Fairy Tale, Bambietta had left her behind. Giselle wanted to stand, wanted to run and find her, but it was not an option. Her body was still working to repair itself. The attempt at using Hiran Kyaku to escape proved how ineffective it was under these circumstances. But Bambi wants to kill me. Giselle's head lower, her long hair slipping over her shoulder and falling over her chest. So I can't go to her? But if I have to die, Bambi being responsible wouldn't be so bad. Giselle was quiet then, her tears beginning to dry. So lost in her moment of solitude was she that Giselle did not even sense her own zombie approaching. Gigi. Jason was truly worse for wear, his body on the verge of collapse. He was simply limping across the road, his body having repaired itself somewhat from the damage Bambietta had done, but he was still missing portions of himself. Gigi, I lapped up the blood that bitch made me lose, but I need more to heal. So please, please save me. Giselle exhaled slowly. Come here. You are much too kind. Jason did as Giselle asked, the zombie walk a foot past her. Gigi, you mean the world to me dash. You hurt my Bambi. Giselle was upon Jason in an instant, the young woman screaming as she used the zombie for support. She clawed her way up his back, Giselle hanging off his broken body with her own, yet she did not care. All she wanted was what he had to offer. You hurt my Bambi, you stupid bastard, so give me back my blood and make me whole. You don't deserve it. Giselle opened her mouth wide, the Quincy biting down into Jason's neck. She began to draw from him the blood she had given him in Phantom Lord's Guild Hall. With each bit swallowed did Giselle's body begin to pull itself back together, her strength returning to her. In response did Jason began cry out, the wizard feeling the unnatural life he had been granted beginning to fade. Gigi, please. He gasped. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm. The scarlet color of Jason's skin faded at last, leaving behind nothing but rotting flesh. His eyes, so full of a desire for life, became dull then. His body collapsed to the ground, leaving Giselle's body atop it. Sorry doesn't cut it, silly, Giselle said as she lay atop unmoving Jason's corpse like a would-be lover, the young woman twisting a finger in his hair playfully. Not when you dare hurt my Bambi. Pulling herself up then, Giselle stayed on her knees despite her restored strength. Saying that name had snapped her out of her uncontrollable state, the Quincy realizing once more what had just transpired. She began to cry once more, Giselle wrapping her arms around herself tightly. Bambi, don't leave me. Bambietta did not know where she was, not exactly. One moment had she been simply standing on the road, Giselle by her side. The Quincy's thoughts had been racing wildly, but she had made her decision. Then things had changed. The road was gone, the field was gone, and Giselle was gone. Bambietta did not know where she was now, yet she did not care. The Quincy was not quite paying attention to her surroundings, only catching them through the corners of her eyes. She was far too busy staring at the back of her hand, the bloodied and torn fairy tale emblem seemingly clawing at her heart and soul. What just happened? Where are we? Bambi, I'm scared. Bambietta suddenly felt it then, Wendy grasping her still gloved hand. The dragon slayer was clinging to her closely then, the moment more than enough to drag Bambietta away from her inner thoughts. Don't worry, Wendy. I'll keep you safe. Bambietta at last began to look around. Once more, she did not know where she was, though now she was concerned. The room around her was ornate in the structure of its walls and ceiling, yet there was a soft carpet running across the floor beneath her. However, most peculiar was the furniture. The soft and inviting chairs appeared to be hovering over the carpeting itself. It almost felt unreal, the simple fact that everything around was purely white, not to mention giving off a glow. It was not simply Bambietta's eyes deceiving her. She could feel the power all around her, the room radiating with it. However, she felt no fear. There was something comforting about the decorum. Bambi, Levy said, the solid script mage putting her priorities in order. She knew they had to find out where they were, but she was concerned enough as it was about her friend's emotional state. Are you all right? Never better. Bambietta said, the Quincy speaking a lie that she fortified with a false smile. I need to heal you. Wendy suddenly squeaked, the wizard once more looking at the condition of the Quincy. Your arm, it's... You don't have to look at it, Bambietta said, all the while patting Wendy on the head with her good hand. I don't want you to get sick or dash. I'll handle it, Wendy said, the wizard trying her best to smile as she looked up at Wendy. I have to. She moved around to Bambietta's other side, the wizard letting her magic flow from her hands towards Bambietta's bloody wound. First she would fix that, then the other, less severe ones. Levy, meanwhile, was growing concerned. There's no doors. That doesn't sound like a problem to me, Bambietta said. I'll make us one the hard way once I'm all healed up. Please don't. Bambietta, Levy, and Wendy all heard it, the voice seemingly coming all directions simultaneously. It seemed friendly, if a little worried, but the voice was entirely unknown to the wizard. To Bambietta, however, there was some level of recognition. That voice. Bambietta knew she had heard it somewhere, but could not entirely place it. She struggled to remember, her thoughts trying to cut through the fog that hung over her time as a zombie. If she could not recall it directly, then there was no other time she could have heard it. Behold a world far, far away from your own. My world. A world filled with magic, so much so that it is found in every home, bought and sold in every marketplace as if it was a mundane part of everyday life. Yet those you will meet consider it an art and have devoted their lives to its practice. Mine is a world where these wizards have banded together as guilds, looking for fame and fortune. The fog began to lift, words and promises Bambietta had heard when she had been at her lowest finally becoming clear to her. She had to wonder, however, if this was simply an act of a higher power granting her the chance to do so and nothing more. You will find yourself in the kingdom of Fiori and you no doubt will discover what your heart craves, true friendship. I will bestow upon the opportunity that you require, a chance to form bonds with no chance of betrayal. Your heart will be safe, I promise you this much. Open then in return and the light I sense within you will be justly rewarded. Perhaps the darkness that has eclipsed your soul will erode in time. I believe this to be the only hope for you, yet I know you will not stand for such tranquility of your volition. Bambietta's eyes began to widen, the Quincy hearing the thoughts come to the forefront of her mind, no longer by choice. Her suspicion had been correct. She was not piercing the veil that Giselle's control had left upon her memory, someone was lifting it for her. Do not fret, my child. I have robbed from you a measure of your strength, yes, but it shall return to you in time. You will have to find trust among those I send you to, but you will have nothing to fear of them. I have the utmost faith in those I wish you to meet. They are of a certain guild in a certain town that soars high above the rest. Countless legends have been born from it and perhaps you shall become one as well. It is a guild that of all those in my world best signifies what I stand for. Its name is Fairy Tale. You. Bambietta simply stood there, Levy and Wendy looking up at her in confusion. It was you. You're the one who brought me to Earthland. Particles of light flowed out from all around, each and every one coming together before Bambietta, Levy, and Wendy. Slowly they began to take shape, leaving before them a rather cheerful young woman standing there. Long, dark blue hair draped over her shoulders. A black cloak hung off those very same shoulders, a violet tunic and tights beneath them, matching gloves and boots as well. Yet it was the glowing, emerald eyes of the woman that took hold of everyone's attention. They were glistening, the mysterious woman looking directly at Bambietta. Yes, I am the one who spoke those words to you. I am Sylphia. Sylphia Nelia Labelle. The woman reached out a hand towards the Quincy. And I have been looking forward to meeting you face to face, Bambietta Basterbine. Though if you'd allow it, I'd like to call you Bambi. Chapter 33, Revelations. Lucy Hartfilia found herself standing before a place she had left behind months earlier. A place that she had not considered returning to until now. The train ride was complete, her journey over. Before her was a place she had once called home. It was the Hartfilia family's estate, a mass of land as large as any other town. The private property was absurd and extravagant in scope, so much so that even members of the Magic Council would be impressed and envious. It was a showy sign of her family's prestige, an example of the success those who came before Lucy had obtained. A mansion surrounded by well-kept fields and gardens, all of it gated off from the general public. To some it would appear as a paradise. However, Lucy had to consider such a notion of the grass always being greener on the other side. For all she saw before her was a prison devoid of warmth or love. She did not want to be here, not now, and not ever, but she knew she had to. Fairy Tale had fought for her sake against Phantom Lord with every fiber of each member's being. Now it was her time to stand up for them. For Natsu and Happy. For Urza and Makarov. For Levi and Wendy. There was, as well, one other present in her thoughts. Bambi. A part of Lucy had to expect she would have followed this course of action one way or another, but another part of her knew she had been pushed to this by Bambietta herself. The Quincy had fought against her own personal hell thanks to her battle with Phantom Lords Hansen Nukui. He had made it clear that his strange blade had locked Bambietta within her own soul to suffer the whatever dark past she had lived through already. However, she had confronted it and survived. She had come back to Lucy and finished the battle. If she could do such a thing, then surely Lucy could do this. Because of it. Because of her. This was for Fairy Tale and Magnolia, but it was also for Bambietta herself. Hansa had put her through hell because of Phantom Lord. He had put her through it because of the actions of Lucy's father. Her roommate. Her friend. She was brash and she was headstrong. She was volatile, violent. However, she was also capable of kindness at the most unexpected of times. To Wendy, to Levi, and to her. She was someone Lucy could not help but appreciate on one level or another. She had long heard of Urza Scarlet and Myra Jane Strauss, but Bambietta was not one of those legendary wizards. She was just like Lucy, simply starting out in Fairy Tale. Yet, despite that, she was beautiful and fierce, the Quincy staking her claim in this world in ways that Lucy wanted to do for herself someday. Bambi's bold to a fault, and I need to do the same. Here and now. And when I go back to the guild. Lucy was whispering to herself and no one else. Still, her voice trailed off as she glanced down at the ground, her face growing flush. Maybe I can be bold with her too. Lucy Hartfilia, is that you? Lucy glanced up then, awakened from her inner thoughts. On the other side of the fence was a face she had not seen in a long time. It was an older woman who was overseeing one of the many flower gardens on the land. Spetto. Lucy smiled faintly as the older woman began to unlock the gate entrance for her. She remembered well the times she had asked to help the caretaker work on the gardens. She had resisted at first, fearful that Lucy's father would grow cross with her, but in the end she had relented. All had gone well save for the one time that Lucy had tried to summon Aquarius from the watering pot. The celestial spirit had not been amused. "It's good to see you. Are you all right?" Spetto asked as she began to guide Lucy onto the Hartfilia grounds, smiling jubilantly. "Oh, your father has been worried sick about you since you ran away. We all have been. Right?" Lucy's smile faded slightly. "Father." There had been one thing and one thing alone that Bambietta Basterbine had wanted to do this day, to finally find the courage to admit her feelings to Lucy Hartfilia. Even coming to that conclusion had taken the emotional support of those she had come to recognize as her friends. Perhaps even family. If not for the support of Levi McGarden and especially Wendy Marvel, the Quincy would not have found the determination to see this through. Yet the word seemed intent on throwing obstruction after obstruction in Bambietta's way. At first there had been Lucy's apparent disappearance from Magnolia, something that had lit the fires of paranoia deep within Bambietta. Worst-case scenario after worst-case scenario had begun to plague her mind, all of them culminating in an unwanted reunion with someone from her past. Giselle Guel, the second obstruction to Bambietta's one and only goal when this day had begun. No, such a reunion was something more than that, something greater and something lesser. Bambietta was trying to focus on her future, yet the past was clawing at her, trying to pull her back into his repulsive embrace. Worst of all, Bambietta had given into it. No, she had not fallen into the past like Giselle had wanted to, but she had let it dictate each and every action she had taken in the seemingly frozen moment of time that followed. She had given in to hate, to rage, and to violence. If not for the appearance of Levi, Wendy, and Carla, she no doubt would have given herself over to that darkness complete. If not for them and the third obstruction. All Bambietta wanted to do was to see Lucy, to be given the chance to roll the dice and see how they would land, but once more was she not where she wanted to be. However, much to her confusion, Bambietta was not sure where she was at all. This obstruction had whisked, as well as Levi, Wendy, and Carla, far away from Giselle. The trio was now in a room devoid of anything but white, a woman dressed in multiple shades of violet standing before them. "I am Sylphia. Sylphia Nelia Labelle. And I have been looking forward to meeting you face to face, Bambietta Basterbine. Though if you'd allow it, I'd like to call you Bambi." A hand encased in a violet glove extended out towards Bambietta, as if looking to be met halfway. Bambietta looked at it with some degree of confusion. This woman's voice was familiar, so very familiar, leaving Bambietta to at least understand who she was. She was the one who had beckoned to Bambietta, who had taken her away from the Soul Society and across the realms of alternate worlds, leaving her to find herself in Earthland. She was the one who had brought her to Urza, to poor Lyusica, to Fairy Tale. She was the one who had offered Bambietta another chance. "Sylphia." Bambietta tentatively brought a hand up, reaching out with it. Her gloved fingertips brushed against Sylphia's own for a brief moment, Bambietta at last clasping her hand upon the woman's own. Bambietta was unsure of what else to do. She was both lost in the thought of owing this woman who was both familiar and yet a stranger, but she was also coming down from the emotional high she had felt during her encounter with Giselle. The anger was only beginning to settle, confusion having pushed it down. Then, something unexpected happened. Sylphia's eyes began to water, her mouth quivering. It was enough to make Bambietta even more confused. "Are you okay?" "Wah!" Sylphia suddenly stepped forward, a cry escaping from her, and she let go of the handshake. She hugged Bambietta instead, squeezing her tightly. Sobbing upon Bambietta's shoulder, Sylphia tried to compose herself. It's just. Bambietta stood there in shock, the Quincy looking over one shoulder after another to notice that both Levi and Wendy looked as confused as she was feeling. Looking forward once more, Bambietta began to gently pat Sylphia on the back. There. You don't need to be upset just because you got to meet everyone's favorite Quincy. I'm not sad, I'm happy. Sylphia managed to say, hugging Bambietta all the tighter. It's just. I'm so glad we finally get to meet is all. Oh, Bambi's got a fan. Wendy exclaimed, hands clasped together. That's so nice. Yes, a fan, Carla said, the cat's voice doing little to hide her suspicions and concerns. Levi was little different. She was still glancing around the room, trying her best to figure out where exactly they had been transported to. Bambietta, meanwhile, was simply allowing the hug to continue, the Quincy shocked by something else. Ever since she had come to Fiore, she could feel everything around her. It was no different than the world she had come from. There she could sense spiritual pressure, here she could sense the flow and power of magic. Her own presence she could detect, as well as Levi, Wendy, and Carla's. However, there was something rather disconcerting before her. She could not sense Sylphia at all. It made no sense. Bambietta could feel even the faintest spark of magic in even the common citizens in Fiore. They had magic, but perhaps not enough to be a full-fledged wizard. Still, it was present everywhere Bambietta yet, present in everyone she had come across. Sylphia, however, had none at all. Not even a faint spark, yet she had managed to not only bring Bambietta and the others to this room, but appear in it as well. She had power, yet no magic. No, that was not it. There was a thought tucked away, one that Bambietta tried to ignore for her own peace of mind. After all, such fears had no place here. This woman, Sylphia, seemed to have nothing but Bambietta's best interests in mind. Still, she did want one thing. Answers. So, Bambietta stumbled over her words, not even sure where to begin. You were able to bring me here from my own world, right? You have to be awfully powerful then. Levi snapped to attention then. She had heard Bambietta say something about having been brought to Earthland only moments before, but she had not been able to pay the statement any mind, too lost in the shock of suddenly finding herself in a new location. That surprise had worn off by now though, leaving her to hear and process exactly what she had said. "Bambi, what are you talking about?" "Bambi's, not from Earthland," Wendy asked, the Sky Dragon Slayer simply confused. "But that's..." Sylphia suddenly disappeared from before Bambietta, leaving the hug she had given her behind. The Quincy turned around quickly, watching as Sylphia simply appeared before Wendy. The mysterious woman was down on one knee, her eyes level with Wendy's own. Bambietta blinked, unsure of what had just happened. It was not as if Sylphia had used Hiran Kyoku or any other such ability to move fast. She simply was in one place in another. "Don't you fret about it at all, Wendy," Sylphia said, a hand gently resting atop the Dragon Slayer's shoulder. "It's true that I brought Bambietta from her world to this one, from the place she once called home to Earthland, but that doesn't make her any different to you, does it?" "And no," Wendy answered honestly, though a bit shyly. "It's just... she's going to have to go back someday, right? I mean, if this isn't her home, then... she'll have to leave me just like Grandini did. And just like Jalel. I can't go through that again dash." "Hush," Sylphia said calmly, trying to calm Wendy down. "Everything will be all right." Bambietta watched from a few feet away, taking note of the tears that were slowly dropping down Wendy's face. Upon her arrival and resurrection in this world had the Quincy intended for nothing more than to find a way back home, but slowly had fairy tale found its way into her very heart and soul. She had long since lost any true motivation to return to the world from whence she came. She had come to see her future in fairy tale, as well as perhaps by Lucy Hartfilia's side. That was all she wanted, though perhaps there was a faint spark of nostalgia buried within her. Not the icy confines of the Vandenrijk, but of a small town called Fioritura. However, to see Wendy as she was, to hear how she spoke, it was more than enough to shatter any buried desires to ever walk away from Earthland. Bambietta moved forward, Hiran Kyoku taking her Wendy's side. She hugged the Dragon Slayer then, Wendy turning her head to the side to look at the Quincy's face. "Fairy tale is my home, Wendy," Bambietta said. "Master Rubal wanted me to take you under my wing and I'm going to honor that commitment. And even when you go back to Kate's shelter, I'm going to be there for you. I'm going to see you become a fine young woman and a magnificent Dragon Slayer. I'm going to be there when you find Grandini. I'm going to be there for you for everything, all right? I'm not leaving. Not now and not ever. Bambi." Wendy turned to face the Quincy, returning the hug all her own. I just. Levy glanced down then, noting the faint glistening drops of water forming at the edges of Carla's eyes. She whispered then, not wanting to make a scene. "Carla, are you all right?" "I'm not crying," the cat replied. Levy smiled faintly. "I didn't say you were." Sylphia, meanwhile, stood back up to her full height. She was smiling as well. "I am happy to have seen you form bonds as strong as this, Bambietta. The friendships you have always desired." Bambietta patted Wendy on the back slightly and began to stand back up. As she did so, she gently ruffled the hair atop the Dragon Slayer's head, winking as she did so. Yet as Bambietta turned to look at the woman in lavender, she remained calm and somewhat impassive. This was, very clearly, the woman who had helped in her time of need, yet there was a part of Bambietta ever feeling as if she owed something to someone she did not know. "So, who are you exactly?" Bambietta asked. Sylphia Nelly la Sylphia something or other." "But who are you exactly?" "Oh." Sylphia's eyes glanced up to the ceiling slightly, an index finger pressing up into her chin. "I suppose an explanation is in order, even if it is early." Bambietta raised an eyebrow to that. "Early?" Sylphia suddenly scampered over by Bambietta's side, the woman bringing a hand up by Quincy's ear. Sylphia leaned in close and whispered. "Promise you won't tell the other goddesses or gods. They'd be kind of cross with me if they knew I told you ahead of time. My heart and hope to die, again. Though I'd really like to avoid that." Bambietta was still unsure of what was going on or what to make of Sylphia. However, It was not long before she blinked. Wait. Other goddesses and gods? You're a goddess, yes, Sylphia said with an honest smile. But the bunch of us are small G variety. Well, except for Anxarum. He's not exactly the humblest of us. Probably the pettiest though. I tried to talk him out of cursing that young man, but then he had to double down and do the same to a real sweetie who was just looking out for her friends. Sylphia cupped a hand around the side of her mouth and began to whisper. Don't tell anyone I said this, but he's kind of a jerk. Bambietta simply stared at Sylphia blankly, just as her comrades did. Huh. Forget I said anything. Sylphia exclaimed in a slight panic as she waved both hands in front of herself. Anyway dash. A goddess. Bambietta's voice began to trail off. Then the reason I can't sense any magic in you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sylphia all but shouted, embarrassment evident in her voice, one hand very nearly covering her mouth. I hadn't even considered you wouldn't be able to sense my magic. I'm confused, Wendy began to say. I mean, if you're a goddess, then you'd have a lot of magic, right? So how couldn't Bambi sense it? Maybe it's a different form of magic than anything we've ever seen. I mean, you are a divine being. Levy was simply trying her best to rationalize the situation. It did not last long, however, the solid script mage growing quietly distraught for a different reason. But then again, I guess Fiore's magic in general would be alien to Bambi. Everything in Fiore. Bambietta flinched, not liking where this was going. She had to wonder if she should have been completely honest with Levy from the start. However, would she have believed her as poor Lyusica and Makarov had? It's not that she can't recognize my magic, Sylphia suddenly said. It's just I have so much of it that she hoped to sense it. Huh, Bambietta said, trying to hide her shock and awe with sarcasm. Now you're just acting transcendent. Yes, a transcended being. Sylphia scratched at her chin slightly. I suppose that would be a good way to interpret what a goddess magic would be like. I guess if you needed a comparison, my dear Bambi, then try to recall the battle between Ichigo Kurosaki and Sosuke Aizen. You and yours did watch that battle with fascination, right? Bambietta's blood began to run cold, a little sweat forming on her face as she stared blankly at Sylphia. She did not even blink. Pure power that may well have been on par with Waiwak himself. Ichigo. Wendy was still very lost in the moment. Bambi, who is she talking about? Oh, it was a grand battle. Sylphia exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. She began to move her hands about, as if they were gripping an imaginary sword. They even broke apart a mountain with the force of their strikes. And you're like them? Wendy asked. Can you break a mountain? Oh, heavens no, Sylphia answered. Well, I guess I could, but why would I want to? Because it's fun. Bambietta asked, the Quincy beginning to mutter under her breath. If I could bring down a mountain with a sword swing, I would. Just to say I had. Again, more sarcasm dripped from Bambietta's lips, but it was simply a defense mechanism to deal with a situation she felt out of her depth in, both literally and figuratively. The thought of being in the presence of someone whose magical capacity so utterly dwarfed her own was unnerving, even if she felt she had nothing to fear of Sylphia. The thought of being indebted to a veritable god was less than ideal, Bambietta knowing full well how things had turned out for her the last time she had done so. Yet, despite that, she could at least tell that Sylphia was a far cry from Waiwak. Regardless, she wanted to know what she wanted. Why? Bambietta's voice began to rise then, the Quincy finding her footing in this situation. Why did you bring me to Fiore? There was many reasons, one of which was a second chance for you, Sylphia said, her joyous expression losing a little of its luster. But I suppose you want to know the other side of the truth. Yeah, Bambietta said softly. The last time a person I looked up to like a lowercase g. He wanted something in return for my salvation. More than he ever spoke of at the time. So tell me, what do you want from me? I'm sorry, Sylphia answered honestly. Just as the man you once worked for required, I do need you to fight on my behalf. That figures. Bambietta closed her eyes for a moment, then looked up at Sylvia with a smile. "Well, you came to the right Quincy, because I love a good scrap." "I know," Sylvia replied. "But a part of me wishes I didn't need you to be involved in this. You or anyone else." Sylvia appeared before Bambietta then, the goddess once more having moved in an untraceable manner. She reached out and gently took the Quincy's hand. Looking over Bambietta's shoulder at the others, Sylvia smiled warmly. "We'll be right back, okay?" she said. "It's just, this is kind of for her ears only." Then they were gone, leaving Levi, Wendy and Carla alone in the pristine room. "Bambi." Wendy looked at Levi. "She's going to be okay, right?" "Don't worry, Wendy," Levi said wholeheartedly. "I'm sure she's fine." Bambietta had long since grown used to traveling with Hirenkyaku. It was like a second nature to her. However, to be dragged along by the strange power that was born from a goddess, it was an entirely different experience. Enough so to leave Bambietta staring wide-eyed and blankly, her body shaking slightly. Holy shiz. Bambietta inwardly flinched then and there. First she had begun to restrain the use of some of her favorite four-letter words around Wendy, now around a woman that she had just met. That was a heck of a thing. "I'm so sorry," Sylvia said as she took a step back from Bambietta. "I guess I'm just so used to it that I hadn't thought of how it'd feel for a mortal." Bambietta reined in her body, taking control and forcing it to stop shaking as an after-effect from the peculiar method of travel. Picturing Natsu experiencing it was enough to bring a little spark of happiness to her. However, there was another thought apparent to her. "You're not at all what I'd expect from a goddess." "Not at all?" Sylvia gasped. That's a good thing, right?" "Of course." As Bambietta's vision began to clear, her voice began to trail off. It was simply that the view behind Sylvia was becoming apparent to her. Oh, my goddess. It was the sky. Crystal clear and housing the sun, not a cloud in sight. No, that was not it. The clouds were on the edges of Bambietta's vision, little trails of them beneath all that lay out before her. Looking around, she at last began to realize where she was. She and Sylvia were standing atop little more than a large, white cube above the clouds. All of Fiore was spread out beneath her to take it. No, not simply Fiore. Earthland. It was beautiful, like something Bambietta had never seen before. She had been able to fly ever since mastering her Volstern dike. Before that she could simply walk on the air, the spirit particles of the world able to be bent to her every whim. Yet despite those gifts, those boons offered to her by her Quincy blood, she had never taken advantage of them to look upon the world. It simply had not mattered to her. Now, however, as she stared down at Earthland, she regretted not doing such when she had the chance. To look upon the earth. To look upon Fioritura from the heavens. Why? Bambietta began to say. Why are you showing me this? I just. Sylvia fidgeted slightly, an action perhaps unbecoming of a being of her stature. I just wanted you to see the world the way I do. Bambietta said nothing at first, simply taking in the sight. She felt a cold wind run past her, her cape fluttering slightly. This world. This is. Bambietta did not say it, she did give voice to the rest of that sentence. Instead she turned herself to something more important, at least for now. You brought me out here to tell me what this is all about, Bambietta said. For my ears only. So. I love this world, Sylvia said as she stepped past Bambietta. She kept her back to her, the goddesses very nearly at the edge of her floating home as she looked down at Earthland. I love its people. I love its foods. Its cultures. Its animals, especially the cute ones. They're adorable. Sylvia paused for a minute, as if trying to compose herself. I love anything and everything about it. But especially its people. And that's why I want to save them. She turned to look over her shoulder at Bambietta, Sylvia's eyes watering slightly. And I need you by my side to do it. Bambietta flinched, the Quincy having never seen anyone want her help so much that it left them on the verge of tears, but she did not let herself grow distracted. Not even in light of a goddess growing upset. Bambietta acted as she always did, putting on a show or pure bravado. She had to hope that it would be enough to get Sylvia to chin up as well. Well, like I said, I love a good scrap, so if there's some jerkwad threatening them that you want taken out, let me at him. I'll murderize him. Sylvia blinked for a moment, then giggled. Murderize. Hey, Bambietta said. That's totally a word. 3 very intelligent men I knew growing up told me so. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Bambietta, Sylvia said, once more looking out at the world of Earthland. But this conflict cannot be resolved so easily. I told you how I am but one of many deities in this world. Yes, and this Anksaram guy is a jerk or something like that, Bambietta said, noting that Sylvia was clearly turning to look at her again. She was one step ahead of that. And don't worry, I won't tell anyone you said that. Sylvia never made it the full turn, finding no reason to ask Bambietta to not speak of it. She simply looked back at the sky. Some of us deities wish for the continued prosperity of the human race. However, others have a differing opinion when it comes to their future. We talking world domination? Bambietta asked, arms folded across her chest. Because of course we are. This isn't my first rodeo dealing with gods wanting to rule everything. Death gods even. And I can assure you, they were the smallest lowercase g you'll ever find, though their big shots would probably tell you in was in uppercase. In bold. Underlined. And italicized. Maybe even a different font so it stick out like a sore thumb. More frantic jokes, Bambietta trying to cope with an information overload no doubt awaiting her. One that involved beings far beyond her ken. Not world domination, no, Sylvia answered. Not in the traditional sense at least. I see humanity as a lovely thing, something to watch and assist in their times of need. Myself and several others. However, some see humanity as nothing more than a means to an end, a source of infinite power. Of never-ending life. Sylvia grew quiet for a moment. Even we gods may die. If no one was to worship us, we would lose our spark, our essence. If we were to become little more than fairy tales, our place in this universe would be forfeit and we would simply cease to be. Forgotten and gone. I've seen too many I cherished fall to that fate. However, I will not abide the cruelty that some of my fellow gods have considered as a course of action. To imprison humanity, to drain from them the power that we cultivate through good deeds and miracles. They fear for their future and seek an easy way out at the expense of others. It isn't right. Bambietta could hear it, the anguish and confliction in Sylvia's voice. She remembered well what Lil Tato had told her, but that did not matter. Wywak had made it clear to those he had taken under his wing. He would give them power, but in turn their souls would become his upon any eventual deaths. They would serve him in life and empower him in death. These gods that Sylvia spoke of were no different. They were walking down a similar path and it was clearly tearing her apart. For a moment, Bambietta's heart warmed at the prospect of working not under a god as cruel as Wywak, but by the side of one as compassionate as Sylvia. Still, she had so many questions. Okay, so I'm happy you want me to fight something, but I'm kind of lost here. Why don't you goddesses and gods settle this yourselves? Because, Sylvia said, her voice sudden cracking, I love this world as much as its people. And if we were to fight? What? Bambietta suddenly felt dizzy, her vision blurring. Light gave way to dark, the bright blue sky becoming pitch black. As her vision cleared, Bambietta could see something that truly worried her. Before her there was nothing but darkness. It was a starless night. An empty sky with nothing but a splintered moon to cut through the darkness. What is this? Sylvia spoke softly, her voice very nearly cracking. Look closer at a world where the gods inflicted their wrath upon one and another. A world in which the sky itself was laid waste, the heavens shattered and the world below chaos incarnate. A world empty of hope, humanity, or the gods themselves. Bambietta inched forward and cast her eyes downwards. She could see the truth to Sylvia's worlds. Beneath her was a dead world. Fields of withered grass, dried up rivers leading to crimson oceans. Devastated towns, corpses littered about across the landscape. Craters that dwarfed even the largest city, ravines cut through the earth that ran miles away and over the horizon. We will all die, Sylvia said. Gods and humans alike. I cannot allow that to happen any more than I can allow humanity to suffer the folly of my fellow gods. I know they understand this fate awaits us if we were ever to wage war against one and another. That is why I made a proposal to them all. A game to save us all. And, if it goes as I hope, the mortals. Bambietta's skin ran cold then, the Quincy unwilling to look upon the illusion that Sylphia had cast upon her eyes. Make it go away. I don't dash. Then it was gone, Bambietta finding herself staring out at the true, azure sky. At a world free of despair. Sylphia, meanwhile, looked to Bambietta, that pristine sky her backdrop. We sought out another world, one that was home to beings who could draw on alternate power sources to make a transition easier. Once we had found yours, each of us gods chose a champion that no longer have a place there. You have met some of them in your stay in this world already. And when all the champions have been selected, when the pieces have been assembled, the game will begin in earnest. 7 years, a contest that shall last 7 years. And the side with the most victories under their belt shall be the one whose gods will decide the fate of those who call Earthland home. And you are my chosen warrior. You, Bambietta Basterbine, are the hope of the human race. Bambietta stared at Sylphia, the Quincy unable to blink. She was having trouble processing what she had just been told. What had been said to her? Her of all people. So she raised up a hand and pointed a finger at her chest. Me. Sylphia nodded her head, a bright smile on her face. It was not quite as convincing as she had hoped. Me. Bambietta repeated, nodding her head as she continued to point at herself. The Quincy who joined up with maniacs to fight other maniacs because she herself was a maniac? The Quincy who delighted in hurting her enemies? The Quincy who killed her fellow soldiers if she needed stress relief? Bambietta's voice began to crack, her incredulous voice giving way to that of a withdrawn young woman. Me? The Quincy whose stupidity got her own mom killed. Bambietta lowered her head then, the visor of her hat obscuring her eyes from Sylphia's own. You're crazier than me if you think I'm worthy of shouldering the responsibility of saving anything outside of my own bacon. Sylphia took a deep breath. Is that all you see in yourself? Your flaws? You are so much more than you know. Bambietta could do nothing but scoff at that. Be quiet. Do you know what I'm the goddess of? Sylphia was quick to brush off Bambietta's words. She took a step towards the Quincy, eyes keen enough to read Bambietta's body language. She was hunching over slightly, arms wrapping across her torso, fingers digging into her forearms. Taking the initiative, Sylphia embraced Bambietta gently. I'm the goddess of camaraderie. Well, I prefer the goddess of friendship, but that's not my official title. Even if it does sound more magical. And that's why I chose you, Bambietta Basterbine. Bambietta flinched, her eyes widening as she found her chin resting atop Sylphia's shoulder. What does that dash? Sylphia interrupted her, her voice calm and serene. Bambietta Basterbine, who received little love from her father. Bambietta Basterbine, who lost her mother far too soon. Bambietta Basterbine, who was never allowed to have friends growing up. Bambietta Basterbine, who became a disciple of Wywak when he presented himself as better father. Bambietta Basterbine, who joined the Vandenrijk to simply find friends. I'm a narcissist, okay? Bambietta argued with a weak whisper. Seriously, watch any fight I'm in. I'm always talking myself up. Stop accentuating the negative, Sylphia retorted. I have watched your battles. Each and every one. And I know you as well as you know yourself. You just refuse to admit the truth, even to yourself deep down. You don't want the entire world to focus on you, you just want anyone to notice you. To bond with you, to make up for your lost childhood. You're determined to have companionship. There was no other champion for me. Especially after. Sylphia began to cry. It was not a quiet or subtle lamentation, not in the least. She quite literally began to bawl, her eyes closing as tears flowed from her eyes like waterfalls. That was so sad. Sylphia blubbered. So I chose you. I brought you to Earthland and tried to make up for what happened. I sent you to the only guild I knew could heal the damage. Poor Lyusica. Bambietta whispered. But why didn't you just fix me yourself? Surely you dash. I'm sorry. Sylphia cried out, hugging Bambietta in what she could only call an almighty tight embrace. It was enough to make her gasp. I wanted you to be happy in the long run, so I tampered with mortal affairs. I gave Urza the inclination to bring you to poor Lyusica. I briefly boosted her magic and elixirs just enough to raise the dead. All too. You manipulated my fate. That was all Bambietta had to say, her eyes closing as she accepted what the unexpectedly sobbing goddess was saying. You manipulated me from behind the scenes. I know. Sylphia whimpered. I just wanted to help you. And I thought that the guild I cherish most, Fairy Tale, would be the best place for you to be happy. Bambietta knew a part of her was upset at the prospect of being controlled from arm's length by someone who thought they knew what was best for her, yet this was different from the last person to have done such a thing. Giselle was simply a deluded fool, a worthless wretch who only thought she knew what was best for Bambietta. She thought she knew it, but it was always herself she was thinking of. She was no different from Wywak, a shadow by her side that was simply looking out for its own desires. In that moment did Bambietta miss her father. At least he had been honest with his intentions. Sylphia, however, was different. As much as Bambietta did not appreciate having her fate decided by another, she could hear the sincerity in the goddess' voice. This was no Wywak or Giselle. You brought me back, Bambietta whispered. You led me to Urza. Poor Lyusica. Levi. Natsu. Wendy. Lucy. You led me to Fairy Tale. Once had Bambietta simply considered the guild nothing more than a means to an end, a place to set up shop in a world in a quest to find a way back to where she had come from. Things had, however, changed. Slowly and over time, but they had changed. Before Bambietta was the person responsible for it all, leaving her with only one way to react. Slowly, very slowly, did Bambietta bring up her arms. She wrapped them around Sylphia and returned the embrace the goddess had given her. Thank you. Lucy Hartfilia stood silent as the maids she had known for the better part of her life continued to fit her for a formal dress, one they felt was worthy of a meeting with her father. The lot of them were positively ecstatic in response to Lucy being present, but the wizard was an entirely different matter. To her this was a formality and nothing more. An awkward one she did not miss in the least, but one she was subjecting herself to if only for the sake of bringing an end to the problem she had caused Fairy Tale. So she remained quiet and calm as she was dressed in red, a beautiful gown put upon her by those in service to her family. All she did was look around the bedroom she was in. It was the same as it always was, the room having clearly remained untouched since she had left. Lucy was unsure how to feel about that. Was it a sign that her father having faith that she would come back someday, or a case of him being arrogant enough to believe she simply would have to? One option warmed Lucy's heart, the other irritated her. This was no longer her room. This was no longer her home. It was far too empty of love. There was no Wendy. There was no Bambietta. Still, Lucy had to tell herself she would return to her quaint apartment full of happiness soon. We're almost done here. Why yes. One of the maids said as she finished zipping up the dress in the back. We are indeed. So tell me, how does it look? Lucy looked into the long mirror before her, taking in the sight. She appeared as if she was a member of royalty. It looked beautiful, yet it felt entirely wrong. Lucy began to say, fine. Bambietta Basterbine was staring out at the open sky, her cape billowing in the wind. This was her home now, she understood that much. Sylphia had made it as much, and it was something that the Quincy could never thank you enough for. Now she simply needed to protect the world and its people for Sylphia. She simply had to play her part in a game of the gods, a task that her skill set was more than crafted towards. All she had to do was fight and win. She relished that thought. So, Bambietta said, the Quincy taking a deep breath, 7 years and the team with the most points wins, right? I guess I've already got you too. Bambietta waited for a response from Sylphia, a congratulations from the goddess. All she received, however, was silence. Curious, the Quincy turned her gaze to the right. She tried to convince herself that she was not simply looking for praise. Sylvia had just told her she was more than a narcissist after all. Whatever. Bambietta was unsure she could entirely believe that herself. She saw Sylvia then, the goddess giggling slightly as she stared down at the world below. Sylvia? Something funny. That cloud. Sylvia exclaimed. It looks so much like Happy the cat. Isn't that adorable? Bambietta furrowed her brow a little, casting her own eyes down to confirm that yes, that particular cloud did in fact look like the flying cat. Goddess. Sylvia grew flush in the face, no doubt a little embarrassed by her moment of distraction. What was it you were saying? I got you 2 points already, Bambietta proudly declared. Kicking Hansa and Giselle's butts counts, right? Oh. Sylvia shook her head. I'm sorry, but the 7-year game hasn't started just yet. Darn. Bambietta clicked her tongue. Well, both beatings were still excellent stress release, so yay me. Bambietta paused for a moment, her eyes shifting towards Sylvia. Hey. Wait a minute. You didn't have something to do with my explode not working. It was not an accusation, Bambietta unwilling to target one at a deity. It was simply an honest question. One that she received an honest answer to. Well. Sylvia held her hands before herself, the tips of her index fingers pressing against each other as she spoke in a shy tone. Guilty as charged. It's just. You've been making good progress and didn't want you jeopardize it all by killing Hansa the first chance you'd get. What? Me flying off the handle and killing an opponent? Why, I'd never dash Bambietta aside. That was probably for the best. Old habits die hard. And Hansa wouldn't have. And Sylvia nervously laughed for a moment, the goddess glancing up at the sky. I may have also taken the liberty of sealing away your Volstern dike. But. Bambietta spoke with honest sincerity. If you've already made it so my explode can't infect living targets, what's the harm in me spawning wings and using carpet bombing a battlefield? Come on, I just want to fly again. It was fun. Me and Lucy could even do a whole "can you read my mind" thing. That'd just be super. I can't unseal that, not yet, Sylvia said before sighing. You saw what happened to your friend. I know my fellow god deeply regrets not sealing for her after her first try at using it. You were granted those powers when your bodies were made of spiritual particles. But now. You're all true flesh and blood. Alive. And you can't handle the strain. Other gods may be willing to take the risk, but I can't. I won't. Not with you. Not until you are strong enough to withstand it. Bambietta was not one to think too deeply on matters involving power, at least not on the level that Sylvia had described. I guess that makes sense. The more you know. So anything else you want to tell me? When the game starts, the other deities are going to assemble the champions so that we can explain everything in full, Sylvia said. We just wanted you all to grow acclimated to Earthland before it started. But you've already told me so much, Bambietta countered. I know, but I couldn't wait to meet you any longer, Sylvia replied. And that last fight you talk about did force my hand. Bambietta raised an eyebrow to that. You were going to kill Giselle, Sylvia stated quite simply. Oh, my bad, Bambietta said with a shrug. And you want me to save that easy victory for when the game officially starts, right? No, Sylvia said. To do that would cost our side a valuable champion. Bambietta blinked. Come again. It's a silly story. Really? Sylvia hesitated for a moment, closing her eyes as she tried to breathe easy. Giselle's on your side. Ha. Bambietta's right eye began to twitch. She tried to contain her feelings, but she may as well have tried to hold back the ocean with a piece of paper. That's just. Wendy had to hope that Bambietta was doing okay. Levy had assured her that she was no doubt fine, but the Sky Dragon Slayer could not help herself. So as both Carla and Levy tried to inspect their surroundings, Wendy simply paced the room. She did so quite diligently, her echoing footsteps the only sound within the pristine room. Then, quite suddenly, it was joined by another sound. One from above the ceiling. One born out of anger. Son of a bleach. Why is that dumb monster Fluffer on my team again? How the fluff does this bullshark keep happening to me? I swear to you. Yes, you. I swear to you that I just want to gosh darn it all to heck. Wendy stared up at the ceiling, apprehension in her voice as she listened to sound of Bambietta's voice, muffled as it was through the pristine white material. Levy, is she upset? Levy did not know what to say. She could hear the rage in Bambietta's voice, but her choice of words was peculiar to say the least. I'm still sure she's fine. She's certainly creative under pressure, was all Carla had to say in response to it all. I thought everything was good. Everything. And then I had to see that bitch's face. That stupid smiling, vile face. And now you're telling me. Bambietta began to fumble upon her words, her rage giving way to grief and disbelief. Whereas she had begun projecting outwards with her body language, now did she begin to withdraw. A gloved hand moved upwards, covering a portion of Bambietta's face as she felt water forming at the corners of her eyes. Just damn it all. Bambietta spoke with nothing more than fragile whisper. I can't work with her. Not again. This is fucking bullshit. She'll just hound me for attention and if I get hurt, if I die, she'll be there like a damned vulture waiting for its chance. Please, if I'm ever going to die, and leave something behind, just use your damn powers to wipe me away completely. Don't leave anything behind for Giselle. Just let me rest in peace. Bambietta suddenly gasped, the Quincy feeling a light touch upon her chin. Her own hand dropped down by her side, Bambietta lifting up her gaze as she felt Sylvia's fingers gently propping her up. Bambietta looked in the goddess' face, her smile endearing. Hush, Bambietta, Sylvia said as she moved her hand up, her gloved index finger wiping away the tears forming beneath the Quincy's eyes. You don't have to worry. Ever. I wouldn't allow that to happen to you and neither would the god Giselle's championing. He's unpleasant, but even he would look down upon her messing with life and death like that. If anything, I have a feeling he chose her before anyone else could just so he could keep her powers in check. Bambietta nodded, a faint smile on her face. Then did her eyes go wide. Oh no. What's wrong? Sylvia asked as she took a step back from Bambietta to give back her personal space. No. Bambietta shook her head, hands on her cheeks as she did so. I worked so hard to censor myself in front of Wendy and now I'm. Bambietta glanced down at the roof beneath her feet. Please tell me your place is soundproof, Bambietta asked, looking at Sylvia with a pleading glow dwelling within her eyes. Nope, Sylvia said with shrug all her own. But don't worry. I took the liberty of tweaking your choice of words for her and the others. A little perk of being a goddess when you're in my territory. Sylvia snapped her fingers, a burst of sound echoing forth from them. It was not the sound Bambietta expected, but that of her own voice. Bambietta listened intently, eyes widening with bewildered amusement. Monster Fluffer, eh? Bambietta raised an eyebrow. That sounds cute. Too cute for Giselle. Friendship given away to anger and hate, Sylvia said, the goddess lowering her head. It's enough to make me cry. Please don't. The last thing Bambietta wanted to have to contend with was an upset goddess. However, if worst came to worst, the Quincy had to hope that a hug and a whisper of there would work. Sylvia managed to remain calm, her voice remaining steady and controlled. Bambietta Basterbine, I want to make this clear. I chose you for this fight, but I will not force it upon you. You can turn this down and I will simply find another. It was eerie to Bambietta, to see the usually daft and cheerful goddess act in such a manner, but it did not last for long. Sylvia's voice began to crack and waver. The fact that I was able to make a difference is enough for me. You've got your second chance. So I can send you back to your world if you truly wish. Away from Giselle. But Bambietta flinched. You told Wendy. I told Wendy. I can remove the memories, Sylphia said, her head lowering. Those in fairy tale cannot miss what they do not remember. But you, Bambietta, will remember everything the guild did for you. And perhaps that will be enough for you to strive forward in your true home. Stop it. Bambietta suddenly found herself whispering through grit teeth, her attitude one she knew better than to display to a being like the one before her. She could not stop, however, her emotions having been nudged. True, home? Don't make me laugh. You know we have a hell back there, right? An actual hell. Fire and brimstone and everything. And it's a complete oxymoron when you've got the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo making up the rest of the afterlife. That whole world is hell. It's hurt me again and again. If I go back, it'll just stab me in the back again. And Bambietta paused for a moment, her head tilting forward, so as to leave her hat's visor covering her eyes from Sylphia's view. If she could have seen them, the goddess would have noticed tears not of anguish but of joy. You are now part of my fairy tale family, if you wish to be. The words of Makarov ran through Bambietta's thoughts, her recollection of the time she had first met him. It was as strong a memory as ever. However, it was not alone. Bambietta knew what she had told herself upon awakening in this world alive and well thanks to poor Lyusica. Fairy tale was a means to an end and nothing more. Something to occupy herself with until she found a chance to leap across dimensions to return home. Despite the pain and agony, she had felt that it was where she belonged. That was then, and Bambietta refused to do anything else but live in the present. So she turned her gaze up to look at Sylphia with watering eyes. This is my home now. The one you've shown me. I'm never leaving it. And I'm going to fight tooth and nail for it. For a fairy tale. Even if I have to work with her. Sylphia smiled then, the goddess reaching out with her right hand. She held her palm upwards, as if inviting Bambietta to reach out to it. You have my eternal gratitude. Now then, if you wish, I can send you and your friends to who you want to see most. Bambietta's ears perked up. Lucy. Yes, Sylphia continued, never allowing her hand to drop. However, I know what I said, but if it would make things easier I could speak with the one who chose Giselle. They could always choose another if. Sylphia's smile faded to almost nothing. If you cannot live without your vengeance, I can send you back there. I can return you to Giselle so that you can succumb to your who you were. Levy, Wendy, and Carla will return to their guild, none of the wiser. Fairy tale will never know. Bambietta stared at Sylphia, her eyes growing cold. A goddess would grant me this. To revel in your past self or to find what you want in the here and now. It is the least I can offer you for choosing to fight on my behalf. Sylphia bit her tongue, the goddess unwilling to say how offering one of those choices caused you no end of pain. The decision is yours, Bambietta. Bambietta swallowed hard then, her heart racing for a moment. She could still see it, Giselle's gleefully ignorant happiness at their reunion. However, she could also see the looks of shock on the faces of Levy and Wendy when they had stumbled upon the scene. Yet Bambietta had to wonder if those mattered. After all, she was doing it for the best. She was doing it for fairy tale as well as for herself. It was not simply vengeance, it was for the protection of those she treasured most. That had to be it. Bambietta's cold, dark heart wanted vengeance, so much so that it was willing to justify it in any way it could. It was determined to keep her feeling like a hero, even if it was pushing her towards her darker impulses. However, her heart could only melt when one name worked its way through the emotions that were flooding it. I want to see her more than anything, Bambietta said as she reached out towards Sylphia's inviting hand. I want to tell Lucy everything. Who I am. Who I've been. Who I want to share my future with. So please, send me to Lucy Hartfilia's side. Sylphia beamed with light, one that radiated her joy, as she brought her other hand down atop Bambietta's own. As you wish, Bambietta. Don't say that, the Quincy said with a smile. It's Bambi. Dressed impeccably in an elegant pink gown, Lucy Hartfilia walked into a room she had never been fond of. There was no warmth or love to be fond in it, not in the slightest. It was the room in which her father managed the Hartfilia fortune firm. There was no room for family in it, just business. It seemed fitting to Lucy that this was where she would confront her father once more. She did not wish to speak to him of family, not at all. This was about settling her business with him once and for all. So she walked forward, her eyes settling on the large window at the far end of the room. It bathed the room in the light of a sunset, almost obscuring the man who sat at his desk. He was an unassuming man, dressed in a finely pressed suit. His face was expressionless, barely casting Lucy a glance. Instead did the man focus on the paperwork on his desk, poring over every detail. "It's about time you returned home," Jude Hartfilia said in a dismissive tone. "You have no idea how glad I am that this rebellious phase of yours has come to an end." Lucy had little to say to that as she approached. "Oh. You are the future of the Hartfilias," Jude said as he rose up from his chair, his icy eyes staring into Lucy's own. She tried her best to remain as cold as he. "You cannot waste the life your mother and I gave to you by gollivanting around and playing wizard." "Mother would have approved," Lucy said in return. "It's her magic I inherited." "She grew up," Jude retorted. "And it's high time you did as well. There's no time in this world to be chasing fairy tales, not anymore. You have to think of the Hartfilia family's future. You, Lucy, are that future, and I can't have you squandering it with these childish antics of yours." "Is that why you hired Phantom Lord to find me?" Lucy asked coldly. "Of course," Jude honestly answered as he turned his back to his daughter to look out the window. "As much as I did not want to sully the family fortune by offering it to a guild of so-called wizards, I would have been a fool to ignore their resources and number of members. And imagine my surprise when they let me know that you were in Fairy Tale. Still, they did their job. Here you are, at my doorstep. I suppose I will be hearing from their guild master soon enough about payment." "You won't," Lucy said. "Phantom Lord's been disbanded." "How fortunate," Jude replied, a faint smile forming beneath his mustache. "Then I won't have spent a single penny financing a gang of ruffians for their hard work. I suppose there are multiple silver linings to the dark cloud your actions caused." "I caused?" Lucy bit her tongue. As much as she blamed her father for what he had provoked, she also was willing to accept that she herself had a hand in it as well. José Porla had been desiring battle in his madness, yes, but it was not that alone that had provoked what had happened. It was the blood of the Hartfilias that had prompted it. Not Makarov Driar and José Porla, but Lucy Hartfilia and Jude Hartfilia. Father and daughter had caused such trauma, all thanks to their inability to communicate. She accepted her faults, but she was determined to make sure her father did as well. "I didn't come here to make amends or to apology to you, Father. I'm just here to make up for the mistake I made in the first place. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm going back to Fairy Tale." Jude lowered his head, closing his eyes for a moment. He did not speak aloud, only a whisper underneath his breath. "Layla, what would you have me do?" "I can't." "You hide away in this mansion," Lucy continued, unaware of her father's whisper, "but you don't have a clue about the world if it doesn't involve your precious money. Do you have any idea what you did to my family?" "Family?" Jude turned around, glaring at Lucy as he raised his voice. His anger had been triggered. "With that money and influence you speak of, I could have Fairy Tale disbanded 1,000 times over. You're blood of my blood and dash. You're a fool." Lucy lowered her head for a moment, blonde locks of hair falling over her eyes. It was only for a moment, the wizard casting her gaze upon Jude once more. "This isn't about blood. I couldn't choose you as a father, but I damn well will choose Fairy Tale as my family." Jude grit his teeth. "Lucy." Lucy suddenly felt trapped in a world that was not her own. One that she abandoned. She felt constricted and restrained, caught in bonds she wished to be free of. This was not her world, and this manner of dress was not of her choosing. It was not a sign of love, but of money and power. So she reached up, slipping fingers into the top of her gown. "I'm warning you, Father. If you ever try to hurt my Fairy Tale family again, then you'll be no different from Eisenwald or Phantom Lord. You'll just be another enemy, even if it breaks my heart." Lucy began to tear at the expensive gown, splitting it down the middle in a show of utter disdain for her father's money. The portions that covered her torso tore away in her hands, leaving behind just the white corset underneath, as well as the lower portion of the dress. It didn't have to be this way, father. But after what you just said, I can't trust Dash. Lucy's declaration was cut short, a strange sound all but popping within both her ears and those belonging to Jude. It was as if something had taken up residence in the room, displacing the air that had once occupied the space. The two members of the Hartfilias turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, and both of them saw a very confused-looking woman dressed all in white, a hat atop her head and a cloak hanging from her shoulders, suddenly standing in the room. Jude did not recognize her, but Lucy did. Bambi. That was a hell of a thing. Bambietta's eyes were dull in color, but the light quickly came back to them. She shook her head slightly, looking about for a moment as if trying to comprehend her surroundings. It was then that she caught sight of the person she had wanted to see most of all. However, what Bambietta saw was Lucy having partially torn off the upper portions of a dress, leaving her in a white corset. Lacking any and all context, Bambietta's gaze momentarily caught sight of Lucy's cleavage. The Quincy simply blinked. Wow! A small portion of red liquid trickled out from Bambietta's nose. Then, without warning, she fell back. The Quincy crashed down on the floor, her bloody nose intensifying. Bambi! Lucy shouted, her concern for her friend and guildmate overriding her confusion. She knelt down beside her, helping to prop up the unconscious Quincy. Lucy, Jude said, utterly mystified, who is this woman that's getting blood all over the carpet? Well. Lucy smiled weakly. This was not how she had expected this reunion to go. Not at all. She's a friend from work. Chapter 34, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Levy McGarden, Wendy Marvel, and Carla stood by themselves in the white room that belonged to Sylphie and Elia LaBelle. The goddess had vanished, taking Bambietta Basterbine with her. All they could do was wait then for their return. However, the only one who came back was Sylphia herself. She appeared at the center of the room, looking as cheerful as ever. Miss Sylphia, Wendy said, taking one step forward. Where's Bambi? She didn't go back to her world, did she? She didn't. Wendy's face began to quiver, her lower lips trembling as her eyes watered. Sylphia was here, but Bambietta was not by her side. She had gone home. Back to the world from which she had come. She had said she would not do that, but it was just like with Grandini and Jalal Fernandez. Wendy had lost one she cared for. Bambi. Wendy began to drop to her knees, the gravity of the situation dragging her down. She did not make it far though, Sylphia appearing before her. Crouching on one knee, the goddess caught Sylphia and held her gently. It's okay, Wendy, Sylphia said sweetly, one hand against the Sky Dragon Slayer's back, the other running rough her hair in an attempt to calm her down. Bambi's still here. I just sent her to Lucy, that's all. And soon they'll both be back for you. Wendy perked up then. She sniffed back her tears and smiled. You mean it? Of course, Sylphia said as she stood up, all the while ruffling Wendy's hair a little. Everything will be fine. It's just that I think Bambi and Lucy need some time alone together is all. So I sent her off. And I was looking to send you three back to Fairy Tale. But I need you all to do me one little favor. Levy was curious, if not the slightest bit skeptical. What's that? Don't mention anything about me, okay? Sylphia said as she clasped her hands together. Or that Bambi's from another world. I mean, if she wants to tell others, okay, but I'd rather the whole fighting on behalf of me thing stay under wraps until the time is right. Levy was unsure of how to react to a goddess asking for favors in such a mundane, human manner, but she was beaten to the punch when it came to giving an answer. Okay. Wendy said with youthful energy. Our lips are sealed. You have my eternal gratitude, Sylphia said sweetly. Now off you go. Lucy Hartfilia had returned to the home in which she had spent the better part of her life, the very place she had grown up, with a plan. Knowing full well that the war between Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord had been an indirect result of her running away, she had decided to take responsibility for it all. Fairy Tale had stepped up and fought against Phantom Lord to save both Lucy and, when things had gone out of control, Magnolia from Jose Porla's apparent madness. Now it had been Lucy's chance to return the favor. It had all been so simple. She would go home and speak with her father, to make things clear why she had left home and how she could only view him as an enemy if he were to ever attempt to visit his wrath upon Fairy Tale by trying to hurt it through financial or political means. Then she would walk away, never to return to the place that had once meant so much to her. She would turn the page on the part of her life that felt like it had ended alongside her mother's untimely death and return to her new home, the place where she felt she truly belonged. She would return to Fairy Tale and leave the past behind. However, the best laid plans had been rent asunder when the past and present had come into contact with one and another. As Lucy had reached the crescendo of her Declaration of Independence, as she had prepared to finish saying what she had to her father and walk away from him once and for all, Bambietta Basterbine had arrived. It was as if she had appeared from out of nowhere, a strange popping having been the true sign of her arrival. Bambietta had seemed in a slight state of shock from her own sudden arrival and then, without warning, she had collapsed the moment she had seen Lucy. There had been a faint amount of blood dribbling from her nose, a sign that she may have been involved in a fight before her unexpected appearance at the Hartfilia mansion. Lucy had intended to make her leave but now she could not. Bambietta was unconscious and, as her father had made very clear, been bleeding upon his expensive carpeting. So Lucy had spirited Bambietta away, to find her a place to rest and be taken care of until she woke up. Sitting in a chair by the side of the bed she had deposited Bambietta in, Lucy waited with some degree of restlessness. Hanging from one of the bed's posts was the outer garments of Bambietta, her coat, cape, gloves, and hat hanging from it in that order. Her boots were by the bedside, having folder over slightly at ankle's height. It was just another sign that Lucy would have to wait even if she wanted to go home, to return to Fairy Tale. She wanted to go back, but Bambietta was a part of the guild itself, as well as Lucy's friend and roommate. Her well-being came first. Bambi. Lucy looked down on the sleeping Quincy. The bed's blankets were pulled up over her shoulders and beneath her chin. Despite her sudden fall, she looked so very peaceful in her slumber. Lucy had grown far too used to seeing Bambietta at two extremes. Either she was acting out, as if to appear larger than life, or she was at times seemingly small and fragile, as if her past was tearing her apart. Now, however, it was different. She seemed at peace. It warmed Lucy's heart. Still, she was confused. Bambi, what are you doing here? This was my problem and mine alone. Lucy's hands closed as she held them over her lap, the wizard closing her eyes as she lowered her head. You all fought so hard for me, so I have to do this for all of you alone. There was silence then, Lucy subjecting herself to the darkness of her shut eyes. Then, without warning, she felt something make contact with her right hand. I won't let you go it alone, Bambietta's voice said quietly. Whatever you're doing, we're in this together, Lucy. The celestial spirit mage opened her eyes, her gaze focused downwards. She could see her hands, closed as they were, but there was a third hand not belonging to her. Bambietta's hand, the Fairy Tale emblem upon it, was resting atop Lucy's right hand, leaving her emblem to peek out from between the Quincy's fingers. Bambi. Lucy titled her head back up, taking notice first of Bambietta's arm outstretched from beneath the blankets, then the Quincy's smiling face atop the blankets. You're okay. I'm more than okay, Bambietta said. The Quincy paused for a moment, reflecting on all that she had learned from Sylphia. I'm better than ever, Bambietta finished before she glanced around from her position on the bed. So, where are we? Bambietta had to admit it, the room was so very nice looking. It almost reminded her of the home she had once had in Fioritura. This, however, was so much more luxurious than even that. Lucy was caught off guard, having expected Bambietta to know where she had appeared. She had thought the Quincy arrived in some peculiar fashion of her own means, but it was clear that there was another mystery behind it all. This is the Hartfilia mansion. Oh. That was all Bambietta could say at first. She remembered well what Lucy had said about her family, her father, back in Magnolia. Then this is. Bambietta glanced around once more, her eyes perceptive enough to notice the cabinet full of books on celestial spirits, several sorcerers' weekly magazines lying atop it. She not only knew where she was, but the exact specifics of it. It was enough to make Bambietta's face glow red. "I'm in Lucy's bed." It was barely a whisper. Bambietta stared blankly up at the ceiling as she tried to process it all. "Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee You look like you're getting warm. A fever. No, no, Bambietta said, trying to keep herself composed. I'm just hot is all. Sitting up, Bambietta pulled the blankets off herself and shifted so that her legs dangled off the side of the bed. She looked at Lucy, noting the faint color of her eyes. Are you okay? Bambietta said. I mean, I know what you told me about your dad and Dash. No, I'm not okay, Lucy interrupted, a hand reaching up to cover a side of her face. She chuckled slightly, one that Bambietta could tell was born from a nervous disdain for where she was. I didn't want to ever come back here again. Despite what those who knew or at least thought they knew her would say, Bambietta was not one for performing actions with no thought behind them. Oh yes, she was impulsive, but there was always a driving force behind anything she did. All of it was deliberate and focused, even if spontaneous. However, with Lucy she found her body moving of its own accord, as if her instincts were focused to such a degree that thought was unnecessary. In that brief moment where Bambietta was left in surprise by Lucy's statement, her body took control and forced the Quincy to hug her friend tightly. Lucy was as surprised as Bambietta, yet neither resisted the moment. Lucy relaxed, her hands opening as she reached out to return the embrace. Her chin lowering down upon Bambietta's shoulder, Lucy tried to fight back the feelings bottled up since seeing the family mansion again. This is where all the memories of my mother reside, Lucy said, her closed eyes watering. And she's not here anymore. Her love's not here. All that's left is him. And I can't deal with it anymore. Bambietta tightened her grip, the action deliberate. She did not know what to say, how to respond with words proper, but she knew she needed to say something, anything to comfort Lucy. Yet nothing came. She was out of her depth, the Quincy lost in the outpouring of Lucy's own emotions. All she could do was remember her own mother, her own father, but she dared not try and impart her past experiences to Lucy as wisdom or knowledge. All there was in her past was pain, the failures of a daughter who had lost it all time and time again. So Bambietta stayed quiet, doing the only thing she could. She listened to Lucy. There's nothing here anymore. Lucy cried. I had to run away. Because. There were times that. I wished he was gone if it meant my mother could still be here instead. Don't say that, Bambietta managed to get out. It was again a true impulse, her voice working before her mind could hope to. Bambietta had to wonder if this was love in its truest sense, to act without thinking, to strive forwards on pure instinct and nothing more. Was this the effect Lucy had on her tired soul? However, Bambietta was left then with no follow-up, no grand statement to make to bring peace to Lucy. For she had felt the same when she had been a child who had lost her mother to both her own foolishness and the cruelty of a hollow. All she could do was hold Lucy tight, hoping that was enough. This place. Lucy whimpered. It brings out the worst in me. An awkward silence fell upon the room, the only sound Lucy's sobs. Bambietta tried to think of something, anything, to say. However, before she could even formulate a comforting response, fate stepped in. She could hear the door to the room opening. Peering over her friend's shoulder, Bambietta could see the light of the hallway peering into the dimly lit room, a man standing there. It was the man Bambietta had seen upon her arrival. The one she could only assume was Lucy's father, Jude. His presence was more than enough to leave Bambietta letting go of the hug, her body once more ruled by an instinct that she did not quite comprehend. She could only chalk that up to the stern look upon the man's face. I see that your friend from work is feeling better, Jude said rather curtly. As that is the case. Lucy, can we talk in private? Bambietta watched as Lucy ran a hand across her face, taking with it any remaining tears. Her expression hardened right before the Quincy's eyes. Then it vanished as Lucy stood up and turned to face her father. Her movement did not stop there, however, the wizard walking away. I have nothing more to say to you, father, Lucy said as she walked past her father and out into the hall. Then there were two, a prospect that Bambietta did not find appealing in any way, shape, or form. She sat on the bed, while Jude simply stood silent in the doorway. "Well," Bambietta whispered under her breath, "this is awkward." There was a part of Bambietta that wanted nothing more than to lash out at Jude, to yell at him for his part in causing Phantom Lord to attack Fairy Tail, but she tried so very hard to bite her tongue. Lucy had no doubt done the same when she had come here, and that was her place to do so. Bambietta had to worry if Lucy would forgive her for doing the same. She spoke ill of her father and Bambietta understood that, but there was something else she understood. No matter how much she had looked down at her own father, there was always that one part of her, born out of childhood innocence, that loved her father. No doubt Lucy held it within her heart as well, a light brighter than Bambietta's own had ever been, and the Quincy refused to do anything that would cause it to reject her actions. So she kept silent as she reached down to put her boots back on. She would say nothing to instigate a problem or argument. However, if Jude were to say something inflammatory to her, Bambietta had to imagine there would be no problem if she returned the favor. So she waited, curious to see what Jude might say. "Tell me, is my daughter happy in Fairy Tail?" Bambietta stopped putting on one of her boots, her mind caught up in momentary shock. Of all the things she had expected Jude to say, this was not one of them. She had been preparing herself for a war of words, not a conversation. Still, that did not mean she would be adverse to engaging in a minor one nonetheless. "Maybe you should have asked someone that before igniting a guild war." Jude's eyes narrowed, the man clearly not appreciated Bambietta's choice in words or the tone that had delivered them. However, much to the Quincy's surprise, he did not simply walk away. No, instead he simply repeated himself, though his own tone of voice was harsher. "I'll ask again. Is my daughter happy in Fairy Tail?" Bambietta had to admit one simple thing, she was impressed. She had expected Jude to either walk away or fly off the handle at her. Either would have been fine. Preferable to an actual conversation even. However, she could see that he was not the kind of man who would make things easy. Bambietta had to wonder if this was a part of why Lucy had left. "Yes," Bambietta said simply as she finished putting on her boots. She began to reach for her cloak and hat, putting the former over her shoulders. "She's very happy. I suppose that makes one of us then." Jude's head lowered for a moment, the man turning his back on Bambietta as if to leave. It was almost a relief to Bambietta, to see this awkward conversation come to an early close. "So why would you want to ruin it for her?" Bambietta bit her tongue, wishing she had not voiced that question. Now the conversation was going to continue. Jude stopped in his tracks, the man looking back towards Bambietta. Her mother was happy when she in a wizard's guild as well. Bambietta watched as Jude closed his eyes for a moment, his shoulders sagging. An uncomfortable silence fell over the room, as if the man was struggling to continue speaking to someone who may well have been a complete stranger. Bambietta, meanwhile, did not even know where to begin. Her mouth remained closed, her voice silent, her instincts either abandoning her or simply deciding to behave. "When we first met," Jude said at last, breaking the uncomfortable quiet, "Layla was a wizard of the Crystal Toad Guild. We only crossed paths briefly when our professions as wizard and merchant crossed paths. I had, after all, hired her for protection during my travels. She was a lovely woman, one who was seemingly never without a smile. However, when I saw her a year later by sheer chance, she had retired from both the Crystal Toad Guild and from her life as a wizard. Her body, simply wasn't able to handle the pressure of being a celestial spirit wizard. It broke her heart as I could clearly see. But..." Jude walked towards Bambietta in a sluggish manner, taking a seat on the chair that Lucy had once occupied. As little as Bambietta had known him, she had at least determined he was a man of great inner strength, at least judging from how he had seemed to carry himself both when she had seen him earlier and when he had shown up only a few minutes ago. Now he simply seemed tired. "I believe I made her happy." Jude leaned forward on his chair, weary eyes looking down at the floor. Maybe not as much as magic did, but enough that she began to smile again. Bambietta did not know at all what to say. This was not how she had hoped this day would go. She had come here to see Lucy, not engage in an incredibly awkward conversation with her father. Besides, she simply wanted to be angry at him, to scorn and chastise him for what he had set in motion with Phantom Lord. No, not just for that. For everything Lucy had said about him. However, now that she was seeing Jude in the state he was in, Bambietta felt pity. Oh, it was mingled with her anger, but it was tempering that very same anger as well. Why did this have to happen? It's fine, Bambi. Totally fine. He's all distracted and quiet, so you can just slip away and find Lucy. Then everything will be just fine. Bambietta stood up and began to move forward. Yet a most peculiar thing happened. She turned on her heels, reaching out and gently patting Lucy's father on the back of his shoulder. Hey, Jude, don't be sad. You took a sad song and made it better. Bambietta noticeably cringed. What the hell am I doing? I was supposed to walk away and find Lucy, not try and play nice with Jude here by botching Beatles lyrics. Damn it. Bambietta had had her chance to escape, but now she had lost it thanks to her own unexpected actions. However, social interactions such as this were far above her understanding. Worse, there was one question in particular she had to consider. Why are you opening up to me like this? Bambietta asked, her next statement one of both trying to help Jude move forward for herself to get out of this conversation. I mean, you should be telling this stuff to Lucy, not me. So go on and get her. It's not that simple, Jude replied, her voice quiet. Of course it isn't. We wouldn't want that, would we? No. Bambietta kept that feeling to herself, though she almost wished she had verbally expressed her misgivings. Then, without warning, she did. Of course it isn't. Not after you nearly ruined her happiness. Bambietta felt Jude flinched, her hand still on his shoulder. She did the same, quickly wondering why she had spoken so callously. Then she had to question herself for even caring. She was Bambietta Basterbine, a Quincy who had no fear of speaking her mind to ravenous monsters or those who held themselves up as gods of death. Why should she care then if she hurt the feelings of a man who had wronged the family she had discovered? Who had wronged the woman she cared for? Who had wronged Bambietta herself through his actions? Because, Bambietta said as she looked down at Jude, he's only human. And we're all we've got in this world or the next. And, because. Bambietta held her thoughts still, waiting for Jude to lash out at her with words of his own. That, once again, would be easy to counter. However, while he did speak, it was not with an anger she could stand against, but a withering determination. I was doing what I needed to protect Lucy and her future, Jude said simply enough, though his tone was wavering. It's all a parent can do for their child. However, that determination was enough to make Bambietta snap at last. Protect her future? You didn't see the pain you caused. You weren't there to see her cry over what you did by hiring Phantom Lord. Bambietta's expression hardened as she stood up and moved away from Jude. She turned around to look down on him, her fire ignited. I did. I had to see it. I had to watch as Lucy suffered because you had to be a self-important jackass with delusions of protecting her future. Jude remained silent, leaving Bambietta unsure of his true reaction to her outburst. However, there was a large part of her that simply did not care what it was. When he had spoken with what sounded like a trace of remorse, she had felt pity for him. It was only when he displayed any sense of determination for his choices that Bambietta had felt her anger become stoked, leaving her unable to control herself fully. You're so damn afraid that being a wizard in a guild is going to end badly for Lucy. That it's going to end up like it did for her mother. That you're willing to fuck it up yourself? That you just want to pick up the pieces so badly that you'll break her life yourself? Is that it? Because if it is, you're more fucking pathetic than my own worthless dad was. Bambietta began to shake, her hands on the verge of closing into fists. Her heart was suddenly beginning to race, as if speaking of her own father had stirred something within her that she dared not feel. As if the obedient and broken little daughter she had been so long ago was still buried within her soul. Bambietta's voice paused, the Quincy staring blankly without anger. That was enough to finally stir Jude's own anger. The older man shot up to his feet, his eyes blazing. Don't you dare come into my house and speak such things. I love Layla. I love Lucy. I want what's best for her. And it doesn't matter what some wizard with daddy issues has to say because I know I'm right. Bambietta flinched as Jude's eyes burrowed into her own, his face so close she could practically feel his breath upon her skin. She had clearly crossed a line, yes, but now had Jude done the same. Bambietta's right hand closed altogether, magic energy drawing into it. Gone was the little girl she had once been, the one who had suffered under forced obedience. In her place was stern Ritter E beginning to surface. A button had been pressed, anger giving way to a vengeful yearning that had been nurtured for decades. No, I'm a member of Fairy Tale now. I need to act like a grown-up. This isn't what Makarov would. Or Wendy. Or Sylphia. Or Lucy. Or me. Bambietta's entire body relaxed, magic no longer drawing into her fist. Her hand fell open then, Bambietta trying to steady her soul. She looked at Jude, trying to forget a part of what he had said in his rage. The Quincy had wanted this after all, to counter his emotion with words and not actions, so she was going to see that through to the end. Everyone thinks they're right, Bambietta said with little emotion. Me, you, wizards, soul reapers and Quincy. But you got a guild destroyed. Not Fairy Tale, but a guild nonetheless. Now all those wizards don't have a place to call their own anymore. And do you care? Do you even care that Phantom Lord hurt innocent people to get to Lucy? That they freaking crucified one of her friends? That they kidnapped someone she was caring for? Do you even care that they were going to destroy Magnolia with a dem Jupiter cannon? Do you care that one of their own fucked with my head with some dem spell or whatever and made me suffer through every dem awful thing in my life? Jude's face contorted. He wanted to lash out, to argue against this woman who had shown up at his home uninvited and unexpected, but he could not find the words to speak. He had heard enough of Phantom Lord's actions in the paper during the immediate aftermath. However, to read the print that described it all as an observer was nothing compared to hearing of it from one who had been affected by his unintended actions. You break Lucy's heart when she found it you were the one who hired Phantom Lord, Bambietta hissed. Do you even give a damn? Or is that all okay because you're so damn right in wanting to ruin Lucy's present so you can fix her future yourself? Bambietta spun on her heels, not willing to hear anything Jude might have to say. She walked towards the door, putting on her hat as she did so. She hastened her step, opening the door and bathing the room in light. She was one step away from the freedom that she had longed for since this conversation had started. However, Bambietta stopped in her tracks and looked back at Jude. It was a hardened expression, one that was annoyed with him to no end. That expression quickly faltered when Bambietta saw Jude clearly. He was sitting once more, now on Lucy's bed. Elbows resting on his knees, he was not even looking at Bambietta. Whether he was angry still or once more distraught, Bambietta was not entirely sure. I lost my mother when I was young too, you know, Bambietta said. And I miss her with all my heart, even now. But my father? All he wanted was to continue the Basterbine bloodline no matter what the cost. That's all I was good for, even if he said he was doing things for my own good. He's dead now too and I don't miss him at all. Bambietta's lower lip quivered for a moment, her eyes beginning to glisten around the edges. No, not at all. Stealing her resolve, Bambietta tried to keep her composure. So what do you want to be, Jude? The father that Lucy will always love or the one she spend the rest of her life trying to forget? That was it. That was all Bambietta had left to say. She stepped out into the light then, closing the door behind her and leaving Jude by himself. The man remained where he sat on the edge of Lucy's bed. Glancing towards at the nightstand beside it he saw a plush bear. One of its eyes was missing, replaced by a button. Jude reached out and took hold of the bear, memories flooding back to him. Of Lucy crying when it had lost an eye, of how busy he had been in his office that he could not help and of how happy Lucy had been when Layla had sewn the button on. Holding the plush close, Jude closed his eyes. While he had not known it, Bambietta had come close to lashing out at him at the end. However, it did not matter. She had done something just as severe even while remaining calm. Words, after all, hurt. Bambietta stood outside the room she had just left, her back up against a wall. Her body felt as if it was electric, her heart racing. Lifting her right arm up, she looked into the gloved palm of her hand. She flinched, the thought of what she had considered doing floating about at the frayed end of her mind. Reaching up with her other hand, Bambietta clasped it around her wrist. Pulling her right arm down, she tilted her head back against the wall and closed her eyes. She began to breathe slow and easy to try and compose herself. Violence is so much easier than talking things out. I guess I'm just going to have to get used to this sort of thing. Her head falling forward, Bambietta steadied her emotions. She laughed a little, knowing full well what had pushed her only minutes earlier. Whatever. It's not like I ever denied I have mommy and daddy issues. Pulling herself away from the wall, the Quincy let her spiritual senses flow outwards. She had come here to speak with Lucy and she wanted to see that through. No longer would she let bloody noses, fainting spells, or talks with a mustached man get in the way of the course of action she had decided upon. It was not long before Bambietta felt Lucy's magic signature nearby. Her feet beginning to move, Bambietta began to walk down to the hall, her breath caught in her throat. There would be no more distractions. No more Giselle. No more Sylvia. No more Jude. No more of her own questionable tendencies and impulses pushing her. No, Bambietta would not be distracted anymore. She would not. She was going to speak with Lucy, to say what she had longed to say for so long now. Perhaps there would be happiness at the end of Bambietta's confession. Perhaps there would be sorrow at the end of her conversation with Lucy. Whatever the case may be, Bambietta was willing to do what Levi had pushed her towards. She was going to take the plunge. Her pace quickened, footsteps giving way to Hirenkyaku. Bambietta moved down the halls of the Hartfilia mansion, the Quincy taking corners in a reckless manner. Soon she found herself pushing open the double doors of the main entrance, Bambietta sensing Lucy outside. The Quincy stopped in her tracks then, taking note of the conditions outside. The sky was dark with clouds, a torrential downpour of water drops descending down and splashing against the ground. It's raining, Bambietta sighed, her eyes half closing as her shoulder sagged. Figures. This is such a good sign. Bambietta shook her head before slapping her cheeks with both hands. They curled into fists of determination then, the Quincy's expression hardening. Screw you, rain. Bambietta shouted, her confidence beginning to overflow. I am the silver lining to your dark clouds. I hope. Whatever. Let's do this. Yeah. Having psyched herself up as best she could, Bambietta focused. Her senses honing in on Lucy's magic, the Quincy bolted forward with Hirenkyaku once more. Her boots splashed through puddles, the Quincy growing ever closer to the one she longed to see. It was not long then that she got her wish. Bambietta froze in place, Lucy not a few yards away, her back to the Quincy. Bambietta felt her heart race for a moment, her willpower pushing past all limits. Lou dash. The Quincy's voice was caught in her throat, her vision no longer tunneling towards the celestial spirit wizard. She could see what was in front of Lucy, what she was looking at. A granite headstone that had but one name engraved upon it. The name of Layla Hartfilia. Bambietta began to open her mouth, the Quincy hoping to say something, but she stopped before even a sound could be uttered. Lucy herself was speaking, her voice a faint whisper that could only just be barely heard. I'm so sorry but I can't stay here, Mom. I want to, I really do, but this just can't go on. He doesn't love me, not like you did. I'm just a means to an end. I'm not his daughter, just the heir to his legacy and money. I'm just a Hartfilia here. But with fairy tale. I'm Lucy. Bambietta shut her mouth, knowing that she had no place where she was now. Turning on her heels, the Quincy prepared to walk away with Hirenkyaku, leaving Lucy none the wiser of her presence. This was something she could not intrude upon with her confession, a private moment that she knew was meant for Lucy and Lucy alone. Bambi. The Quincy stopped completely, her breath seizing up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hear anything. And no, it's all right. Lucy's right hand reached out, touching down upon Bambietta's shoulder with a gentle nature. It's just, you must think I'm weird. First the letters and now this. It's not like my mother can even hear me. Bambietta turned her head, looking over her shoulder. She could see Lucy's face, the skin wet from either tears or the rain. Bambietta did not know. She could only hazard a guess that it was both. However, she could also see that Lucy was shaking slightly, as if a shiver brought about by the cold rain was running up her body. Reaching up, Bambietta undid the clasp of her cape. In one swift motion did she turn around and drape the cloak over Lucy's shoulders, hoping that it would warm her to some degree. However, just as before, she wanted to say something but could not. "Thank you," Lucy said softly. The rain was sudden and Lucy's eyes went dull as her head tilted downwards, her expression growing sullen. "Look at me. First fairy tale had to protect me and now you've got to keep me from getting a cold like this. And I'm talking to someone who can't even hear me while I can't even have a proper conversation with my father. I'm pathetic." Bambietta once more acted on an instinct that superseded her own thoughts. She stepped forward, arms wrapping around Lucy tightly. Don't you talk about yourself like that, Lucy. I won't have it." Lucy surrendered herself to the embrace, her head leaning forward until she was sobbing into Bambietta's shoulder. "Everything with Phantom Lord, it's the fault of my father and I. We fought for you," Bambietta whispered. "It's the least we could do. That I could do. And you came here to fight for us, didn't you?" "I thought I would be strong," Lucy replied. "I told my father everything I had to and then I couldn't leave. And now I'm faltering. This is my home, Bambi. Just as much as Magnolia is. But I don't belong here. I can't be here. It. Hush." Bambietta brought one hand up, gently holding it against a shoulder of Lucy's. "I'm sorry, Lucy. If I hadn't shown up, you could have left with your head held high. This is all my fault." Bambietta knew this was not the time or place for anything but compassion. She would not admit her feelings to Lucy, not under these conditions. So she remained quiet, Lucy's quiet sobs the only sound left, at least until another broke the silence. "No," a voice called out from afar, "I'm afraid you made it quite clear that the responsibility lies upon my shoulders and my shoulders alone." Lucy opened her eyes, allowing herself to peer over Bambietta's shoulder. The Quincy turned her head to the side, looking back. The both of caught sight of Jude Hartfilia standing in the rain, an umbrella held above his head and another two hanging held by his side. What was most telling, however, was the crestfallen expression etched upon his face. "And Jude continued. "I would have to agree." Jude stepped forward, the older man handing the two spare umbrellas to Bambietta and Lucy both. Bambietta, sniffling a little as a chill ran down her body, quickly opened hers. Lucy, however, left hers to hang from one of her arms as she crossed them both across her chest. "Father," Lucy said, having little more to say than that, at least for now. "Lucy, Jude stumbled upon his words, the older man unsure of how to walk through the moment. "Please use that. You'll catch a cold." "I don't need it." Lucy stepped past her father, Bambietta's cloak moving slightly in the air as it hung off the wizard's shoulders. "I suppose I'll have to talk to Mom later. I worry too much about the future and you look to the past." Jude's eyes closed for a moment, his voice a whisper. "Neither one of us can just focus on the present. I'm sorry that you inherited that trait from me." Lucy stopped her movement then, the wizard turning. "Dad, I'm sorry." Jude turned to face his daughter as well, the man barely able to hold his umbrella above his head with an unsteady hand. So lost in the moment had he raised his voice, though not in anger but with what regret he could feel. It lowered in tempo then, Jude trying to compose himself as best he could. "Lucy, I want to apologize for everything. For Phantom Lord. And for..." His nerves shot, Jude's arm fell to his side, the umbrella with it. It dangled from his hand, rain splashing down upon his bowed head and shoulders. "I'm a terrible excuse for a father." Lucy stood still for a moment, looking at the man who had helped bring her into this world. He was so different now from what she was used to, the stark determination and desire to be correct having all but fallen away. She could only recall one other time she had seen him like this, his drive having faltered. The months following Layla's unfortunate passing. Lucy felt her lower lip tremble for a moment, the wizard making certain to open she had been given. Holding it over her head, she moved forward. Reaching out with her free hand, she took hold of Jude's own, as well as the handle for the umbrella barely within its grasp. "Dad, don't be like that," Lucy said quietly. "You'll catch a cold." Jude exhaled then, as if ridding himself a breath he had held for far too long. He let Lucy lift his hand up then, the umbrella soon shielding him from the cold rain. "Lucy, I dash." "Let's go inside," Lucy said, the wizard moving towards the house. I think we need to talk." Jude nodded in response, the man turning his gaze to look back. Bambietta could see his eyes looking past her and towards the headstone she was near. A faint glimmer of longing flashed through Jude's irises before he shifted his gaze towards Bambietta. He said nothing, but the Quincy was more than willing to assume that he was trying to thank her for speaking out against him. That, after all, pleased her. Then Jude began to walk towards his mansion, only a short few yards behind Lucy. Bambietta was left alone in the rain, her feelings left to wait a little longer. This, however, was a distraction she welcomed. Sylphianelia Labelle stood alone in her domain, the goddess looking down at two orbs floating before her. One showed a Quincy standing alone in the rain. Another a Quincy standing alone in a forest. Bambietta Basterbine and Giselle Guel. She watched them both for diverse reasons that, in the end, led to a unified concern. "You two both are what?" Sylphia stopped then, leaving both orbs to vanish from sight. She could feel a great presence within her realm in the clouds, a darkness encroaching on the purity of light she had created. It was a familiar show of power, one she had seen time and time again throughout the ages. "Anxarum," Sylphia said calmly. "What do I owe for this visit?" The god made no motion to appear fully, Anxarum simply allowing his presence to swarm the room. "Why did you give your champion the option to destroy mine? You saw that, huh?" Sylphia was not worried, not in the least, but she did not like the notion of her fellow god keeping such an eye on her. She offered him freedom to do as he pleased, why could he not do the same? Regardless, she did hope that he had not overheard what she had called him when whispering to Bambietta. "You needn't fear. I knew she would make the right choice." "A test then?" Anxarum bellowed, his own curiosity piqued. "I suppose so," Sylphia answered simply. "If you want to view it as such, please, be my guest." "Foolish." Anxarum was unwilling to truly bend to her judgment. "You are far too willing to trust the humans to their own devices. And perhaps you are too quickly to judge them," Sylphia countered. "And to cast judgment on them. Why else would you have chosen Giselle Guel?" Anxarum was quick to speak back, his power surging throughout the room. "I will not have my decisions questioned." If the flexing of his shadowy might was meant to intimidate Sylphia, it had little effect on the goddess. "Then I ask you to respect mine as well. I simply want for our champions to step past their differences and work together as you and I have begun to do." "So be it." Anxarum had little else to say, the god slipping away and leaving Sylphia's domain to return to its pristine beauty. "Do as you will." Feeling herself to be alone once more, Sylphia brought the orbs back into view. She looked down at Bambietta and Giselle, the goddess hoping that against all odds the two would someday find it within themselves to move past their pain and accept one and another for who they truly were. "Lucy, I love you." Those were the words that Bambietta had longed to say for some time now, each and every syllable having rested atop the tip of her tongue. She was looking forward, cheeks faintly red, her eyes bashful and unable to follow look straight ahead. Yet despite the bashful and perhaps timid way she was carrying herself, there was some relief for Bambietta in declaring her love at long last. However, there was one slight problem. Standing before Bambietta and listening to her every word intently was not Lucy Hartfilia but instead Bambietta herself. Or, more specifically, her reflection in a mirror. It had been 2 hours since Lucy had gone to speak once more with her father, Bambietta having tried to keep herself entertained in the meanwhile. She had perused a few books in the Lucy's room, the Quincy finding an adventure novel by Ezekiel Mellon quite wonderful. She was going to have to buy a copy of book back in Magnolia for herself. However, her desires skittering about in her mind, Bambietta had grown restless and began to do all that she could to psyche herself up for the inevitable. That was precisely why she was speaking to herself before the floor mirror. No, 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 that's so not me. Bambietta rested a hand on her hip in a posture that she could only hope exuded confidence. She smiled and nodded her head at herself in the mirror, her eyes carrying a sly gaze. Hey, hot stuff. Guess who loves you? Yeah, that's right. It's me. Bambietta stared at the mirror for a moment, her posture shifting as she shook her head. Hell no, I look like a freaking idiot trying that. Sighing, Bambietta tried to think. This was a lot harder than she had ever expected. Oh, she had had past encounters with Askinak Elivar and Meninas McAllon, but those had just been sudden flings, a brief display of spontaneous desire on both sides. What she felt for Lucy was different, Bambietta could tell that much. The problem was she did not know how to properly express herself. Damn, Bambietta whispered. It's not easy being a Quincy in love. For a moment did Bambietta consider letting things proceed as they would. She would stop overthinking things and just go with the flow. She would say what she had to say without giving it a thought. Yes, that would be the easiest route, to allow herself to say the words as natural as she could. So she began to step away from the mirror. However, she stepped right back, her thoughts plaguing her. She could not mess this up. She dwelled on her desires altogether, trying to piece together the best possible way to give voice to them. Body language. Posture. Attitude. It all ran through her mind. Her body remaining relaxed, Bambietta took her head off and let it hang off an index finger. She casually began to spin it around as she looked at the mirror. Lucy, I just want to say that dash. Say what? Ah. Bambietta froze up on the spot, the Quincy reacting as if an electric current had run up and down her entire body. The hat spun off her finger and into the air, leaving her to scramble to catch it with both arms. She managed that, though barely. Eyes widening, she whirled around and found Lucy standing at the doorway of her room, Bambietta's cloak draped over her arm. I just wanted to say that. Zequamelon is a great writer. Yeah. Laughing nervously, Bambietta ran a hand through her long hair. The celestial spirit wizard was quite confused as she walked over to Bambietta, handing the Quincy back her cape. You were practicing saying that in front of a mirror. Of course I was. Bambietta felt some sweat run down her face. She tried to calm down, feeling like a child caught with her hand in a cookie jar. She put her hat and cloak back on, all the while trying to compose herself. Are you okay, Lucy? Well. Lucy took a deep breath. Things are better with my father. That did not entirely answer Bambietta's question. So, you're happy, right? Lucy's head lowered for a moment, her right hand moving across her torso until it was able to grasp her left arm above the elbow. This isn't why I came here. I wrote off him and this place months ago. But this is as much my home as Fairy Tale. And the one I share with you, Wendy and Carla. And he's my dad. There was another deep breath then, Lucy looking up at Bambietta with eyes that appeared on the verge of crying, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Yes, Lucy managed to say. Yes, I'm happy. Good. Bambietta held her hands together by her waist, the Quincy's thumbs nervously twiddling. Say, Lucy? I dash. Bambietta stopped dead in her verbal tracks, once more finding it hard to simply say what she wanted. No, it was more than that. She knew better than to simply come out and say it. She needed to broach the subject calmly and without haste. No doubt just speaking her feelings so directly would cause problems. That's how it works, right? Damn it, I don't know. You what? Lucy asked, not sure what Bambietta had been about to say. I loathe zombie novels. It was not untrue, especially now, but Bambietta knew that was certainly not where she wanted to go with things. Oh, Lucy said, not sure how to process that. That's okay, I guess. They're not for everyone. I can't say I find much appeal in them myself. Yeah, this conversation isn't getting awkwardly stupid or anything. Zombie novels? Really? Bambietta suddenly felt small, as if the pressures she was forcing upon herself were closing in. She was suddenly feeling claustrophobic in her own body, the butterflies in her stomach threatening to overwhelm her. Reaching up with one hand, Bambietta tugged at the collar of her shirt. "Hey, can we, maybe go outside for a little walk? I'm feeling a little hot." "I guess we could," Lucy said, glancing out the bedroom window. The rain stopped after all. Lucy slipped out the doorway, Bambietta joining up by her side with a step of Hirenkyaku. It was, however, only one step and nothing more. Bambietta's heart was racing and she simply wanted to get outside to breathe, to relax, to feel far less constrained. However, she did not want to leave Lucy's side, even if she was seemingly incapable of expressing herself. It bothered Bambietta greatly. She, who had always made certain to wear her emotions on her sleeve at all times, was left tongue-tied and ineffective. She had to remind herself that this was different form before. This was not anger, this was not sorrow, this was love she felt. That was something she could not bring forth and simply ask someone to take. So, as they walked down the hall, Bambietta remained silent. Lucy as well, leaving the Quincy to wonder if she could sense the awkwardness that was radiating of her. For the moment did Bambietta feel numb save for the heartbeat seemingly reverberating across her body. Time had no meaning to her, feeling both an eternity and a second at best, leaving her to wonder how long they had walked before Lucy opened the double doorway to the outside. As Bambietta stepped out on the mansion's ground, she realized something. She had practically been holding her breath since leaving the room. She breathed in trying to keep herself calm and collected. "Lucy." It was barely audible, the faintest of murmurs escaping Bambietta's mouth. Lucy did not even hear it, the wizard taking a step forward. Her hand held together behind her back as she looked up at the sky. The darkened clouds had all but moved on, leaving the canvas atop the world clear to all. "It's beautiful," Lucy said softly. "I always did find starry nights comforting. When I was young, my parents and we would almost always look out to them when we could." Bambietta took a step closer to Lucy, seeing how content she appeared as she looked up into the sky. The Quincy considered saying what she wanted once more, but something else came out instead. "Do you want a closer look?" Flustered and off balance by her own feelings, Bambietta acted on impulse without receiving an answer. Tentatively did Bambietta reach out with one arm, wrapping it around Lucy. It sent a spark through the Quincy's body, but she did her best to show no outward reaction. Lucy, however, was a little concerned not by the contact but by what Bambietta was planning. "Is this safe?" "Don't worry, Lucy," Bambietta said as the magical platform began to rise. "I've got you." "You've got me," Lucy said with an embarrassed blush, the wizard not entirely sure what Bambietta was going to do to get her into the sky. "Who's got you?" Bambietta gave her guildmate and friend a reassuring and confident smile. "Me." Solidifying the magic particles around her, she brought into existence an ethereal platform of blue energy beneath the feet of both herself and Lucy. It was no different than the one she had made back in Clovertown when Wendy had wanted a closer look at the battle against the invading monsters, though this one came about easier. It began to rise up from the rain-slicked grass, taking Bambietta and Lucy up slowly but surely. "Bambi," Lucy said as she began to cling to Bambietta tightly, the wizard glancing down off the sides of the wide platform. A part of her did not particularly enjoy that the solid blue energy that composed it was partially transparent. Still, she remained as calm as she could. "I trust you." The Fairy Tale Guild members rose to new heights with each passing second, as if they were to leave behind their earthly attachments. Bambietta wanted to simply bring the one she loved as close as she could, to show her the stars she found such beauty in. She could not give a view of the world that Sylphia had granted her, no, but she would try her very best. However, there was one other reason she had gone to such lengths. Bambietta had to hope that this was as far as she would have to go to find the breathing room and solitude that would allow her to go the distance. Hoping that it was enough, she brought a stop to the momentum of the magic barrier she had crafted. Lucy looked around, eyes sparkling almost as much as the lights in the sky. "Bambi, thank you." Bambietta smiled a bit, the Quincy kneeling down on magic construct. It was not anywhere near tiring to have created, maintained, and controlled it, but she simply wanted to relax in some form or another. That and she did not want to be on her feet when she finally spoke. She wished the same for friend. Hey, Lucy. Lucy looked down at Bambietta, the wizard kneeling down beside her. Is something wrong? Nothing's wrong, Bambietta said quietly. It's just. We're very much alike, aren't we? Lucy did not know what to say. Bambi. My mother, she always brought me out to see the stars too. Bambietta's head lowered slightly, her voice becoming a low whispered as her nose wrinkled. She always said that no matter how dark the sky would get at night that the stars would always guide us to tomorrow. And that no matter how sick she got, no matter how weak she felt, that she wouldn't surrender because I was her star. And she was mine. Bambietta exhaled deeply. Lucy tentatively reached out to her, stopping only when the Quincy looked at her. It was the same for you, wasn't it? Bambietta asked. Lucy held her hand away from Bambietta, the wizard more than willing to answer honestly. Yes. Like I said, we're alike. Bambietta smiled faintly as she looked away once more. We both needed new stars, we got it in Fairy Tale. I'm just glad you found them quicker than I did. Bambi. Some stars aren't meant to be trusted. They draw you in like a moth to the flame, but they're just dimmed black holes that refuse to let you go. Bambietta spoke with a hush, her face trembling with equal amounts of sorrow and anger. The fusion began to fade, however. The Quincy remembered the choice she had made when Sylphia had presented her with two paths to consider. But Fairy Tale, it's become my guiding light. Urza, Wendy, Levy, Natsu and. Closing her eyes as she tried to fight back any tears, even if they were born of happiness, Bambietta turned to her friend with a bright smile. You're my biggest star, Lucy. There was a silence then, Bambietta feeling her face grow warm. What she had said was far from what she had practiced in front of the mirror over and over again. It was far from what had been skittering about on the edges of her mind for so long now. It was not what she had planned to say, and yet she could not help but feel it was the proper way to go about it. However, Lucy was just the faintest bit confused. Surely people like Urza and Natsu are bigger stars than I ever could be. Don't sell yourself short. Urza's a big star. I mean, she may as well be Fairy Tale's son. And if it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here. And I wouldn't have been able to meet you. And that. Bambietta paused for a moment, the Quincy trying to collect her thoughts and push past the barriers that seemed to thwart her emotions. With you it's different, Lucy. When we first met I wasn't sure what to think of you. Fairy Tale was just a bump in the road and nothing more. I just wanted to get my feet wet in Fiori and that was all. I was a fool. Fairy Tale is. You are. Bambietta took a deep breath. You've been nothing but kind to me. Hasn't everyone in Fairy Tale? Lucy asked. I mean, we're all family, right? And Levy dash. She's my friend, Bambietta whispered, a faint smile on her face. And you both offered me a place to stay. I just didn't want to inconvenience anyone, especially since she had that pain in the butt evergreen who'd have jumped at the chance to whine about a guest at Fairy Hills. And you wouldn't take no for an answer. I couldn't just leave you outside, Lucy replied. It wouldn't have been right. And I didn't have any problems with my landlord, so dash. You were stubborn with your kindness, Bambietta interrupted. We had just met and you were determined to put a roof over my head. And you've put up with my snoring until Wendy could do something about it. You have no idea how much that means to me. Don't joke, Lucy said softly. I'm telling the truth. I'm not used to real kindness. That's why I wasn't entirely sure about Fairy Tale. But you. Bambietta paused. Don't ever sell yourself short, Lucy. You've got so much potential to be what you want. I've read that rough draft of your story and dash. Lucy's eyes widened. You what? I was bored one day, okay. Bambietta said, not daring to look at Lucy. And it was good. Great even. But you can't just go around dash. Lucy stopped in mid-sentence. It's good. I'll be honest, Bambietta continued. I do like to read, but I prefer a more visual medium. But the way you write. I could see it clearly in my mind. And when I got to where you left off, I wanted more. Oh. Lucy was unsure to say. Maybe I'll have to just try and make my way as a writer. I mean, I've done nothing but cause trouble for fairy tale. Don't you dare talk bad about yourself, Bambietta said, the Quincy not wanting to hear such things. What happened with Phantom Lord wasn't your fault. How many missions have we been on? You've done your part and so much more. I mean, you caught Natsu, Gray, and Urza in traps on Galuna Island. Those were accidents. Lucy exclaimed. But they worked, Bambietta replied. You even got that adorable little squeak out of Urza. So props for that. And you beat that lady with Ratzilla back then too. You've got so much potential. Lucy spoke with some hesitance. Why you think so? Call it a sixth sense, Bambietta answered. I mean, you already snuck out on an S-class mission and helped complete. And you've only been in fairy tale how long? I mean really. Natsu, Urza, and Gray have been in fairy tale since they were kids, right? You've got so much potential. I know you'll be S-class someday. You and me, we'll both. Lucy's face turned a shade of pink. Bambi, you're making me blush. Bambietta looked at her, the corner of her lips tugging upwards a bit. I know. It looks good. Lucy blinked. Huh. Bambietta blinked as well, the Quincy having found herself incapable of looking towards the light. You're. That is. How should I put this? Stumbling over her words, Bambietta glanced away. You're a blonde bombshell? I mean. Yeah, that works. I mean. Wow. Lucy's blushing was unable to stop, even if she was slightly thrown off. She did not mind the compliment, it was simply unexpected. Be Bambi. Bambietta, meanwhile, just sighed. This was it. It was now or never. She had to take the plunge. She had dipped her toes in the water more than enough. Lucy, what I'm trying to say is. For a while now, I've. Bambietta's face began to turn so as to look at Lucy's own, but she could not fully do so. I've. Bambietta forced the words out with wavering willpower. I've fallen for you. Bambi. Lucy tried to speak up. I know. Bambietta was quick to interrupt, her heart and soul having prepared for the worst. I know this must be super awkward for you. But I didn't know what to say and Levy said it was okay and Wendy said it was okay and I know I'm not good enough for you but I love you and dash. Her voice having begun to run out of control, Bambietta forced herself stop. She looked at Lucy then, eyes meeting her own. I love you, Lucy. Bambietta's face trembled for a moment. She had said it. She had finally said it, yet she had no idea what to say after. So she waited quietly. You, love me. Lucy was at a loss for words, her body acting on pure instinct. She leaned in close, allowing her arms to tightly embrace her guildmate. Bambietta gasped, the contact both welcomed and unexpected. Lucy. Lucy pulled back from her guildmate, keeping her eyes locked on Bambietta's own. I just don't know what to say. I'm sorry, Bambietta interrupted, the Quincy all but ready to pull away from the embrace. I made this awkward for you and. Forget I said anything. No. Lucy shook her head. I don't mind. I mean, I like guys, don't me wrong. But I always. Look, I always looked up to Myra Jane and Urza when I was planning on becoming a wizard, you know? They were strong, fearless and beautiful. I admired them so much when I read about them in Sorcerer magazine. And I know. I remember Ashibana Station. Bambietta smirked a little, her voice raising in pitch to better sound like Lucy's own. That was so cool. I think I may be in love. Lucy blinked, her mind wandering back to Urza laying waste to the forces of Eisenwald. Aha, you, remember that. Sorry. Bambietta did not mean to tease her. No, it's okay. Lucy's blush faded ever so slightly. But you're different. I didn't look up to you before meeting you in fairy tale. I just got to know you for who you are, Bambi. And that's not someone who's good enough for you, Bambietta interjected. Don't even say that, Lucy replied. You're a lot nicer than you give yourself credit for. I mean, sure, you get a little battle crazy, but dash. Bambietta raised an eyebrow to that. A little. Okay, a lot, Lucy said, correcting herself. But almost everybody in Fairy Tale is crazy in their own way. And I mean, you fought against Eisenwald to the bitter end. You helped Grey on Galuna Island. You fought to avenge Levy, you took on that monster for Wendy's sake in Clover Town and you were right by my side against Phantom Lord. I just like to fight, Bambietta said softly. Like you said, I'm a battle junkie. No, that wasn't it, Lucy said. When I was about to give up, you were there for me. You gave me peace. And I can never thank you enough for that. You. Bambietta remembered well how she had come out of the trap that Hansen Nukui had arranged for her, the one that had almost turned her own soul against her. She remembered how she had come back to reality only to find Lucy standing between the shinobi and herself. How it had been Lucy's voice that had pulled her free from her own internal hell. You already have. Bambi, Lucy's face moved closer, the wizard leaving her mind to remain quiet and allow her instincts to do as they would. In an instant did her lips make contact with Bambietta's own. Bambietta felt her eyes go wide in surprise, but she was unwilling to do anything else but surrender herself to the kiss. Then it was over, as fast as it had begun. Lucy. Bambi, I guess what I'm trying to say. Lucy smiled, her blush never fading. I'm willing to give this a chance. Bambietta could feel it, as if her heart was about to burst from her chest with joy. Her stomach, which had been in knots only a moment before, now felt as if it was filled with butterflies. Lucy. Overcome with emotion, Bambietta leaned forward and returned the favor with all the pent-up emotion she had within herself. She kissed Lucy, her arms wrapped around the wizard in an embrace all her own. It was no simple peck, but a tender moment beneath the night sky that neither Quincy nor wizard hoped would ever end. However, something shifted through the canvas above, a shooting star slicing through the darkness. It was enough to leave Bambietta and Lucy both to pull away from each other, follow the star's path with their eyes. It's beautiful, Lucy whispered. Bambietta could do nothing but agree. Yeah, it is. Quincy and Wizard stayed still on the platform of magic, content in each other's company as they looked up at the diamonds in the sky. Natsu Dragneel was not the type of man to simply rest on his laurels when he was worried about his fellow guildmates. It had been but a day since Levy McGarden, Wendy Marvel, and Carla had shown up in the guild as if from thin air. The trio had spoken of how they had gone to find Bambietta Basterbine, who had gone to find Lucy Hartfilia. They also spoke of how the other two would no doubt return soon. Night had fallen, the sun rising on a new day, and yet neither had returned. There had been no job request taken, that much Natsu knew. He had been informed of such by Makarov Driar himself. So now all he wanted to do was to go out into the world to bring them back. It had not taken much convincing yelling from himself to get Grey Fullbuster to agree with him, happy by their side, but there was one problem. They were only a yard away from the guild master's door but could not easily advance towards it thanks to some unexpected actions from those who also called Fairy Tale their home. Wendy was valiantly pulling on Natsu's arm, Levy doing the same to Grey, and at last Carla standing defiantly in front of Happy. Come on, let go. Natsu shouted, the wizard not willing to pull too harshly from Wendy's grasp. I need to go find our friends. They'll come back. Wendy yelled in return. Bambi promised me. And she's got something she needs to do. I can't have you messing it up. But they could be in trouble. Natsu retorted. After all that Phantom Lord trouble, I can't take any chances. Lil Tata Lampard stayed seated, knowing that there was little she could say to Natsu to calm his nerves. He was a charming fool, but a fool nonetheless. She knew he would not listen to reason when his heart was in the right place. At least not from her. Besides, she knew she did not have to even try to do anything, as someone much better suited to resolving the situation was moving past her. Natsu. Grey. Happy. Urza stepped between the trio and the doorway, her hands on her hips. That is enough. Phantom Lord has been defeated. I'm quite sure Bambietta and Lucy are fine, so you will let them be. Natsu, Gray, and Happy froze up on the spot, their struggles to either break away completely fading. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Wendy sighed in relief as she felt Natsu no longer trying to escape her grip. She let go and took a step. Thank you, Urza. Think nothing of it, Urza said as she stepped towards Natsu, the S-class mage draping an arm over the Dragon Slayer's shoulders. There's nothing to thank me for. Natsu is the one you should thank for being so level-headed. Smiling, Urza pulled the Fire Dragon Slayer in for a hug as a show of appreciation. Unfortunately for Natsu, it left his head ringing as it slammed into Urza's breastplate. That's me. Natsu gasped. Level-headed. Lil Tato had to hand it to Urza. She was truly one of the few who could keep Fairy Tail's more hot-headed members in line. A boon when the guild was home to Bambietta Basterbine herself. Still, despite her not outwardly showing it, Lil Tato was concerned for her friend. She hoped that all was going well. Then, as if to answer the curiosity of those in Fairy Tail, did the guild hall's doors begin to swing open. The light from outside began to shine inwards, two figures beginning to walk in. So what were you two up to? Natsu asked. Some kind of tough job request? Don't tell me you snuck off to do an S-class mission without me. Bambietta and Lucy both felt a shiver run down their spines, Urza suddenly glancing towards them. No, Lucy stammered, waving both hands in front of her. We just took a little trip was all. Everything's fine and S-class mission free. Stepping towards Natsu, Bambietta nudged him in the ribs. What's the matter? Afraid I'll be S-class before you? Heck no. Natsu retorted. Even if you were, we'd still have our rematch eventually. We could do that right now, Bambietta said slyly as she leaned in closer to Natsu. If you've got enough of a fire in your belly. Natsu leaned in closer as well, his and Bambietta's cheeks practically pressing together as they glared at one and another. Bring it on. I wanna see the power you used to beat that Phantom Lord Ninja. That's Mr. McNinja who I beat, Bambietta countered. But I want to see the kind of strength you took down Kyuzaka with. The Ice Dragon Slayer. Natsu shrugged. Fine by me. Let's dash. Break it up, you two. Bambietta and Natsu suddenly found themselves separated, Lil Tato standing between them and pushing them to the sides. Can we have one day without a friendly fight breaking out in the guild already? A real man would never ignore a chance to fight. Before both Lil Tato and Bambietta's eyes was Natsu flung to the side, Elfman having suddenly attacked him. As if on cue, a brawl broke out in the guild hall, one spurred on by the likes of Natsu, Elfman, and Gray. Urza stepped into the midst to try and bring order to the chaos before Makarov would have to resolve matters himself. That's enough, all of you. Despite the fight that had broken out, Wendy smiled. While there had not been any doubts plaguing her, hers a trusting soul, she was still overjoyed to see that Sylphia had spoken the truth and that Bambietta had returned to Fairy Tail. Holding her hands behind her back, Wendy took a step towards both Bambietta and Lucy, speaking quietly. There was something she was curious about, even if she was incapable of asking directly in front of the others. Bambi, is. Wendy could not help but stammer, the question she wanted to ask not one she could do so easily. Much to her good fortune, however, Levi moved beside her and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I think she wants to ask if everything's okay, Bambi. Bambietta glanced at Lucy for a moment, as if wanting her own opinion on the matter. The wizard nodded her head slightly. Yeah, Lucy began to say with a smile. Yeah, I know it is. Levi felt her heart practically skip a beat at the good news. She could see Bambietta mouthing the words thank you to her before the Quincy knelt down by Wendy. Of course it is, my little cheerleader. Bambietta said as she gave Wendy a hug. I told you I was going to take care of you, didn't I? Me and Lucy. And I'm here to stay. Things were silent for a moment, as if the brawl within the guild hall was worlds apart from Bambietta and the others. However, it was not long before one object, an orb of ice, flew across the room and struck Bambietta on the head. The Quincy fell back from Wendy in a daze, her back upon the floor. Ha! Natsu shouted in the distance. You missed me, Gray. Bambi. Wendy gasped as she looked down at the stunned Quincy, Bambietta's eyes threatening to roll back into her head. Oh no, she's just fine. Bambietta suddenly sprung up, a fire lit in her eyes and a smile on her face. She stepped up onto her feet, the Quincy glaring at the battle of fairy tale that Urza had yet to bring under control. Worse, Bambietta could see that she had ended up participating in it. Shaking her head as if to clear it, Bambietta pushed her cape up over her shoulders so that the bulk of it hung down her back. She also began to roll up her sleeves. She began to take a step forward, Lucy giving her a look. Hey, Bambietta said with a shrug. I'm just being little old battle crazy me. Lucy herself shrugged before she winked at Bambietta. Have fun. Good grief, Lil Tato said as she watched the battle continue. This guild will never change. I know. Isn't it great? Bambietta said as she moved past Lil Tato and into the fray, a wild smile on her face. Lil Tato herself smiled just the faintest bit as well. You wouldn't have it any other way. Lucy and I may have found true love. Bambietta whispered to herself as she let blood arteria flow through her veins. She leapt towards Natsu then, her voice raising into one of reckless abandon. But this Quincy's fairy tale isn't over yet. Chapter 35, Fade to White. The pristine room was the place that Sylphia Nelia Labelle had long since found to be her home. It was a quiet place, something the goddess of camaraderie did not entirely love. The white walls seemed to represent solitude her and to one who valued friendship and bonds over all else, that was a sad thing to stare at. It was reason enough she had been one of the goddesses of Earthland who had made frequent trips down to stay among the mortals. However, with the game of the gods being played, she had to stay more distant for the time being. She had to simply watch her chosen champion from afar. Bambi. It had not been that long since Sylphia had introduced herself to Bambietta Basterbine and explained her being chosen, no, but for the timeless goddesses it felt like it had been months. Her curiosity getting the better of her, Sylphia brought one hand up, a spark of almighty magic issuing forth. A portal opened before her, one that honed in her interest. It was not nice to eavesdrop, Sylphia knew that much, but she wanted to see that Bambietta was doing all right. No. What Sylphia saw horrified her. Before her on the portal was the visage of Bambietta Basterbine, but it was not as the goddess had last saw it. Gone was the outgoing and bombastic Quincy she had known, only an empty shell possessing a skin tone that was a shade of crimson. Eyes that Sylphia knew well, ones that had possessed an energetic spark, were seemingly gone. In their place was nothing but a blank stare of submission. It was as Sylphia remembered Bambietta when she had plucked her from her world and brought her to Earthland. Worse, she was neither with Fairy Tale or truly alone. Two others were with her, Quincy chosen by other gods. Giselle Guel was currently holding Bambietta by the back of her skull, using the leverage to smash her face against the corner of a table. Don't be saying that you want to stay here, Bambi. It's not nice after all the trouble I went through to keep you around. You're going to protect me and Lil when we go into Hueco Mundo, right? Lil Tata Lampard, meanwhile, was simply paying the situation no mind, instead working on opening what appeared to be a doorway into a realm of the afterlife. Gigi, you know you're going to just have to put that blood back in the bitch. Or slurp it all up when you're done. We don't have time for this. We need to zombify some hollows or Aaron cars so we can take back Candace and Menina's bodies from the Soul Reapers. But Giselle looked back at Lil Tato with pleading eyes. Bambi was being so mean, saying she didn't want to fight today. I'll do it. Bambietta gasped, her voice distorted by the broken nose and nearly dislocated jaw. Just, don't be mad at me, Gigi. Yay. Giselle wildly hugged Bambietta then, squeezing her tight. I knew you'd do the right thing. Sylphia simply stared blankly at the scene before her, the goddess very nearly at a loss for words. This was not right. She had brought Bambietta to this world and pulled strings through poor Lyosica's power to return her to the living from behind the scenes. So what could have happened in such a short amount of time to have led to this endless stream of contradictions from when last Sylphia had seen Bambietta? This. Sylphia's confused expression hardened. Realization dawned on her and any concern or trepidation she had felt faded away. This isn't real. Of course it's not, a familiar voice said as it echoed around the pristine room. However, the fact that it had a goddess of your caliber even momentarily fooled does speak well of my handiwork. Sylphia turned to find a familiar figure within her chamber of repose. He was a tall and slender man, one whose dark robes matched his well-groomed hair. The goddess stared at him for a moment, knowing full well she was host to a fellow god. Anxarum. He was a god that Sylphia had a strained relationship with. They were on the same side of the upcoming battle between champions, but they still would on occasion find themselves in stark disagreement. In some ways it made their choice of champions an ironic echo of themselves. This moment of time was no different from any other. The two divine beings found themselves at a crossroad of their intertwined paths, and Sylphia did not quite care for the route Anxarum had seemingly taken. Still, the goddess needed verbal confirmation of the suspicions her awareness was leading her towards. "What have you done?" Sylphia asked. "You sparked a dangerous game," Anxarum said as he approached the portal to the other world. He stared at the three Quincy on it. "When you first played a game such as this with Zeller, was it a century ago?" "Not that long ago," Sylphia said, having to remember that some of her fellow divine beings were even less aware of the passage of time than she was. "But yes. You two allowed the mortals from another world to reincarnate into this one," Anxarum continued. "But that was for a minor squabble. This situation we find ourselves in required more expedient result. So we all agreed to revive them in the present as they were. But you had moved past our rules and chose a champion who wasn't among the deceased." "Bambietta Basterbine wasn't entirely alive either," Sylphia countered. "And now other gods followed your lead, selecting champions who were at death's door. So I had to step in and attempt to rectify all of your follies." Anxarum glared at the moving image of Bambietta, Liltato, and Giselle. "I suppose my soulless constructs will serve their purpose if even you, one intrinsically connected to one of their sources, did not immediately detect something was wrong." Sylphia tried her best to not dwell on the momentary worry these artificial facsimiles had caused her. "But why would you?" Anxarum stared at the portal, his eyes glowing for a moment. The image began to grow blurry and flicker. Soon it refocused, showing another group within the other world. Unlike the trio of Quincy, these four were very much their true selves. To their world they were known as Squad Zero. In response to their visage did Anxarum grow irritated. "Imagine, Sylphia Nelia Labelle, if these four were to become privy to our world," Anxarum began to exposit. "If they were to discern that 5 beings had vanished from their world, 2 right from their palace. If Soul Reapers were to come to our world dash." "Anxarum," Sylphia began to say rather calmly, "you cannot fear their world." There was a moment of silence then, Anxarum keeping his back to Sylphia still. Then, quite suddenly, did he begin to laugh. "Fear? My dear Sylphia, I am Anxarum, the god of judgment. Why would I fear such a world?" Sylphia stared back at him, trying to discern his true feelings. "Hatred then." "That's more accurate," Anxarum said, finally turning to look over his shoulder. "Our kind is true divinity while these soul reapers are nothing of the kind. They are but charlatans who call themselves gods of death." Sylphia simply stayed quiet, allowing Anxarum to continue to speak. She knew full well how easy it was for him to lose himself in the moment and, as ungodlike as it was, to rant. "They who have perverted the foundations of life and death within their world," Anxarum hissed. "If they were to set foot in our world I would have no choice but to judge them for their wicked crimes. They would be punished in accordance of the gods before they could lay waste to our realm with their twisted ideals and selfish desires." Waiting for a moment to make sure that Anxarum was done, Sylphia spoke up. "Gosh, you take this whole judgment thing so seriously." Anxarum flinched, a most human reaction from a god. I do no such thing." Yes, you do," Sylphia said as she drew closer. She leaned towards Anxarum, looking up towards his face as she drew closer. "Don't say different because I know you too well. You're supposed to be all about judging those who step into the realm of the gods, but you seem to have a big hang-up about people who dabble in matters of life and death." Again, Anxarum tried to say, "I do no such dash." "What about Zeref?" Sylphia interjected. He used to be such a sweet kid before you cursed him. He crossed a line. Anxarum said, the god raising his voice. And he did it with good intentions. Sylphia put an index finger over Anxarum's to quiet him down. And what about that poor Mavis girl? I don't recall her trying to undo death itself. The spell she used was a forbidden one. I had to Sylphia pushed her finger harder against Anxarum's lips to once more quiet him down. Like I said, you take your role as judge much too seriously. Anxarum waited for Sylphia to step back, the god taking no action against her. They were on equal footing in terms of status. However, it was simply the nature of who she was that left him to allow her to do as she had. He knew Sylphia was right and yet his role demanded such from him. But I do know you're afraid, Sylphia said as she moved past Anxarum and looked at the members of Squad Zero going about their daily activities. Not of the Soul Reapers but of. Focusing her eyes, Sylphia's power made the portal also focus. Its image honed in on the crystal that was in the back of the room Squad Zero was in. However, it was not the crystal that Sylphia was interested in, no, it was what was inside the crystal. It was the remains of a that appeared to be more dead than alive. One that was missing all its limbs and left trapped within the crystal. Its face was worn and both its facial hair and mane were unkempt. However, most disconcerting was the body's eyes. They were wide open and possessing many irises. Yet, despite that, it appeared as if they were staring at nothing. The Soul King, Sylphia finally said, the god is feeling uneasy from simply looking at corpse that Squad Zero had desecrated. Anxarum was no less revolted, the god displaying his displeasure with unchecked anger. Abomination. Look, I know I bent the rules by bringing Bambietta over, Sylphia said. And I also know that led to another picking Lil Tato. And I mean you picked Giselle. I had to, Anxarum said quite suddenly. If someone else had decided to grab her after you broke the rules, there's no telling how much they would have allowed her to pervert the very foundations of death in Earthland. I'm starting to think you're hung up on that sort of thing, Sylphia whispered. Anxarum turned to look at her. What was that? Nothing. Sylphia looked at her fellow god with a sheepish expression, all the while waving her hands in front of her face as if to display a sign of innocence. I was just saying it's great that you're looking out for the sanctity of life and death, that's all. Of course. Whether or not Anxarum had taken her word at face value or saw through her lies Sylphia did not know. Regardless of what the truth was, she was glad he was not pressing the issue with her. After all, there was a much bigger concern for them both. One that was right before them in the portal. I do not fear the Soul Reapers, Anxarum said, but that abomination's power is concerning. If Squad Zero were to come to our world with it. Yes, I have reason to be fearful of that. As you should be as well. It looks like no one broke your ruling then, Sylphia offered up. He's still there. Or did you replace him as well? I have not, Anxarum answered. But I worry nonetheless. His body is chained to that world as its Soul King, but there is still the fear that a god may have chosen to bring his soul to this world as their champion. And if so, perhaps the Soul Reapers would come here to investigate the hollow remains. No one would be so foolish as to break that decree of yours, Sylphia replied as she moved closer to Anxarum to give him a pat on the back. So just relax. I will try. Anxarum sighed before looking at Sylphia with an expression that hid any worries. So you were checking on your champion, correct? Oh yes. Sylphia looked back at the screen and waved her hand before it. Much to her annoyance, the image changed to that of the soulless copies that Anxarum had created. No, not that one again. Sylphia waved her hand a second time with some degree of annoyance. This time she received the desired results and her portal showed her both Earthland and the one true Bambietta-based turbine. The Quincy's face was taking up the entire screen, Bambietta loudly laughing with youthful enthusiasm. I think you really might have botched making the fakes, Sylphia said. I mean, this one is so much more lively. I worked with what I had, Anxarum said. I based my interpretations off the information I cleaned from Giselle Guel's mind. Your chosen champion has a warped sense of love if you ask me, Sylphia said with a shrug. I mean, look how happy Bambietta is here. I wonder what's up. Waving her arms out to her sides, Sylphia forced the portal to zoom out and show her Bambietta's circumstances with greater perspective and clarity. What she and Anxarum saw next was unexpected. Bambietta Basterbine was standing triumphantly atop a pile of dead monsters, hands on her hips as her cape billowed in the wind. Her medlaughter born of joy and satisfaction continued. Oh. That was all Sylphia could say. Well, she is happy and that's what counts. Anxarum looked upon Bambietta, taking in the sight of the battle she had clearly won. I suppose both our champions may have issues. Bambietta Basterbine was a happy Quincy. It was both due to the fact that she had been given a chance to revel in sanctioned violence and because she had been involved in a job well done. The village of Huriko had been besieged by a swarm of porklins, the azure pig-like creatures having kidnapped the women and taken them to their mountain den. Fairy Tale had been one of many magical guilds to receive the job request to save those kidnapped, and Bambietta had been quick to jump at the chance to fight another legion of monsters. For the explosive Quincy, it had been far too long since she had helped save Clover Town. Now she was standing atop a mountain of dead and defeated porklins, the Quincy grinning in light of her victory. She was not sure how heroic she would look to others right now, but she did at least feel like one in her own mind. Not bad if I do say so myself, Bambietta said to no one but herself as she stretched for a moment and looked down at the massacre beneath her boots. 100 in total if I kept count. Shame that wasn't too much of a workout, but once everything's cleaned up out here we can be bathed in the thanks of a bunch of kidnapped peas. That'll be fun. As a member of Fairy Tale, Bambietta was never alone. The guild had long since worked its way into her very heart, having given her a home. Even when she was simply taking a walk through Magnolia to look up at the stars, she always felt the warmth of her new comrades. However, as of right now, she was truly not alone. Several guild members had come with her to the outskirts of Huriko, each of them having been handpicked by Bambietta herself. The Quincy had formed a team, one that she had affection ally referred to as the Bam Squad thanks to Kana. She was one of those Bambietta had asked to come along. Even if the Quincy could not hope to drink her under the table, she was going to get her on the team one way or another. Working with her and assessing her capabilities seemed like a decent way to go about it for one who was one shot glass away from getting drunk. Regardless, Kana was tearing into a legion of the porklins, a barrage of spell cards felling them quite quickly while other monsters still found themselves victims of her trap cards. Oh, closing in on 30. Nice. Bambietta took note of that, the Quincy trying her best to make a head count amidst all the chaos. Now then, how about Gray's lovey-dovey water mage? Shifting her gaze, Bambietta could see Juvia Loxer laying waste to a mass of porklins as well thanks to her water slicer technique. Oh, that gives her 40, right? Bambietta smirked. Neat. Bambietta shifted her focus yet again, the Quincy watching as Bisksa Mulan brought down the last of her opponents with a magic bullet that went through them as they had charged towards her. Oh, that'd sting in the morning if those dumbasses were going to wake up, Bambietta mused. That's 20? Not bad. Bambietta shifted her attentions once more, having saved the best for last. Perhaps not in number, as by Bambietta's estimate she had just finished off defeating her 15th porklin, but in terms of how much she meant to Bambietta. For this member of Fairy Tale had not been brought along to see if she was someone capable of fighting by Bambietta's side in the Bam Squad. No, she had already proven that in a myriad number of ways, not the least of which was that Bambietta had fallen for her and that she had accepted her affection and had decided to see how it would play out for them both. Bambietta had brought her simply because she wanted to be with her. She was Lucy Heartfilia and she was the love of Bambietta's life. Ha! Lucy said as she swung back her magic whip, the wizard beginning to wind up the weapon she had used in place of a celestial spirit to strike down the last remaining porklin. I sure showed them. I wonder how Bambietta did. Turning, Lucy could see that her other victorious guild mates were staring not at Bambietta but up at her. The Quincy was atop a small hill of beaten porklins, a satisfied grin etched upon her face. Wow, Bisksa began to say rather nonchalantly, it sure is Urza in here. Except Urza wouldn't be quite so giddy, Kana added. At least as far as I know. Hey, I think I have a right to be a happy little camper, Bambietta exclaimed as she simply hopped down to the ground. The wide smile on her face remained as she brought her right hand up with 2 fingers extended in a V shape. Monsters rampaged, a reward is waiting to be claimed and victory was mine. Bisksa leaned over to Kana and whispered into her ear. Yeah, Urza was never quite this level of crazy. Now then, Bambietta said as she brought both arms out, group hug. Bisksa and Kana simply looked at one and another while Juvia fidgeted. Oh, I could never do such a thing with anyone but my darling Grey. Bambietta lowered her arms ever so slightly, a dejected look on her face for a split second before she quickly composed herself. Well, no matter. You ladies all did fine work today. And that's why I want to bestow upon you a great honor. Kana was quick to speak up. You want us to join the BAM squad and you know you can't drink me under the table to do it and figured we'd bond over fighting monsters. No. Bambietta's shoulders sunk. Yes. Well, it might be that last bottle of beer I drank before we started fighting, but I'm game, Kana said as she cracked open another one. Cheers to the BAM squad. The little team that Levi, Lucy, and Wendy are in. Bisksa asked with a shrug. Sure, why not? Though I'm surprised you didn't ask Loki. Bambietta was quick to answer, her voice low and somewhat distant. She scares me. I may be new to fairy tale, but I would gladly work amongst you all, Juvia said as well. Though I only ask that any job requests we take as a group take a back seat to any I may be able to partake alongside Grey. Excellent. Bambietta said with glee before growing quieter for a minute. Girl has a nice fetish or something, I swear. But who am I to judge? Lucy moved towards Bambietta then while the others conversed amongst themselves. I guess you had a good time, huh? It's not every day a Quincy gets to wreck shop on a bunch of pig monsters, Bambietta said with a self-assured shrug. You sure know how to show a girl a good time, Lucy. I don't know if that was a compliment or not, Lucy said as she glanced back at the others. But I figured we'd be doing this mission by ourselves. Not that I minded the help, but I only brought it up to you when Levi, Wendy, and Natsa were out and about. I figured it would be just the 2 of us. Bambietta blinked. You wanted us to go out on a monster hunting date. Lucy tilted her head to the side slightly as she faintly smiled. I guess so, yeah. I figured that you'd like that. Bambietta was quiet for a moment before suddenly dropping to one knee, bringing her hands together and closed her eyes. I wish to thank you, Lord, for gracing me with someone who totally gets me. Hey now, you don't need to be thanking someone for us being together, Lucy said, waving her hands in front of herself as her cheeks turned a bright shade of red. It's kind of embarrassing, Bambi. Bambietta stood back up and moved close to Lucy. Now don't go saying that sort of thing. I mean, I should be the embarrassed one. The first time we went out on a mission, didn't you get to see my panties? Despite how drunk she could get, there were 2 things Kana was able to deftly perceive regardless. The first was a call to battle. The second was what was going on near as of this moment. Turning to look at Bambietta and Lucy and seeing the Quincy draping her arms over the wizard's shoulders, Kana raised an eyebrow. Oh wow. Don't make it sound like that, Bambi, Lucy stammered. You just got your skirt stuck in a trap and lost it was all. And I wasn't the only one that saw them. Levi was there and dash. SHHH. Bambietta said, interrupting Lucy with an index finger over her lips. This victory moment is for you and me to enjoy, okay? Urza Scarlet grunted as she was pushed back by one of the arrows that had been fired off by her opponent. The S-class wizard was parrying each and every one of them thus far, but she had to admit that she was impressed. Urza had not expected the one before her to have grown so strong in such a short time. Then did one arrow slip through her defenses, one which grazed her, a lock of crimson hair fluttering into the air. Urza could see in that moment that the armor she had relief on from the start, Heart Cruise, would simply not be enough. So, as her opponent closed and Urza's broadsword clashed with a much shorter blade, Urza parried the attack and loose with the magic of the night. Requip. Golden light covered Urza's form as magic circles took shape all around her. Then did it all fade away, magic particles splintering off and leaving Urza behind clad in the elegant form of her Heaven's Wheel armor. Wielding twin swords now, Urza pointed one towards her opponent, the motion a command unto magic. A legion of swords hovered behind the metallic wings of the armor. "Dance, my swords!" The veritable armory shot forward under Urza's command. Against most enemies this would have been enough to bring them down. Bandits or even wizards of lower ranks had little to no means of defending against such a force. However, it just so happened that Lil Tata Lampard was hardly one who could fall in the cracks of a low rank. Letting her short sword vanish, Lil Tato crafted a bow that was first forged of energy before taking on a physical form, one that was spiral-shaped. Lichtdragon. In a clash between 100 swords and 1,000 arrows, the victor would be obvious. While Urza's summoned blades were much more potent than any of the arrows, the sheer numbers were able to chip away at the volley of hovering swords. Urza watched as each blade she fired at the Quincy were whittled down and destroyed. Yet Urza remained impassive in expression. Allowing her armor to take flight, she leapt into the air to avoid the approaching barrage of blue light. Once in the skies, Urza summoned more of her blades and instructed them to fall upon Lil Tato. Lil Tato, meanwhile, also remained impassive. It took a great deal of dexterity, but she managed to evade the falling attacks with measured steps of Hirenkyaku. Such countermeasures did not end there, however. Hirenkyaku allowed Lil Tato to take to the skies, an invisible platform formed of magical particles forming so as to meet her once the Quincy leapt upwards. In 2 bounds did Lil Tato take to a higher altitude than Urza. "Nice try, but I have the high ground," Lil Tato said, the Quincy taking note of how little Urza reacted. Bambi would have laughed. Lil Tato fired off more arrows, once more using Lichtdragon. Urza was able to evade them, her Heaven's Wheel armor allowing her to slip between the arrows. It was amazing for Lil Tato to watch, the Quincy beginning to wonder what the upper limits of Urza really were. For a moment did she wonder if Urza could make the impossible possible by walking between even raindrops. Urza, meanwhile, had her own thoughts. Lil Tato's aim was usually much better than this, at least from what she had seen of the Quincy on the field of battle during the Phantom Lord conflict. The attacks were far from consistent, some coming deadly close while others were completely off the mark. It left Urza to wonder if Lil Tato was doing it on purpose as part of some long-term strategy. Deciding to test that theory, as well as to close the gap between them, Urza rushed towards Lil Tato quite suddenly. She summoned and launched more and more blades, leaving Lil Tato to try and fend them off with her arrows once again. However, much to her dismay, it was not working this time. It took a fair amount of arrows to push away one sword, and the amount of time she had to strike them repeatedly was shrinking as Urza drew closer. Casting aside her bow, Lil Tato once more brought her sword into existence. Brandishing her short sword in a reverse grip, its serrated edge gleaming in the sunlight, Lil Tato descended and once more did blades clash. Urza prepared herself to parry the clash when she took notice of something different from the last time. The serrated edge of Lil Tato's blade was beginning to glow, the chipped edges giving form to a blue energy just as jagged. It began to move, the serrated light beginning to cut through Ira's sword. No, it was more than that. It was eating the blade itself. Letting go at the second, Urza pulled back. She readied herself with the sword that still remained in her right hand but was suddenly struck down to the ground below by one of Lil Tato's feet. "Impressive," Urza said as she quickly rose back up and dusted herself off. "You certainly have improved, Lil Tato." "You haven't seen anything quite yet," Lil Tato replied flatly as her feet touched down on the ground. "But you will, right, now." Urza took notice of a faint blue glow in the corner of her eyes. Looking about quickly to assess the situation, she noted that there were several of Lil Tato's arrows partially embedded in the ground, their light fiercer than before. Faint lines of energy were drawn through the grass and dirt, connecting the arrows. "A trap," Urza mused, the wizard noting that Lil Tato's haphazard aim from earlier had been intentional. "Exactly." Lil Tato landed on her feet before Urza and the pentagon-shaped trap. "I might not have the tools it was designed around, but the Van Denrijk found better methods." Before Urza had a chance to escape the trap through flight or other methods, Lil Tato let loose an errant spark of her energy, the drop of magic falling from the palm of her hand and down on one of the arrows that marked the pentagon. "Springer," Lil Tato said quietly, her voice quickly drowned up by an explosion of magic that filled the pentagon Urza was within. Stepping back, Lil Tato could tell for certain that it was wise that Urza had asked that they take this mock battle exercise out into the woods. At first Lil Tato had been confused, knowing that Urza and Natsu had fought many a time right in the heart of Magnolia, but now she was beginning to understand. No doubt Urza was used to containing Natsu's powers in a battle contained within the city limits. Lil Tato, however, was an unknown quantity in many ways. If any true chaos had been caused by the battle, if any unknown quantities had damaged Magnolia, then Master Makarov would not have been pleased. Damn. Lil Tato took another step back, then another, with Hyrenkyaku. This was no doubt just what Urza had been worried about. Springer was proving much more fierce than even Lil Tato had been expecting. Ever since the battle with Phantom Lord had concluded, she had worked to grow stronger. Fighting monsters all about the countryside, devouring them so as to take a fraction of their power. She had failed to stop Jose Porla with her unstable Valstern dike, she had failed to protect both Fairy Tail and Bambietta. She would never allow that to happen again. However, it was proving clear that Urza's concerns for Magnolia were not unfounded. The explosion of magic was growing in intensity, Lil Tato beginning to panic. I went too far. Urza. Lil Tato ran forward, intent on diving into her own attack to grab Urza and pull her out. It was a foolhardy notion for the Quincy who Bambietta had almost always accused of overthinking things, but for the moment Lil Tato was not thinking at all. Her fingertips a mere inch from making contact with the explosive energy, Lil Tato gasped. The explosion was fading at last, its power having run out. Urza. Any fears that Lil Tato had experienced were quickly proven to be unfounded. Standing in the center of the devastated land was one Urza Scarlet. She was clad in her adamantium armor, both shields at the ready and their magic circles deployed at all sides. Against a true enemy, Lil Tato would be horrified to see that she had not managed to damage her enemy in the slightest. There was not even a single scratch on Urza. However, against someone she had begun to look up to there was a different reaction, a mixture of relief and deepening admiration. Still, this was a battle and Lil Tato was prepared to continue it. As Urza began to requip into another armor, Lil Tato began to summon her bow. Raising her weapon up, she prepared to take aim. However, Urza was right before her. Clad in her black wing armor, the wizard had an ebony sword resting atop Lil Tato's shoulder. Yield, Urza simply said. Lil Tato let her weapon fade away into particles, the Quincy a little bit disappointed. She had grown stronger, but she had not come far enough. To truly protect Bambietta and Fairy Tail she had to be closer to the strength of Titania. When Urza had asked for their mock battle, Lil Tato had hoped to find out that she was. Now she was truly beginning to see the gap that existed between them. The failure of her strength left Lil Tato looking down to the ground. She was not truly capable of defending Bambietta, Natsu, or Urza. Urza's sword vanished as well, the wizard returning to her Heart Cruise armor. Replacing the blade was an gauntlet, Urza's hand gently taking hold of Lil Tato's shoulder. I am rather impressed, Lil Tato. You've come so far in just a short amount of time. That was all it took to restore Lil Tato's spirits, the Quincy looking up into Urza's eyes. You mean it? You went above and beyond in the battle against Phantom Lord, Lil Tato Lampard, Urza said. You planned our counter-attack against the super mage giant Phantom and even fought on par with a wizard saint for a moment. For a moment, Lil Tato said as her eyes darted away from gazing up at Urza. That was all, and it wasn't enough. For one who only joined Fairy Tail recently it was more than enough, Urza replied as she shook her head. I know you and Bambietta lived a different life before coming to our guild, but I am so very happy that you put that training to good use in defense of Fairy Tail. And that's why I believe someday soon you will be more than worthy for the S-class trial. Lil Tato was quick to respond to that. I appreciate it, but no. I can't ever do that. Not before BA-. The Quincy stopped for a moment, her eyes closing for a moment before she looked back up at Urza. Why me and not Bambi? I won't take any such trial if she isn't allowed to. I see. Urza removed her hand from Lil Tato's shoulder. When you displayed power such as you had against Jose Porla, I had to wonder why you hadn't used it earlier. I assumed it was simply because it was too taxing on your body. And while that is true, there was another reason. Am I correct? Lil Tato could say nothing. Even if you were the one devising strategies, Bambietta was the leader on the field, Urza said. And you don't want to hurt her pride any more than you think you have already. I helped kill it once, Lil Tato whispered. She's her same old self and I know she said she didn't care but, I was stronger than her with my Volstern dike. If I were S-class before her then Lil Tato cried out as her head crashed into a breastplate, Urza having pulled her into a hug. Do not worry, Lil Tato. Everything will be fine. However, I ask that you no longer overwork yourself. Strength will come naturally to you and Bambietta both. But I failed everyone back home, Lil Tato sobbed into Urza's armor. And I couldn't stop Jose. I failed again and dash. Hush, Urza said soothingly as her hand pressed against Lil Tato's back. You do not need to take such responsibilities. All of Fairy Tale will share them with you. There was a silence then, Lil Tato's crying slowing down at last. She pulled away from Urza, running her knuckles under her eyes to wipe away the tears. She sniffed back for a moment before looking up at Urza. Thank you, Urza, Lil Tato finally managed to say. You're right. This isn't the Vandenrijk. Power isn't everything in Fairy Tale. I just grew too used to the competition Wywak would breed amongst his Sternritter and. It's all right. You don't have to worry anymore. I'm sure Bambietta will be fine as well. And in time I believe that you will both be S rank. After all. Urza smiled warmly as she reached out and patted Lil Tato on the head. Yours was only the first assessment I was going to perform today. In light of the battle against Phantom Lord, there is much new potential in Fairy Tale that Master Makarov wishes for me to assess. Oh. Lil Tato's expression brightened up. Well. It was in that moment that the Quincy was at a loss for words. She could only hope that Bambietta's assessment from Urza would go well. She had not seen her much in the last few days, Bambietta having spent a better part of her time with Lucy as of late. Isn't the view amazing, Bambi? Lucy was looked down at Magnolia from the top of the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, the sunlight bathing her in its warmth. After the long and arduous job request she and the others had experienced against the Porklins, she had just wanted to take a moment to enjoy looking at the town. It was a beautiful sight, one hardly marred by the repairs still being done to the guild hall in light of the conflict with Phantom Lord. Makarov Driar had made it clear that the guild would not allow such a battle to be a setback in the slightest. Soon Fairy Tale's home would be in pristine shape, bigger and better than ever before. For now, however, the future was not one of Lucy's concerns. She was simply looking over the town, from the small canal that ran through it to the cathedral that dotted its landscape. While it was not the first time she had laid eyes on the sights of Magnolia Town, it was the first time she had seen it from such a view. It was all thanks to one Bambietta Basterbine, the Quincy who had used her ability to step into the air to bring Lucy to the roof. For that Quincy in question it was not a new sight. She had done much mediation atop the roof to get away from the hustle and bustle of Fairy Tale. It was necessary if she was ever to reach the heights of her former power. She was a fickle soul, one that was always yearning for something new each and every second, so staying calm and quiet in one place was not a state of mind easily reached by her. It was all the more reason why Bambietta had to step away from the chaos of Fairy Tale every now and then if she wished to train herself spiritually. So for her the sights of Magnolia Town from above were not new. She was still looking at the cityscape but her eyes could not help but wander now and again. The view. Bambietta said a little absent-mindedly. Yeah, it sure is. The Quincy could not agree more, but not quite for the same reasons as Lucy. The celestial spirit wizard was leaning forward a bit to get a good look at the town, one hand over her eyes to combat the sun, but Bambietta's eyes kept drifting down towards Lucy's bottom. A part of Bambietta felt bad for sneaking gazes at her girlfriend but she simply could not help herself. At the very least that was what she tried to tell herself. Deep down, a part of the Quincy was beginning to chastise herself for this. She came up onto the roof to train her mind, spirit, and power, but now she was acting a little less than pure in her quiet zone. Bambietta forced her gaze away from Lucy and looked out at the town. Shaking her head a bit to clear it, she reminded herself to simply think clean thoughts. Don't think about those short shorts, don't think about those short shorts, don't think about those short shorts. I guess we should go back downstairs, Lucy said as she pulled away from the edge. Wouldn't want to chance falling any more than we already have by being up here in the first place. I'd catch you, Bambietta said as she drew closer to Lucy. You would, Lucy whispered under her breath, golden locks falling over one eye. She brushed them back into place with one hand as Bambietta came closer, her arms wrapping around Lucy. As close as they were, Lucy could feel Bambietta's heart beat through her chest. No doubt it is the same for the Quincy. If so, Lucy knew that Bambietta was about to feel it increase. Even if she was not in danger, Lucy was not sure if she would ever get used to what came next. Bambietta stepped off the roof, taking Lucy with her. There was no moment of free fall, however, invisible platforms coming into existence beneath Bambietta's feet. It was the product of her will, the magic in the air coming together to give her a path. As soon as Bambietta's feet touched the pavement and stone of the actual ground, Lucy felt herself act on impulse. Their faces were so close, leaving Lucy's lips little distance to travel. Soon they were planted against Bambietta's own. Then, in that instant, it ended. Lucy pulled back, her face bright red. Sorry. Bambietta stood there, her eyes unblinking. This was nothing new for her. After all, she and Lucy had kissed under the stars when they had finally decided to see the immediate future hand in hand. Again, this was not new, and yet, at the same time, it was. It had been unplanned and spontaneous. Two things that Bambietta thrived on. Heh. Bambietta laughed faintly, her own face reddening. Maybe later tonight we could get a little frisky, if you know what I mean. Huh. Lucy's complexion had begun to settle but was quick to take on a rosy shade. Bambi. Well, I don't know. I mean. Lucy shook her head. No, I'm not ready for that sort of thing, Lucy answered, her tone definitive in its nature. We only just started dating for one thing and... Oh. Bambietta's expression lost all color for a moment, the Quincy realizing she had pushed too hard. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just not a patient Quincy is all. I've never had to wait for this sort of thing before is all. It's all right, Lucy said as she put a hand on one of Bambietta's shoulders. I'm not offended or anything. I just... Moments and feelings like that should be special. That's why I want us to take it slow. I know, Bambietta whispered. I have to remind myself. This isn't like my old guild. Constantly training and preparing for the war to end all wars. Whenever we had a moment to ourselves, we had to live it to its fullest. There was no time to take it slow when we couldn't just live our lives. Bambietta took a deep breath. Nice and slow. Hey, I know what we could do later. Lucy said with sudden enthusiasm. Levy did invite me to join the Magnolia Book Club. It's just been so busy that I haven't given it much thought. Maybe we could go together and hang out with her afterwards? Maybe take Wendy along. That could work. As much as Bambietta enjoyed the thrills of combat and the natural high brought about by victory, there was something else she enjoyed more. Social interaction was something she thrived on, and Fairy Tale was more than capable of providing it. It was one of the reasons she had grown comfortable with calling Magnolia her new home. So Bambietta smiled. She was not quite up to date with Earthland literature, the Quincy disappointed in the fact that the world had not discovered motion pictures yet, but the thought of attending anything with Lucy and her friends was enough. Yeah, I can do that, Bambietta said as she hugged Lucy. You went out and slayed monsters with me, so it's only fair we do something you want next. I'm not sure if it'll be as exciting, Lucy said as she returned the embrace, but I'm sure we can have fun regardless. And Bambietta was hesitant to speak. I'm sorry about before. I haven't been in a real relationship before is all. It was all so much easier, but... Bambietta pulled away from the embrace so as to look Lucy in the eyes. But that's what makes this so much more special, Bambietta finished. Lucy, you make me want to be a better person. Ah, Lucy said, gently nudging Bambietta, I'm sure Master Makarov would be thrilled to hear that. Hey now, Bambietta retorted. Even then I'd still probably blow stuff up real good. Hopefully Master Makarov doesn't mind. Bambietta's voice trailed off, the Quincy and Lucy both taking notice of their very guild master stepping away from the building under construction. It was rare for either to see him leave fairy tale like this. More often than not he was the first to arrive and the last to leave. Such was the responsibility of a guild master. I wonder where he's going, Lucy whispered. Check this, Bambietta said, her own carefree nature leaving her oblivious to Lucy's potential concerns. Better person coming up. Stepping away from Lucy, Bambietta disappeared in a flash of Hyrenkyaku. Soon she was right by Makarov's side. Hands behind her back and beneath her cloak, Bambietta stepped into his field of view and leaned down a little. Hey, Master Makarov. Where you going? Getting some food or something? You know you can always leave it to me to get it for you if you want. Quincy Express Delivery at your service. Makarov stopped in his tracks, the wise guild master looking up at Bambietta. You are a rather energetic one, aren't you? I appreciate the thought, Bambietta, I really do, but I'm just heading out of town. In light of the recent events with Phantom Lord, the Magic Council has called the remaining Wizard Saints to a meeting. All of them? Guess it was a big deal with the whole Jose's moving castle and that Death Star cannon combo nonsense. Bambietta shrugged. No surprise all the bigwigs want to chat it up after that. I bet every guild wants their own now. Wait, can we get a super mage giant fairy, Master Makarov? I don't imagine the Magic Council would allow that, Makarov said with a sigh. Especially after the expenses that went into double S-class proofing this entire city. Bambietta blinked. Wait, what? Master Makarov, Lucy said as she approached. If you're going out of town and Urza's away, does that mean dash? Oh no, Bambietta interrupted. Laxus is lounging around upstairs, isn't he? Don't tell me that Jacka dash. Bambietta paused, recalling well the blood relation between Laxus and Makarov. Don't tell me that Jack of all trades is going to be in charge while you're gone. You needn't worry your pretty little heads over that, Makarov said. Even if I were to consider leaving my grandson in charge, no one would listen to him. And after all, I have arrived, Urza Scarlet said simply enough as she approached from across the street, Lil Tato lampered by her side. Oh thank God, Bambietta said before looking towards her fellow Quincy. So Lil, how did the training go? It was informative. Lil Tato answered with a yawn. Oh, lost a sparring match, Bambietta said. Well at least you don't look too banged up. I mean with fighting Urza and all. Lil Tato said as she moved into the guild hall. I'm going to gorge myself on the nearest buffet. Fighting Urza is tiring. And works up an appetite. You always have an appetite, Bambietta said with a smirk. But where you going? I'm pretty sure we didn't have an all-you-can-eat buffet in there before Phantom Lord wrecked the place. That's actually not a bad idea, Makarov whispered to himself as he went on his way. I'm sure the Magic Council would approve that. Goodness knows Myra Jane would have fun experimenting with food. I need to make a quick detour first, Lil Tato said as she glanced over her shoulder. Figure I may as well see if Natsu wants to come along and put a fire in his belly at Mario's. Then Lil Tato vanished into the guild hall. Training with Urza was exhausting, huh? Bambietta muttered to herself. Better her than me I guess. Bambietta flinched almost immediately after finishing her sentence, the Quincy feeling an armored hand touch down on her shoulder from behind. Bambietta, Urza began to say rather brusquely, do you have a moment? Yes ma'am. Bambietta squeaked. Lucy was quick to notice the change in Bambietta's tone, watching as the two entered the guild hall. I wonder if Urza realizes how scary she is sometimes. So, Bambietta said as they entered the guild hall, a nervous sweat slowly developing on her brow, what's up? There is a job request I've been looking to take, Urza answered rather bluntly. And since it's not an S-rank one, I was hoping you could join me, Bambietta. Oh. Bambietta felt some relief then. Working with Urza was easier than against her. Though deep down there was a part of her wondering how she stacked up against the wizard now that she had the explode back in some form. The great and powerful Titania wants my help. I wish to. Urza stumbled on her words, social cues being one avenue of life she had issues with, spend time with you, yes. Hey, I was just messing with you, Bambietta replied. If it's not an S-rank mission, I'm sure you'd be able to clear it all on your lonesome. I just... Bambietta paused. Truth be told, she did not mind the thought of spending time with Urza either. While Sylphie and Elia Labelle had been the one responsible with bringing Bambietta to Earthland and had arranged for her resurrection, it had been Urza who had found her. She had saved Bambietta then by bringing her to poor Lyusica, even if it had been all arranged by Sylphia. Beyond that, she had saved Bambietta from herself back on Galuna Island. For those reasons alone did Bambietta feel indebted to her. I just wouldn't mind spending time with you either, Bambietta said quietly. Her spark came back in full force then, her eyes lightening up as she clenched her fists up in front of herself. You and me kicking monster ass side by side would be a blast. So what kind of rampaging monsters are we going to take down? What kind of treasure are we going to claim? Bambietta paused again as they approached the job request board. There are monsters we can fight, right? I do believe the mission will appeal to you, Urza said as she took the note from the board. She held it in front of herself and the Quincy. Or am I mistaken? Urza held the job request in front of her, the text on it clearly speaking of a jewel reward for slaying a pack of monsters that were threatening the town's farmland and, in turn, their economy. It was practically the job request that Bambietta had undertaken earlier with Lucy and the others. 2 monster beatdowns in one day. You know me so well, Urza. Bambietta smiled before looking back at Lucy, the wizard having followed them in. I'll make it back in time for the book club, don't you worry. It's fine, Bambi, Lucy said. Between you and Urza it shouldn't take too long anyway. So you go and have fun. I can hang out with Levy and Wendy in the meantime. And besides, the extra jewel will help with the rent. Don't you worry, Bambietta said as she moved towards Lucy and gave her a hug. I'm going to do such a good job that they'll triple the reward. Count on it. Urza watched from the sidelines, unsure of what to do at first. She considered pointing out that most people requesting a guild's aid rarely even doubled the amount of jewel after the fact, but she did not wish to spoil the mood. No, she wished to be a part of it instead, the S-rank wizard more than a little oblivious to the newly shared bond between Bambietta and Lucy. Stepping forward, Urza wrapped her arms around Bambietta and Lucy, the armor squeezing them together tightly. It was enough to make both the Quincy's and the wizard's eyes go wide as they felt the immense pressure on all sides. Urza! Lucy gasped. You're crushing us. What's scarier? Bambietta managed to ask her girlfriend under her breath. Her, being blunt, or friendly. In time both Bambietta and Urza found themselves on the outskirts of the town called Dianthus. It was a peculiar region of Fiori, one blanketed by endless winter. Yet that was not the oddest part of the town. It was known far and wide for having farmlands that were able to function despite the bitter cold. Because of that it was able to help produce vegetables for the entirety of the land even when the rest of Fiori experienced a harsh winter. This in turn was why it was so worrisome that monsters were harming its farming industry. However, something was peculiar to Bambietta as she and Urza stood in the snow. The Quincy had already envisioned what they were going to come across the moment she had read the job description. She had pictured nothing more than a quaint little town with ravaged crops littering its farmlands thanks to the monsters. There would be desperate villagers wielding pitchforks and torches. Bambietta had known to keep her expectations in check, knowing them to be falling on the cliché side, but what she and Urza had come across at Dianthus made her long for that cliché. The duo had been stopped at the edge of town by the sight of what appeared to be a mobile and miniature fortress. In place of the charming villagers, Bambietta and Urza found themselves greeted by a group of men dressed like they had fallen out of the kind of movies Bambietta had made her fellow Sternritter watch on a lonely Friday night. The lot of them men were nearly as wide as they were tall, some of them wearing sunglasses and leather jackets, others blood-red bandanas and green camouflaged clothing. Most peculiar of all were the weapons Bambietta could see through the windows of their fortress. Hello, gentlemen, Urza said as she stepped forward. We are Urza Scarlet and Bambietta Basturbine of Fairy Tale. We heard you were in great need of our help. Gentlemen. Bambietta muttered to no one in particular. They look more like they're ready to take down an alien hunter or futuristic robot than work over some crops. So our job request got a bite, huh? The man with the sunglasses said as he stepped forward to greet Urza. "Thank you so much for taking on the job, ladies. We're already in hot water as it is." "No problem," Bambietta said with some hesitancy. "We can totally handle those monsters for you." Bambietta watched as one man exited the vehicle with what looked like a Gatling gun strapped to his back. "You defenseless farmer people," Bambietta finished. "You know us at Fairy Tale. Our magic spells destruction for monsters and property. We just don't like to talk about that last part." Urza took note of the weapon as well, her eyes narrowing. "Am I to take it that you are this town's protectors?" "You could say something like that," the man with the sunglasses answered. "But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to introduce myself. Name's Amber Schaefer. I'm a man of wealth and taste. And these bad dudes with me here are my fellow protectors. Think of us as an impromptu guild of warriors. We had to do something when those wretched monsters came down from the snowfields in the mountains and started pillaging the town's farms. And we were doing pretty good about it until she showed up." Bambietta had not expected that. Both she and Urza could see the men all about shivering, not from the falling snow and the cold that formed it, but clearly due to the mentioning of the she in question. "What, you guys find out you were picking on a bunch of baby monsters and made mommy very angry or something?" "Not exactly," Amber continued. "She's not one of the monsters, but she's no less a demon. We finally had the beasts cornered in their cavern nest in the mountains when she showed up. A woman with a cursed weapon. She said she'd tamed the monsters, like some kind of self-appointed guardian or some shit." Bambietta and Urza both were quick to notice the look of disgust that came over the man's face, one that was backed up by his sudden shift in tone. However, Bambietta's thoughts did go somewhere else soon enough. She looked forward to fighting this guardian. Monsters were one thing, but a true one-on-one battle really piqued her curiosity. "We all tried to fight her," the man continued, "but none of our weapons could handle it. She was too fast for our magic guns and she was able to keep us pinned down with all sorts of magic. And forget trying to take her blade on in direct combat. That lady made us look like a bunch of rank amateurs. We thought we were tough shit, but she keeps making us look like choir boys by comparison. She's a demon. A real monster. Please, take her out and end this madness. Save us. Save our town." Bambietta and Urza both could hear the pleas from Amber's men. Clearly the guardian of the monsters had defeated them soundly again and again and had damaged their pride as the protectors of Dianthus. "I wish you had mentioned this guardian in your job request," Urza said with a sigh. "Such forgetfulness on the part of a client can be rather troublesome for wizard guilds." Amber froze on the spot. "I'm sorry." "There is no need for apology, however," Urza continued. "Clearly the stress had gotten to you, so I fully understand. Bambietta and I will confront this guardian you speak of and drive the monsters back into the mountains. It's as simple as that. Yeah, me and Urza came here to kick monster butt and chew bubble gum, so don't you worry," Bambietta added as she grinned, all the while planting her hands on her hips and stuck out her chest with pride. "And guess what? We didn't bring any bubble gum, so we'll just have to double down on the kicking butt part. I do have one request, however," Urza continued, completely unfazed by Bambietta's usual bravado. "One I imagine you will not take issue with, what with you being Dianthus protectors. I ask that you take the villagers to a nearby town for yours and their safety. We will confront the monsters and their guardian away from town, but in case the battle were work its way back here." "The town." Amber paused for a moment. "Oh yes, of course. We'll get them out of harm's way in no time at all. Don't you worry about that, you just go and take the Beastmaster and her monsters out." "That sounds like a fun time to me," Bambietta said with joy. "Though maybe first we should get a bite to eat after the trek up here. Some nice hot cocoa would be good with all this dash." "You can't," Amber suddenly shouted before he regained his composure. "I mean, Dianthus doesn't have enough food to go around with all the incidents lately. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you'll have to just make do with an empty stomach." "Okay." Bambietta was caught off guard by Amber's sudden outburst, but she was quick to shrug it off even if she considered it an overreaction. "Well, whatever. I'm not like Lil. I can tell my belly no. Most of the time. We'll make do. Food is scarce. That's why we're here after all. Urza turned away from the town of Dianthus and began to make her way towards the mountains. Come now, Bambietta. We have a job to finish. Bambietta followed after Urza on their journey into the monster's domain at the base of the mountains, the Quincy trying to enjoy the sights of the snow-capped peaks. Still she could not help but dwell on one thought. Urza, I didn't want to say anything in front of the clients, but doesn't this whole quest feel fishy? In what regard? Urza asked Bambietta. Well, they did seem adamant about not letting us in town, Bambietta continued. I know food is scarce and all that, but even if they didn't have anything to spare for us to eat, you wouldn't think Amber would have been so on edge about us going into Dianthus. And Urza heard Bambietta pause, the wizard quick to give her encouragement to voice her thoughts. And they said the guardian tamed the monsters, Bambietta continued as they walked into deeper snow. Isn't that a good thing? I mean, if they were tamed they wouldn't be attacking anyone or messing with their crops anyway. You caught on then. Excellent. Urza stopped in her tracks and turned towards the Quincy. She quickly stepped towards Bambietta, slipping an arm over her shoulders and pulling her head in close to her armored breastplate. You do me proud, Bambietta. Ow. Bambietta tried to shake off the ringing in her head brought about by the well-meaning embrace. Once Urza let go, the Quincy pulled back and shook her head. Wait, so you knew this whole thing was going to be fishy? Then why are we even bothering to go along with this? Because despite whatever dubious nature these clients possess, it wouldn't have been prudent to press the issue with them right next to the town, Urza replied. At least now we can investigate the monsters away from any civilians and find out what's really going on. And perhaps this guardian can shed some light on the matter. Perhaps they are untrustworthy as well, or this is simply one rather large misunderstanding. Makes sense, but Bambietta pouted a little bit. If that's the case, then we won't get to fight anyone. Not the monsters, not the Guardian, and not Amber and those other 80s action hero rejects. Is that so bad? Urza said as she returned to her trek into the mountain. I know Fairy Tale has given you ample time to fight ever since you killed that Cyclops when you first came here, but we do much more than that with our quests. I know, Bambietta said as she followed, pulling her cloak over her shoulders to fight the cold. Even the black tights under her skirt were only doing so much. She had to wonder how Urza was so easily holding up. It's just I like fighting is all. It's all I ever really got to do back home. And here. It's understandable, Urza continued. I'm sure to an outsider's perspective that is what Fairy Tale is most famous for. And battle against monsters and dark wizards does come up more often than not, it seems. But we're capable of so much more. And in the end those battles are not for the sake of battle but for those we're protecting. Bambietta thought about it for a moment, her mind focusing past the battles she had waged against the likes of Aragorn, Zalti, Gisborne, Hanzanukui, and even Jose Porla himself. Instead she thought of those she had kept out of harm's way through those battles. The guild masters, those who called Galuna Island home, her fellow wizards, and most especially Lucy. It was a far cry from when she had simply fought for her own sake as one of Waiwaka's chosen warriors. I do enjoy it, I guess. For a moment Bambietta caught a glimpse of Wendy's relieved face when Bambietta had stood up to Gisborne, quickly followed by Lucy's reaction to her breaking free from the power of the Bakoto. No, I love it, to be honest. You have no idea how happy I am to hear that, Urza said, the wizard's lips curling upwards ever so slightly. Heck yeah. Bambietta said, once more letting her pride come to the forefront. I mean, I even kind of liked saving Mr. McNinja from his own power. Even if he was a big jerk. Feeling more than fine, Bambietta hastened her pace so that she was matching Urza's stride as they began to move into a cavern in the mountain. As she came closer to the wizards thanks to a quick movement of Hirenkyaku, Bambietta thought she saw something on the normally stoic face. Are you smiling? Bambietta asked. Urza did nothing to hide it, even if it was a subtle change at best. I believe I am, Bambietta. Thank you. For what? Bambietta did not know what to make of that. For proving my words on Galuna Island true, Urza continued. I made no mistake. Okay. Bambietta shrugged a little before turning her attentions back to the quest at hand. Whatever the reason, she certainly did not mind seeing Urza relax and smile. In fact, she wanted to see it more and tried to press the issue. You want to race to see who finds the monsters first. I don't recall this being a competition. Bambietta. Urza stood alone for a moment, taking note of the faint amount of snow that had built up at the entrance of the cavern. It had been kicked up, no doubt thanks to the Hiran Kyaka that both Bambietta and Lil Tato were so proficient with. Well then. Urza stood dumbfounded as she watched the snow particles in the air begin to settle. She is quick to assess the situation, but I can only hope she learns to slow down and not run into situations like this in the future. It was not a moment later that Urza heard something she had not been expecting. Bambietta was screaming, the sound echoing throughout the cavern. Bambietta. Urza went into a run then, preparing herself to requip weapons and armor if need be. She moved around the corner, turning on her heel, and soon found the Quincy. She looked entirely unlike herself, the Quincy's eyes wide as she breathed rapidly. Worse, her entire body was shaking. It was not the product of the cold, however. No, Urza knew what had really affected the Quincy. Bambietta was frozen in fear. Bambietta. Urza was in a panic, even if she would not outwardly show it. Her voice remained stern despite all things. She had never seen her fellow guildmate in such a state. She stepped towards the Quincy, slowly turning to see what made her so afraid. Bambietta. What sorcery is it? Urza stood silent, her eyes unblinking, as she began to see what Bambietta did. Before them both were a pack of large rabbits. Their fur was as white as the snow, their crimson eyes glowing with magical power. Each of them was in the range of 10 feet in diameter, allowing them to tower over any who would find stumbled across them as Bambietta and Urza had. So my theory was right, Urza said as she looked at the massive rabbits, all her concerns fading away. The town was plagued by a pack of winter Gigalipus. Urza kept her wits about her, wondering if the Quincy had sensed something in the darkness that made her so afraid. Perhaps another hollow like the one that had attacked Clover Town. Bambietta, Urza began to ask, curious to know what foul beast was out of her line of sight. Is there something behind the rabbits? It is the rabbits. Bambietta shrieked, the irises in her eyes darting around to look from one to another. Oh, one would have been bad enough, but this is a whole legion of the godless monstrosities. Bambietta. Urza was more than a little concerned, but she was not one who would press an issue as sensitive as this appeared to be. These were no doubt the monsters who had plagued the town. She knew well enough that Gigalipus were prone to ravaging crops when their hunger went out of control. They were also notorious for attacking when provoked. Still, Urza knew she could solve this peacefully. If the guardian that Amber spoke of could tame them, then Urza could only hope to do the same. Stepping past Bambietta, Urza raised her arm, her sword pointing forward. Hear me, Gigalipus of Alyssum. You have caused much damage to the town's crops and the livelihood of the people. Now you have frightened Fairy Tale's own Bambietta Base Turbine. Do you have no shame? I do not wish to fight a senseless battle with you, but I will if I must. So I give you this one chance to stand down. Urza's eyes narrowed. So too did the eyes of the Gigalipus that had found the courage to lock eyes with her. Yet despite it all, Urza did not give ground. Do you yield? The oversized rabbits shuffled about from side to side, glancing at Urza. If Bambietta was capable of rational thought in that instant, she may well have scoffed at Urza's speaking of her being frightened and spoken highly of herself, but she also would have noticed that the standoff between S-Class Wizard and the Legion of Giant Bunnies was at last coming to an end. The Gigalipus crouched down, shaking as they all looked to the side to avoid making any further eye contact with Urza. Nodding, Urza smiled. I'm glad you were all willing to make a decision that would lead to a peaceful resolution. You are all wise beyond your years. Bambietta, finally no longer frozen by her fear thanks to Urza taking control of the situation, slowly walked over to the wizard. I just... How did you tame those foul beasts? It was quite simple, Bambietta, Urza said as she looked back towards the Quincy. One simply has to appeal to their basic sense of civility. After all, battles without civility only give way to massacres. And that is the last thing we wish to cause on this quest. I just... Whatever. Bambietta sighed. Well, my desire to have fun is gone. Freaking furballs. I'm surprised that these adorable creatures could give you such pause, Urza said as she lowered her sword. You always seem so capable of battle. And I recall your face turning red when last I equipped my bunny girl armor in the guild hall. That is totally different. Bambietta yelled at Urza. You're... Well, you know, you make it look good. Bunny girls are fine. Maybe too fine. Besides, none of them have those freaking teeth. I suppose they are worlds apart. Urza nodded. You make a fair point, Bambietta. Well then, I suppose we should dash. Whatever Urza was about to say was cut short, a burst of white energy enveloping her. It slid over her and slammed into the wall near her. In its wake it left nothing but the sight of Urza encased in solid ice. Even the wall behind her was covered in it. Urza. Bambietta was more than a little shocked. This was a woman who she had looked up to, both for her honor and her strength. Hoping to free her, Bambietta moved closer to her but suddenly felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, her spiritual senses warning her. Stepping back with Hyrenkyaku, Bambietta all but avoided another wave of ice. More who would brandish a blade against the Gigalipus, a voice said in the distance from which the attack had originated. How many times must I ask them not to hurt my adorable bunnies? The Guardian. Bambietta cursed herself for all but forgetting the possibility of her showing up. However, as her movement from Hyrenkyaku slowed down, she looked away from Urza and down the tunnel. The voice she had heard sounded familiar, as if she had heard it in the world she had come from. The Quincy was recognizing it from her time observing the Vandenrijke's enemies from the shadows. Still, she was hard-pressed to believe her suspicions. Who? Slowly, from the shadows did a figure emerge. She was dressed in the robes of the Soul Reapers, a purely white katana in her hand, a ribbon trailing off it. She was short in stature, dark hair draping a little down her back and around her neck, a bang falling between her violet eyes. Those eyes stared at Bambietta now, blue energy crackling around them. The lieutenant of Squad 13, Bambietta began to say, the Quincy more than a little shocked, Rukia Kukaki. Check the description for the links to the author.